Flattery, you here?
What's that evidence of, Jason? You can come off a mute. You just shown a diagram of something that doesn't exist. A person standing on a sphere. They don't have to believe the earth is flat. That's the way they navigate across the surface. Get on the voice chat, dude. For those people that want to try and actually argue the point that Jason's bringing up, he just posted a diagram at 28 after the hour. So if it's true that that diagram is what people are saying the earth is, then he's going to have to present the evidence of how he knows that's true. You can't just say it or post an image and not talk about it. Is there anybody else in here who thinks that the earth is a globe? Chime in.
Yeah, I think it's
Hello?
just us, my friend, at this point, and Jason. Everyone else must be asleep.
How about Rumi? Rumi, are you there? Rumi? What's up? What's up? Hopefully everybody's having a good day.
I think it's pronounced "Are you me?"
All right, so we got Crit in here, DJ, Alaskan Malamute, Batman. What's up, brother? Latter-day Saints just popped in. Jason. Jason's been on a 24/7 flat Earth binge. He wants to show something that is evidence that the Earth is a globe, but he can't do so because he's about to eat. So we have Jess Bilby join us. Welcome.
Hello.
How's it going, man?
It's going good. What's this channel, bro? Flat Earth Discord?
Yeah, the channel's about our the topic that we talk about in here, which is flat Earth versus globe Earth. This idea that you live on a globe is not a real. It's not something that's real.
Okay.
It's been put in your head like it's real, but it doesn't have any evidence out in the physical world. Can't go outside and test it. You can't measure it. There's nothing you can do. It just it lives in your head. The Earth as a globe is not something
What
that's
about the
real.
other planets, though?
Yeah, what do you mean by other planets? Like when you look at those things in the sky, what can you tell me that they, the people they say they're made of all kinds of stuff. There's a gas giant and all that. How do you know all these things? Why would you say those things are planets like they're telling you? How do you know what they are? This channel is so that you can question these things.
Yeah.
So now you tell me, you said, what about other planets? What do you know about those things they call planets? What do you know about them?
I mean, it's been confirmed they're
How?
globes.
How?
How are we
How is it?
different though?
How has it been confirmed? You're just accepting this as a truth. How has it been confirmed?
But then what are those then?
How has it been confirmed?
I mean, like we use logical thinking and
No, we don't.
observation, you know,
No, we
because
don't. We just
they
use
they have
no.
rotations.
Yeah, we only use observation. We don't use logical thinking. We only use observation. And there's a story that they tell you of what you're looking at. So you see something up there and they say that is a sphere. Right? Isn't that what they say?
Okay.
How do you know that?
hmm
How do you know that?
I mean, like because I guess because we're still technologically unable to observe them up close.
Okay.
So we still observe them from afar. You know,
Yeah, but
everything's
how do
still a
you know?
tourist.
How do you know? Listen, you say because of technology. How do you
Yeah.
know that we can actually get technology to those places? How do you know this?
No, I didn't say that we are going to be able to, you know, get there closer in the future. I didn't say that.
No, but here's the thing. They gave you a story about what those things are. They gave you a story about
Uh,
how you can think about them like a sphere. So you're asking a
hmm
question you're asking a question to this room that's loaded. It's loaded because you
hmm
say, "What are those things up there?" You're asking us because you in your head,
Yeah.
you think you have an idea of what they are. They're planets, they're globes,
hmm
they're made of certain elements. But you do
hmm
not know this information. You're choosing to trust wherever you hear their information is being told to you. And you're asking us, okay, I know what they are, but what do you say they are? You can't do that because you don't even know what they are.
Globe is spare, man.
You understand?
I mean, like I do understand your point, but
Yeah, that's what we're saying. Everybody
like
here, we're all in the same place. We're all in the same mindset. But when you say, what are those things over there? You're asking us. Well, I'm going to show you how you don't even know this information. Because I'm asking you, how do you know? And you're like, I don't know. Just I've been told this. Been told that
Heard
those things are
that, right?
planets.
it's not exactly like I'm told. It's because I studied the articles, man.
Okay.
Because I'm
Well,
not I'm
and
not blind in that way.
okay, well let's examine this, right? We'll review what you studied. What have you studied in the articles? What did the articles tell you?
They are planets, and they have
Okay.
different kind
Oh,
of rotations. Some are have
yes.
bigger mass, smaller mass, but they
Okay.
all are a sort of spheres. They
Okay.
are
And
all spheres
so you read this in the articles. Now, how do you know this is true?
because scientists made that articles based off
So you,
observations.
so right, so you're trusting other people and you haven't checked yourself, right? You're trusting the
I have.
information. What do you mean you have? You've checked?
Or like check, like I check what's happening in Jupiter and shit. No, I
Yeah.
haven't.
You okay, so
I haven't.
you don't know if these articles are true or false. You don't know this. You don't know this,
I
right?
mean, like, yeah. I mean,
Okay. So
I
now we're
I
d-
I can't I can't I can't I can't like
I know that,
I
Bilby.
can't tell you because I
This is
have
the
no
issue.
status as
I know this is the issue,
what's
right?
the issue.
The problem is you read these articles and you trust and believe. What we're doing in this room is made for people to question the narrative, right? To question whether or not they
Okay.
can know what they know. So even if you read these
hmm
articles, there's no way for you to check and see if they're saying something that's true or false. So you are believing something and you don't have the ability to check. So it is like
I mean, we
it is
can.
like a really good story. Yes? It's a really good story, but
Okay.
you can't check to see if it's real or not. So it's a belief. You
But
understand?
we can simplify the logic then.
Go ahead,
I
try
have
it. Simplify
okay.
it, please.
So you believe in flat Earth, right? Yeah,
No,
we're going back to Earth, man.
no. Yeah, well, let's get back to Earth. No, we don't believe in
Yeah.
flat Earth. A flat Earth is an observation of the Earth that we live on.
Okay. So
It's an
what do you
observation.
believe then? Yeah.
It's not
You
a
believe that the
belief.
Earth is a globe?
I believe what? Say again?
You believe that the Earth is a globe?
No.
Then what
There's
do you
no,
believe then?
well, the observation of the Earth being a horizontal plane, it's a flat Earth. So my observation, along with the measurement, will also show the data behind the observation that the Earth is a horizontal plane, that it's not a globe, like they've been telling you. So I don't
So
need to
basically, you're saying
believe.
that the Earth is flat.
Yes, it
Okay.
is.
Well, I have a logical question to ask you then.
Go ahead.
What if I go to the top of, let's say, Burj Khalifa?
Hmm.
You know what that is, right?
Yes, I do.
And I want to see the statue of New York Liberty statue, but I
Hmm.
can't see it. Why is that?
Okay, it's your inability to understand how vision works. For number one, you don't realize how our vision works, like how optics work. So because of this misinformation that you have in your head that you could see forever if the earth was flat, this idea, that's the reason why you are making this question. But let me give you an example, okay? So if you're on
Okay.
the street, right? And maybe
Mm-hmm.
you're a good friend, maybe you're a good friend, as you know, you're meeting with your good friend and your good friend walks away from you, right? Your good friend goes a little bit far away from you. What happens to how big they look like when they're far away from you? They look smaller, right? When they
Okay.
move away from you. Do you understand? This is logic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I
Okay.
understand that. Yeah.
And also visual perspective. Okay. So maybe they get more far away from you. Far away. They get even smaller,
Mm-hmm.
yes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So once they get too far away with your eyes, you cannot see them anymore, right?
Okay.
They seem to vanish from your sight. Now, this isn't because they
Mm-hmm.
disappeared. They didn't disappear. They just moved too far away for your eyes to resolve the distance.
Mm-hmm.
Think about it. Now, let's go back to the Burj Khalifa and you on the top.
Mm-hmm.
When something is far away from you, what happens to it? Just like your friend.
Get smaller in your
That's correct.
perspective.
Yes, that's correct. And it doesn't have to
So
be the
what if
idea
I
that
bring like
that's
100
hold on.
times telescope?
Yeah,
You know.
hold on. Don't go there yet. I know where you want to go. Don't go there yet. So
Okay.
if you think that the earth is a globe or the earth is flat, this principle of the way we see is true, correct? Doesn't matter if you
Yeah.
think the earth is a globe or if the earth is flat. The principle of somebody moving away from you and they get smaller away in distance is just obviously true, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So now that you know that, you're going to ask your question. You're on the top of the Burj Khalifa. Things that move away from you are smaller than you. Now that you know this, what's your next question?
I mean, but like, what if like I bring like 100 times zoom telescope? You know.
Yeah, but that's not okay. Let's do it this way. I'll help you, right? You have to use
Mm-hmm.
something that we have practically right now. It can't be like, what if I have a million times zoom scope? Can I see the other side of the ocean? You can't say that.
Yeah.
You can only use things that are available to you right now. Any technology, any type of optic that's available to you right now, that would be practical. What do you have available to you right now that you can use? In reality,
Nothing. No.
not on your person. I mean, that is available somewhere.
Oh, I mean, we have like a really advanced telescopes that
Okay.
we use to observe other planets.
No, well, that's fine. But I'm asking for on the surface right now. If you wanted to and you
And
had
we can
money,
u-
and
we can we
if
can
you had
just use
money,
that.
no, you can't use that. All right. If you
I
had
can't.
money,
I can't.
no, you can't.
Okay.
It's designed for something different. But that's not. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about on the surface where you are. If
hmm
you wanted to buy a really powerful telescope to go see, the other side of the ocean,
hmm
what kind of telescope can you purchase that you can do this? If you had money.
Yeah, it's like a $10 telescope.
No,
I can
no.
like
I mean, yeah, no. I mean, you know what I'm saying, right? Like, if let's say you became really rich and you could buy a telescope
yeah.
that you could
Oh.
use,
Uh-huh.
what would be available
Then
to you to test to see how far you can see? You can look
yeah,
this
the
up if you
the
like. I mean, it's not a
the
problem. But
interplanet telescope. Yeah, I'll buy that shit.
well, like an observatory.
Yeah. Then I'll use it
Okay,
to scope the other side of the planet.
okay. Well, now the other thing is, if you point it horizontally, how far do you think you can see? You could look at the magnification and all
Mhm,
these things and find out the viewing
mhm.
distance.
In my logic, then I can't see the other side of the planet because
Yeah.
it's a sphere.
Well, no. Well, the logic would be that you're not thinking of the planet like the way you think in your head. It's a sphere and all that.
Okay.
Okay, now if you're going to look horizontally and you want to use zoom capabilities, would there be something preventing that viewing distance to be seen using that big
I
telescope?
mean, like there will be clouds.
Well, no.
Other.
Let's say the Earth wasn't the sphere you thought it was, and it was a flat Earth.
I can't think about that, man.
Well, you have to,
Just
because if you can't think about it in your head, that's the reason why you don't understand that when you made your question about using a telescope, why can't flat earthers use a giant telescope? Then I'm giving you the way to think about it right now. I'm showing you. Well, the Earth is flat, and you're using your big telescope. What do you think you'd be able to see? How far away?
okay. Then let's believe that the ocean have like the edge. Let's believe that the Earth is flat. Then for a
Yeah.
second,
How far can your telescope see?
I guess to the edge
The
of the globe and the edge of the Earth.
no.
Then where would I?
Oh, once again, the poor understanding you have for how vision works is getting in the way right now. It's funny that I'm using that pun. All right,
Everything gets
let me.
smaller, right? I know, bro.
No, that's just part of it. But the telescope, even though things get smaller, the telescope helps you zoom in on things that are in the distance. But what is the
Mhm.
reason why, when you use a telescope horizontally over a large, vast distance, that the optic of that telescope will not be useful?
Why
Do
is
you
that?
know?
Why is that the case? No.
Well, there's things that are going to get in the way. Number one, atmospheric distortion. There's going to
So
be a lot of
basically clouds.
well, you can say this, but there's other things, right?
Yeah,
There's like
I told you that.
yeah, but there's you can categorize it as mist, as dirt,
Yeah.
fog, or any other kind of thing, right?
hmm
Uh, And
Yeah.
and there's different temperatures between where you're standing and how far you can see.
Okay. hmm
So you couldn't see forever with that telescope because the atmosphere is opaque over distance. A vast distance will have an opaqueness. It's like if you have one, like a window, You seen glass like a
Uh-huh.
window? Imagine if you were to stack a lot of glass against each other. What happens?
I mean, I can see through all the glass.
No, you can't.
I can't. Oh, because there's going to be like mist trap between the glasses and
No,
shit.
no. The glass itself
Right.
compounds against each other, and it starts to make a very opaque like viewing distance. So you can't see because the glass is like enough of glass. If you put another window against another window against another window against another window, you couldn't see past through all of them.
Why? What kind of glasses are we talking about?
So the like a window, like the regular windows that you have
Uh,
on your house. You look
yeah,
outside of a window, the glass, that kind.
yeah,
If you stack a whole bunch of them and then you put them horizontally, you couldn't see through
yeah.
all of them. You couldn't see through all of them. The more glass you put, the more opaque it becomes, and then it's the viewing distance becomes really distorted. You can't see past all of those glass stacked up against each other.
But how can
So
we implement that logic to the difference of temperature,
right. So
mist,
the
atmosphere?
air, yeah,
Uh-huh.
the air itself is like that. The air compounds over
Like glass?
distance. Yeah, it compounds. You could
Oh,
see through it. Like if you're close, if you're in a fairly close range, you can see it
okay.
pretty far away. But it starts to over distance, like a real far distance. It starts to compound. It will not. It would, like even if you had the best telescope, you wouldn't be able to see farther past a certain optical limit. It's not possible.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a lot of factors. Not to mention, like I said, the atmospheric distortion that would happen. The air gets distorted over distance, and it just depends what time of day you're looking across horizontally, whether or not the temperature outside will change your viewing distance. This all has to deal with how optics work. It gets a lot
Mm-hmm.
more interesting when you start studying this topic, how optics work over distance. And
Mm-hmm.
so you could see far away, but the atmospheric conditions will prevent you from, even if you had the best telescope, that you couldn't see to the other side. Not to mention
I
things
guess
get
it just comes down to a matter of perspective. I guess we are a very small
well, you're getting
beings.
it. Yeah, you're getting it. So, yeah. So even though you understand the earth is flat, you still can't use the best telescope to see across the ocean to the other side. Not going to happen.
Hmm.
That makes sense?
Oh yeah, yeah. But Jason Affleter makes a pretty good logical thinking here. Like
Okay.
pilots fly around the globe,
No, they don't. They fly over a flat
you
earth.
know,
No.
they teleport.
No, they okay, that's funny. No, they fly over a flat earth.
Then how?
How? Well, the earth is not
Yeah.
curving. Number 1. Number 2, they're trained on flying over a flat and stationary earth. This is how they train them. Pilots are not trained on flying over a curved moving earth. They're not trained that way. Did you know this?
Okay. What's
That the pilot is not trained on a spinning globe. They're trained on a flat, non-moving earth.
I mean, like I didn't know that. I did not know that.
Okay. That's how
But
they're
but I
trained.
guess it is part of their training. Then.
Yes. Part of their training. You can look it up. I'm not making these things up. That's how they train them. Even though they think they are on a globe, they don't train them like they're on a curved surface, moving along the curved surface. They just think they're moving along a flat earth.
But you can like you cannot implement pilot training to something that is like basically what's true, you know, because the Earth is not flat.
Yes, it is. It is. You just don't want it to
And what
be.
about
It
you know
is.
about war you know about World War II, right?
Yeah. I do.
Where where do you think where do you think is the edge of the map then?
Nobody.
Where it is?
Listen. You've your
Nobody
whole
knows.
life. Yeah, your whole life you've been looking at things like maps, globes. So the idea of what the Earth is in your head only exists based on those things. You think that the
Okay.
Earth is like those things, but you have no idea of how you can make that like reality. So if I was to ask you, which map is the correct map? There are hundreds of maps right now. Just Bilby. Hundreds. Which one is the correct
Hmm.
one?
The one that is internationally used.
So how do you okay, which one's that? Which one's that?
Hold on, I don't
You've
know the name, but
I know, Bilby. You've never looked at this topic. You've never seen which map they
I
use.
because I did not like it did not bother me, you know.
I know. It's what they okay, there's a saying. It's called ignorance is bliss. The less you know, the better. So long as you can have a belief, it's like they only give you enough to believe in. That's it. They don't give you enough to know. That's why a lot of people like you. They make fun of this. You think it's funny and it's, you don't take it serious.
Yeah.
But you right now, my friend, you don't know if this true that the earth is a globe. You want to believe this because of your whole life you've lived, you only think that it's that way. But right now I'm challenging you, right? I'm challenging you and you're thinking. Can you show me the map that you think the international one they're using? I'm going to challenge you and see if you can provide the evidence.
But there
Allow
is
me to challenge you.
so was the Google say that there is no single international map name, but there is so many used
Okay.
in many
Okay.
different countries.
Let me point something out to you. Right now, you just went back on the thing you said was existing. You said there was an international
But
map, and that's the correct one. Now, you
I mean,
saying there
I
is
mean,
no. Hold on, hold
you
on.
can
Just
say
Bilby, just Bilby, just Bilby. Let
okay,
me point something out to you. This is what's happening right now. Okay, right now with you and me. You are saying now there is no international map. You just said there was a moment ago. Look at what's happening
I
to your
said there is
mind.
no single name
Yes.
international map
Okay, then
because there is
show
so
me the
many
one.
used.
Okay, well then which one
I
is
mean,
the right one?
you can just Google you can just Google world
I
map,
don't need to. I don't need to Google it. I know myself. I need you to Google.
okay?
I need you to look at the information because you don't know. I've done this research for many years, Bilby.
Okay.
You don't know this information. I do. So right now,
But then going back again to my question about the World War II, do you know that?
yes,
I mean, USA fought two different countries on different edge of the map, like Germany in
yeah,
Europe and Japan in Asia.
yeah.
How did they able to do that?
Okay, so you're asking a question. It's out of ignorance. It's not your fault. It's not your fault.
Oh, where's that? Where's that?
What What does a map have to do with the shape of the Earth, Bilby?
Just for it's a technology for us to use for
Answer. I know,
navigation.
but answer my question, please. Answer my question. What does the map have to
What's
do? Hold on, Bilby. You have to focus.
okay?
Your mind is going everywhere right now. Just listen to the words that I'm telling you. What does the map have to do with the shape of the Earth?
With the shape of the Earth.
Yes.
Is yeah, you can say that it cannot
No,
be
I'm
like
not saying. I'm not saying anything,
related.
Bilby. I'm asking you a question. What does the map have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Nothing.
Thank you. So this question you made was not one that's logical. You can ask another question and we'll review it.
What about the edge of exploration? Do you know that?
The edge of exploration. What does that mean logically?
Logically,
Mhm.
the Europeans found it out that the Earth is round, and they wanted to go to India, but they do not want to go through Middle East, and so they go around the globe. How can you
Okay.
explain that then?
You said they went around the globe? Let's examine the claim.
Yeah,
How do they know they're going around the globe? Those guys.
because they found out about it.
What? They what?
They found it out about it. They found out.
How? How?
Curious,
Okay, they were
like
curious.
the logical thinking that I use about Burj
Yeah.
Khalifa and
Yeah, let's say
Statue
this.
of Liberty. They found out
They were
that.
curious. They were curious sounds like a really good answer. It sounds like it. But how do they know that the earth is a globe? By
Because
being
I just
curious.
told you.
No, you didn't tell me.
They found it
You
out.
said, how did they find it out? What was the method that they found it out? Think about it.
I mean, in Google, Europeans
No, they didn't
knew
have
the Earth
Google.
was a
Hold on a
sphere
minute. Hold
based.
on. No. Now I need
What?
you to focus. How did they find this out? You either know or you don't know, Bilby. You got to be honest with me, brother. I mean, we're having a
I mean,
discussion about
I mean,
having to
I
reason.
I know the part where they found it out that that the globe is a sphere
Okay, go ahead and tell me. How did they do this?
based off observation. I told you about it.
Okay, what did they observe?
They found it out by
How
the
did they
logical
find it
thinking
out?
that I said
No. You're going
about
in
Burj
circles.
Khalifa and Study of
No.
Liberty.
They didn't go to the Burj Khalifa. The travelers over the
But
ocean didn't go to the Burj Khalifa.
I
We're
mean,
sticking to the
Burj Khalifa
topic.
didn't exist back then.
I know that. So we stick to the topic. Your question was they traveled the oceans and found out the earth was a globe. I'm asking how. If you know, tell me. If you don't, say I don't know.
Like I just told you because of
No, you didn't.
observations, man.
No, you didn't. Which one?
I did tell you.
Okay, you did tell me. What observation? Tell me. What observation did they do?
Burj Khalifa
What observation did the travelers over the ocean do that they noticed the earth was a globe? Go ahead. You didn't
Okay,
tell me.
so
Go ahead.
in scientifically, so the Europeans back then they managed to access ancient knowledge from the
What
Greek
was that?
philosophers,
What was the ancient knowledge?
like even before the age of exploration, Greeks already has found out that the Earth is a
No.
sphere.
I'm not worried about those guys. I'm not worried about those guys a long time ago before those guys, the age of exploration. I want to know how they discovered the earth was a globe. Like you said when you first started telling me that the explorers, the European ones, when they sailed across the ocean, they knew the earth was a globe. How did they find this out? You're not telling me this.
Because of observations.
Of what?
Okay, so let's say about lunar eclipses. Do you know that?
Is that what they observed when they were traveling the ocean?
No, this is
Okay
before
then,
they've traveled to the ocean.
okay then. Tell me what they've observed traveling the ocean that they knew the earth was a globe. I'm not going to leave this point until you concede and say I don't know or you tell me that you know. Either one.
I mean, this not my saying. Like this other people saying, you know?
Why did you bring it up? Why'd you bring it up?
Because it's what science say.
Yeah, well, what did they say? I'm asking you what they said. You're not telling me. I want to know where they found out, they discovered that the Earth was a globe by the Europeans exploring over the oceans. What observations? What did they see?
Okay, like let's say about changing stars then.
No, we're not
Like
saying that. No, we're not. We're only going
this,
on what those. No,
we're talking about
no,
observational
I'm not
evidence.
going to let you go. Look, listen to me. I won't let you go from this point until you concede and say, I don't know how the European explorers discovered traveling the ocean that the Earth is a globe. And then when you do that,
So
then you can ask your other question or go to your other statement. I don't mind.
so you're basically just asking my opinion at this point.
No, sir. I'm holding you to an account that nobody's ever done. I'm challenging you. The challenge is, if you can show me how in history someone that's ever proved the globe, then you can have it. But you haven't at the moment. You're running away from trying to tell me that the Europeans traveling the oceans knew that the Earth was a globe. You can't prove it to me. You need to tell me that you don't know. And then we go to your point, your next point. I don't care what it is. But you have to admit, whenever you brought a point up to say they found out the Earth was a globe and you can't prove it, you have to say, I don't know, sir. That's
And
logical.
in that case, then we just have a different logical
No, we don't.
thinking here.
We absolutely don't.
Yes,
No,
we
you're
have.
you're
Yes, we have.
refusing. You're refusing to admit that you don't know with your pride because you don't want to show that you don't have the information to show that the Earth is a globe. Your pride is not allowing you to concede this point, and I don't know why. I don't know
Because-
why.
Because I'm not wrong.
You are wrong. Unless you can prove it to me right now, then I am wrong. When you prove it to me, I am wrong. There's only one outcome from here. Either you're right or I'm right. Only one outcome.
And that's just polarization at that point then.
Yeah, of course it is. That's called right and wrong. Either you're correct or I'm correct. But at the moment, it seems like I'm correct. You do not have the answer to how somebody's proven that the Earth is a globe. I'm correct. You haven't proven it to me by the Europeans exploring the oceans, and you do not want to admit that you don't know. You do not want to admit this. It hurts your pride. So you're going to try to go to another topic, and I don't want to let you go until you say, I don't know. Then we can go to your other topic.
But the topic is still on observational evidence, and that's what I'm going to talk about.
Yeah, but it has to be about what you brought up, your claim. We don't finish the claim until you say you don't know or you know. Then we finish the claim, and then we go to another one. So that's all you have to do is say, I don't know. Simple.
I can't simply claim that is the right one because I have no status to say that is the right one. Because I'm not a scientist, man.
Right.
I'm literally just a 19-year-old. You're literally.
I know, but you're learning a lesson. Yeah, Bilby, you're learning a lesson in critical thinking right now. You have to be able to think for yourself. Now, if you say you know something and somebody wants to know how you know the thing, you have to be honest with them and say, hey, I know it, and here's the evidence or the information or whatever. But if you don't know something, say I don't know.
Then
there's nothing wrong with that.
Let's get back to the first part then.
No, we're gonna go right back to the
about Burj Khalifa and the Statue of Liberty.
I'm sorry. No, we're not. The Europeans traveling the ocean right now. Did they figure out that the Earth was a globe? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and present the evidence of how they knew that. I'm not going to let you go from this point until you concede or you show me the evidence.
Bro.
Sorry, that's just the way it works.
There's literally a guy named Columbus. You know that one?
Yeah, what did he do?
He believed in that.
Yeah, I don't care about his beliefs. Show me the method where he proved that the Earth was a globe.
I mean, he proved the Earth is a globe when he discovered America.
No, he didn't. How does he know the Earth was a curved surface from where he left from his harbor to where he landed? How did he know the Earth was curving in between?
I don't know.
Thank you. That's what I
Sorry.
wanted to hear.
I
That's
don't
it.
know.
There. That's
Because
good.
I'm not
That's good.
Columbus.
That's good.
I
You
did
said
not say that because
so
I'm
therefore,
wrong.
yeah, I
said
know,
that
Bilby.
because I don't know.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all I wanted to hear from you. All I wanted to hear is I
Okay.
don't know. So therefore, your point about bringing up how they traveled the ocean and figured out the Earth was a globe is a big fat I don't know. Now you can go to your next point. Go to your next point.
My next point is that we have a different logical thinking here.
No, we don't.
We
Logic.
obviously have.
No, Bilby, logic is just logic. It doesn't like there's not two kinds. There's only one type of logic. That's it. So go ahead and prove to me that the Earth is a globe in any other way, because we've moved on from the last point.
I mean, I don't even know what I want to present at this point.
Anything. The best you can to show that
Anything?
the Earth is actually curving. Yeah, anything. I'll take anything. Doesn't matter what it is.
Okay,
But just so long as
what if
I'll put it, Bilby, just so long as you know what you're talking about. Okay. If you do, then you can talk about it. You can.
This part, I know a lot about it. This part, I know a lot about it.
Okay, go ahead.
What if we are like a very big person, like a giant, like just
Okay,
so big, just as
No,
big,
we can't do that.
like
Sorry,
Galactus?
Bilby. That's not logical, sir.
Well,
You were just talking about
this is my
logic. This isn't
expertise,
logic.
bro. This is logic.
Okay. Are you a person like you say right now? Your example?
No.
Okay,
No, but
then let's use it.
I am a giant.
No, you're not. You're just a
No,
tall
I am.
person. A giant. Listen, dude. Just go from a place where you can describe something in the real world. Yes, do that.
Okay.
Don't go to Fantasyland.
Like, but I'm asking like a very hypothetical question.
Yeah, but it has to be something that's practical. I don't mind if it's hypothetical. I don't care. But you have to use an example of something that's practical, not like imagine me as a space alien and I got 10 arms, and that's not going to work. You have to start something that's practical.
That's not alien. That's fucking.
I know,
just
but
like
that's not practical.
incest. Okay.
That's not practical. You have to start practical, and we'll work from there. Give me something practical.
Something more practical that even a 6-year-old can understand.
That sounds good. Start there.
Okay, so if the Earth is flat, then why are the oceans not spilling out?
No, bro. No, not if the Earth is flat. Right now, it seems like you ran out of globe proof. Is that what happened? Is that why you're saying the Earth is flat?
Bro,
I want Bilby, I want globe proof. You have to prove to me that the Earth is a giant globe. Don't prove to me the Earth is flat. I can do that.
Bro,
I want you to prove to me that the Earth is a globe.
I just say to you that I think our logic is like very different. Yeah.
It's not, dude. There's only one type of logic.
It is.
No. Listen, if you're either logical or you're illogical. There's only two ways. And it sounds like you want to be illogical to make your statement. And I won't let you, because it's not logical. All right, so if you don't have any answer for any evidence of the Earth being a globe, perhaps we can take another caller. That might help. You can listen to somebody else do the same thing that you are trying to do, trying to prove the Earth as a globe, and they can't. I'm telling you, man.
Like,
most people just believe that the Earth is a globe. They've never been challenged. So I challenged you, and it seems like it's hard, right? Now that I've challenged you,
it's hard because we have a different logical thinking.
No, we don't, bro. You want to make a belief something that's something in the physical world. You can't believe the Earth as a globe into reality. It's either is or is not true that the Earth is a globe. It's not in between. It could be a globe. No, it either is or is not a globe. Just that simple. All right.
Okay.
We'll think about that for a while. I'm gonna see if Jason wants to talk about what image he brought in earlier. He had posted an image. You remember the image?
Yeah, I remember the image.
All right.
Okay.
Go ahead and tell me how that.
For you. No, I'll explain it
No,
later.
you don't. No, sorry. No, there's no question for me.
Okay, then
You're
we're
gonna
not
have to.
talking.
You're
Okay.
gonna have to stand behind the image that you
I'm
posted.
just, okay, if I believe
I asked
Earth
you
is
first. I
flat,
asked you first. I asked you first. I asked you
you are the
first.
one. You are the one who is
No,
preaching.
no,
You, the burden of
nope,
evidence is with
nope,
you.
nope, nope. I asked you first. What about the image? Tell me
Okay,
how
I
that
think
shows
I
the Earth as a
explained
globe.
it. It says
Tell me.
that flat earthers like to demand
Yes,
photos
yes,
of
yes, yes,
aliens.
yes, yes. Flat Earthers this,
Okay.
flat Earthers that. Prove the evidence that you put in there. The image of the globe.
So
Prove the globe.
why did it triggered, bro?
Prove the globe. That image that you posted. Prove it.
Okay, you prove that it is flat. You prove me.
No, we're not going to do that. As many times as you're going to ask this, I'm going to deny you. I'm going to deny you, and I'm just going to go back to your image. Prove that the Earth is a globe.
Okay,
You're only
the Earth
making.
is not a globe. Okay, the Earth is not a globe. Okay, it's flat.
Why do
Prove
you
it.
say that? Why do you say that the Earth is not a globe? Tell me.
I don't know. You are the one.
No.
You are the one
Tell me.
forcing me to say that.
No, I'm not forcing you. You can say whatever you like.
Okay,
You
the
either
Earth
have
is
the evidence.
a globe.
You can have the evidence that the
Because
Earth is a globe, or do you not have the evidence?
yeah, because the Earth is a globe because satellites have confirmed. We have visual
Yeah.
images
Yeah.
from
So
ISS that shows Earth is a globe. The
yeah,
map
you're full of
confirms.
belief. You're full of
Yeah,
belief.
yeah.
Pick
I'm full
pick
of belief.
one. Yeah, pick one thing. Pick one thing,
Okay,
and
I'm
then
wrong.
show us.
I agree. Okay, I
Pick
admit I'm wrong.
one
You are right.
thing.
You tell me.
Yeah, pick one
I
thing, and then we'll talk about that one thing.
okay. I admit I'm wrong. The Earth is not a globe. I think. Okay, now you prove me
Okay,
the
well
Earth is
then, well,
flat.
no. We're gonna. There's a lot of people in the room. There's a lot of people in the room. We're gonna actually talk to other people. So you can laugh all you want, but put yourself on
You
mute.
can't actually tell me. Okay, I admit. I was
Jason,
wrong.
didn't you
Earth is
take
not
the
a globe.
Yeah,
beating?
put yourself on
Look,
mute. If you
didn't
put
you get
yourself on
beat
mute,
up
then
bad
I'll
enough
talk to some other
yesterday?
people.
Dude, AB, dude, this dude,
Yeah, I know.
man,
He's
he
been there a
got
couple of days.
annihilated yesterday by me. You should never show your face in the server again, man. Like seriously, bro.
Whoa, that's
I think he's a young guy,
Christian,
but
man.
okay. So just Bilby, if you didn't know, this guy has been here a couple of times. All he does is get on here and he
Okay.
laughs. He doesn't want to make any proofs to anybody in
I
this room.
mean,
That's up to him.
I would like to laugh, but I don't want to consider. I don't want to be considered proof.
No, this is
Well,
nervous laughter he's doing.
yeah, he's nervous because we keep asking him. This is like his third day that he's in here. The first day that he showed up, he wasn't able to prove it. The second day was even worse, was yesterday, which Indio said that he destroyed him on some points. And this third day, he posted an image this morning, or at least maybe 30 minutes ago. And I'm asking him about this image. Hold on a second. I'm asking him about the image.
The
And he's
globe
not,
one.
dude, just wait. I was asking him about the image, right? That he posted in the text chat. And he's not able to tell me anything about the image. And then he went and started asking me, oh, I need to tell him how the Earth is flat. See, what's interesting is that he has a lot of confidence that the Earth is a globe, but he can't prove it to anyone in here. And I'm allowing him to. And he denies that. He denies me. He denies the room. Why? If the Earth is a globe in 2025, he should be able to tell me easy. Really easy. Which I will allow him to. Just like I allowed you to. This is a problem, right? It's a problem for all the people who believe the Earth is a globe. And then he starts to laugh and it's a joke to him. We don't need this. We need people that are serious. Serious people.
I mean, I'm serious, but like this is
Okay,
not a very serious topic, you know.
Well, that's fine. I don't care. It might sound that way. All of us, when we first started hearing about this, it was kind of funny to us. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. But there's a point where you're gonna have to say, okay, wait a minute. Do I have this evidence or do I not have the evidence? One of these two, right? Even if it is funny, because from your perspective it sounds silly, but you have to think if you guys had the evidence, you would present it. You would be able to present it. And then this conversation would be over. But that never happens. I've been here for 10 years. That's not going to happen.
Okay.
You can try. You can definitely try.
Like I said before, I think we have a very different logical thinking.
No, we do not. Either you're illogical and then you're saying that's logic, or you're using logic. There's not another definition of what logic. No. You're either illogical You're either illogical or you're logical. There's only two. Logical, illogical. Which one? Sorry,
Well,
there's no two
yeah, what about
logics. What about what?
look? Yeah, Jason just prove another scientific logical thinking here.
Like what?
To an observer on the ground, an airplane at 36,000 feet will start going over Earth's curvature at a distance of 400 kilometers. However, we are also limited by atmospheric visibility. In an extremely base case scenario, we can only see up to 240 kilometers. Hmm.
What are you reading?
Dude, I already smashed him on this ridiculous meme from flatearth.ws in the side chat. Who here in this chat made that argument that you're presenting? Nobody.
Is that something that what's his face posted? Jason?
Yeah, this Jason guy posted it at 18 minutes after the hour. It's like an argument that nobody here even made at all. He's just posting a random flatearth.ws image and imagining that someone here actually made that argument or something like right, that we are asking him to show us planes going over the horizon. It's just random.
That's a straw man argument.
It's just, yeah, it's very, very random behavior.
So, Jason, here's the thing, man. I'm gonna unmute you, but if you can't listen, I want you to get serious this time. Stop your nervous laughter. Go ahead and try to present your best argument for the Earth being a globe, and you may proceed. Hold on, Bilby. I'm trying to talk to this guy. So you may proceed, and dude, put yourself on mute, Bilby.
I'm sorry.
Put yourself on mute. Do that right now, please. I'm not going to stop until you do. Put yourself on mute, or I'm going to mute you. I don't want to. You're old enough to. Yeah, thank you. All right, Jason, it's up to you. I'm going to unmute you. You're going to present your evidence because you say we're afraid to debate you. We're not. You just act like a child when you're unmuted. All right. We need to have some level of decorum, and then you're presenting evidence that the Earth is a globe. So I'm going to do that, and you tell me verbally either that, or you're going to be text muted, and you won't be able to text in this channel. I don't want that either. Okay. Go ahead. I'm going to unmute you. Give me the evidence that you are going to present that the Earth is a globe.
Okay.
Go ahead.
What flat earthers say is that why can't we see a plane?
Stop. That's a straw man argument. It was pointed out to you by DJ. That's a straw man argument. Nobody in here is saying that. Nobody in here is saying that. Nobody is saying that. Repeat what I just said. Repeat what I just said. I'm going to unmute you to repeat what I just said. Nobody in here is saying that.
Okay.
Thank you. Now start from a fresh premise because nobody's saying that.
We'll start from a fresh premise. Okay.
Okay. Now go.
Let's suppose I don't know what Earth looks like, and you say to me that Earth is flat. So could you please give me some could you please tell me how Earth looks like in according to you? Does it look like this?
No. Wait. Yeah, wait. No.
I just want to learn.
My perspective and your perspective of the Earth visually is the same. We're observing the same Earth. Hold on a second. We're observing the same Earth. So what I tell you is not something that you're going to take like what I'm saying and you're going to go, oh, I see something different. No, let's put it this way. I'm going to give you an example.
Okay.
Everybody everywhere on Earth that's near a large body of water can see a flat, level horizon. This is an obvious truth.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot agree or disagree. This is just, you have to acknowledge what I'm saying. Everybody on Earth that's near a large body of water can look over that water and see a flat horizon. That's a true statement.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Did you acknowledge this?
Okay. Yeah, I do acknowledge because
Okay.
when we see the horizon, we don't see it on standing on the foot. We don't see it actually bending.
Right. So then look, you can even say it this way. I don't care if you think it's a globe, but you can say it this way. Even locally, it looks flat. Looks this way to me. It just
Yeah,
looks this way.
looks flat because
Okay.
yeah.
All right. So we're gonna take it to the next step. That means if it looks flat, but you still think it's a globe, then in what way can we verify that it's a globe and not looking flat, but it's actually a globe? This is the next step. So I can prove it to you that it's flat. I want to see if you can prove it to me that it doesn't just look flat, but it's actually a globe. This is the next step. What are you going to
Yeah,
present?
it looks flat, so I don't have any uh
No. The
strong.
next step is to prove your case. And now I want, okay, it looks flat, but you still think it's a globe. That's fine. What is the evidence that you can present that you can say it looks flat, guys, but check it out. This is how it actually is a globe. What do you have to present?
Mhm. Okay.
I'm giving you an opportunity right now. This opportunity, Jason,
Yeah.
you should take it because you can present
Okay, I
anything you
don't
like.
know. I don't have any evidence for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So I'll believe in, like, I'll try to believe in flat Earth, but I do need some like
Yeah,
evidences from your
I'll say it
side.
this way, Jason. I don't want you to believe what we're saying. The major point that we always make in here is we're challenging people to do the research for themselves. Because when you do, it's not what I'm saying, it's what you can test. So, number one test that you can do that doesn't cost a lot of money, that you can, maybe take a trip to go to a large body of water, okay? Preferably
Mm.
one that has a a long beach that you can see for miles.
Salt Lake City, right?
No, I don't know where you live. So whatever large body of water that you can get near. That's the only thing I'm asking you right now.
Mhm.
If it's possible that you have a friend, you can do it this way. Either a long distance observation or get a friend that can go at a distance away from you. Somewhere preferably in the either 10 to 15-mile range.
Yeah, 12
And
miles after 12 miles.
okay. You can have your friend do a mirror flash test. Mirror flash over a distance proves the line of sight is unobstructed by the curvature of the earth. So we have a line of sight to the person holding the mirror, and when they angle the mirror at a certain angle, you can be talking to them on the phone. They could show that the light coming off of the mirror will strike your eyeballs at a certain distance, at a certain angle. And that angle would be direct from you to them. It would make a straight line. So when it completes
Mm.
this mirror flash, it's showing that over the distance that there is no curve that's going to obstruct the view over that mirror flash because they're at the same elevation you are.
Mhm.
So mirror flash is a
So
good test. Hold on. There's just one. The next one could be a line of sight target to a ship going off into the horizon. Now you could see for a certain distance away a ship that goes away from you. Now there's been reports that you could see a ship farther past the predictable distance that the curve should actually be there. I'll give you an example. There's a ship that should disappear at a 6 foot observer height, a 6 foot observer height at about 3 to 4 miles away. That's where the curvature of the earth should start obstructing the bottom of that ship. We've have observations of ships far beyond that in the 20 to 30-mile range where a ship should have been obstructed by the curve a long way. So a ship an observer using a ship as a line of sight test can also notice that a ship far exceeds the predictable curvature that should be there to obstruct the viewer. So watching a ship, number 2. Number 3, laser test over water. Now I'm only briefly talking about these topics, but hopefully people can post in the text chat these things that I'm saying. Number 3 is laser test. Laser test over a body of water. Now lasers, depending on what kind of laser, because it all depends. You can't just use like one of those little pen lasers, the ones you buy at the store, 99 cents. You can't use those. Those are
I
not
know.
strong enough to propagate over a large distance. So you would have to, there are some universities that will loan out some of this equipment to do tests, depends on who you know. But they can do this test with a powerful laser that goes over like 20 miles or more. And being that that's the case, you can shoot it across a body of water. Well, we're using water at all times because water doesn't have the type of land topography that will obstruct the viewer, right? So without that, water is a good example of something you can use to measure, put a laser across it, and find out that you do not only have line of sight, but you have an actual a point of origin from the target, point of origin of the observer to the target. So that means that you have point A, which is where the observer is with his laser, and then you have point B where the target is, where they're going to shoot the laser on, and that's
Yeah, the
the
one
beam.
videos you sent me yesterday, same experiment
I'm
like
not.
that.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you've seen, right? I'm not sure, but it might
Laser
have been.
experiment,
Which one?
the greatest experiment, laser one. You sent me a YouTube video yesterday.
Oh, I
Of
didn't send
I
it to
don't
you.
know.
Somebody,
Yeah,
was me,
somebody
must.
sent
dude.
me. Yeah,
It was
so
me,
they
Yeah,
idiot.
sent
well,
me a video of
it was
laser.
probably Indio. Yeah, it's probably Indio.
Yeah,
Um,
so it was being projected from a distance, and the screen was, I guess, 15 miles away, and the laser was projecting, uh,
40
like
kilometers.
not projecting where it should if the Earth was curved.
yeah. There's. I mean, you could look up over the material. There's a lot of stuff, and I think DJ has one with a what is it? The 180 some PDF, that the document that you have with one of those.
No, that's the one
It's
Indio
not Lake
shared
Balaton,
yesterday.
right?
That's
Mm,
the
Not Lake
Effie
Balaton.
Colin one.
Balaton and the other one at Isomere. At Lake
Thanks,
Isomere.
DJ, for
So
sending
it's
that.
got both of them in there. That's
Yeah.
probably why he's confused. He probably read the first two. It's the other 5 that are really the B's and E's, I guess.
What shouldn't happen though, Jason? What should not happen
Mm,
is that laser
yeah,
reaching is what?
I agree.
Did
It
you
should
say
not
something?
happen.
Yeah. By all accounts, right? This laser should not
Mhm.
strike its target. And I don't care. Okay, so it does have a sort of spread over a distance. That much we do know because of the powerful laser that they're using, but not by
Mm,
much. It should spread to a certain amount, but if it hits its target, that's going to be the damning evidence against the Earth being a curved surface, which at
mm,
excuse me, over the distance, it should be calculable that the curve would obstruct the laser beam because of the height that it's above the ground. Because you have to take into consideration, right, how big the Earth is as a globe. When you start figuring out the metrics
yeah.
of the Earth being a globe, and then you apply that to geometry as far as like what should be seen over the distance, there's they come up with the 8-inch per mile squared
Mhm.
parabola. And so they're saying that the curvature of the Earth, this is what the mainstream is saying. And I'm not saying you are. You probably agreed with it for most of your life. You've been told it's a globe, right? So what they're saying is that the Earth being a globe would have this rotundity to it. So if you're
Mm,
going to be doing anything like laser tests, mirror flashes, line of sight, anything that you use, it's going to show obstruction at a specific distance away from the observer. So if you're at the beach looking across the surface, that curvature would be obstructing your view. It would be, because that's what they say that is obstructing your view when the ship disappears from the bottom up. So that means
mm,
that the curve is not too big that you can't see it, or see if its effects of the curve are affecting anything. What's happening is the curvature of the Earth is affecting things like the ship disappearing from the bottom up. So we have a situation here. Either the curvature of the Earth is obstructing things and can be measured to, or the Earth curve is not obstructing things and it can't be measured. There's two options.
okay.
So
So
this is what we're testing for right now. That's why I'm
yeah,
giving you these tests.
yeah, I'll see all the resources that DJ has sent in the chat. I have a quick question. Uh,
Yeah.
that is okay. Let's like uh, it is that uh. So what shape of Earth do you have in mind? Like, if is it entirely flat, like a paper, or what?
I get what you're saying. I know the question very well. Here's what
I'm just
here's what
curious.
we're telling you.
I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
calling you, so
I
yeah,
know
I'm
you're
just
not, and
curious.
I hear the honesty coming through. Okay, so just allow me to respond in likeness. Okay,
Okay.
so the Earth the known territory, the known world is a horizontal plane. The known world.
Okay.
The unknown is, it could be anything, right? So let's put it this way. If we're on top of a giant floating whatever, we wouldn't know that. All we know is the known territory. Can you follow me when I say this?
Yeah.
So the known territory is what we observe as a horizontal plane. Now, that being said, the unknown, like if there was more to this place, more to the realm, we wouldn't have the information for this. Like, let's say if the earth was a giant object, we wouldn't know this. The only thing we can know is the surface condition. The surface condition is such that it is a horizontal plane. Now, outside of this, it could be something else, right? But our minds are not thinking that, because okay, a lot of people would like an answer to the shape of the thing we're on. That means the entire thing. We don't have that answer. We do not have this answer.
Okay.
I was very clear, and I'm telling you the truth. Like this is not like a subject of what shape is the whole thing that we're on. There's not an answer for this. What we can tell you is the known territory, everywhere people have been, is a horizontal plane.
Okay.
Everywhere.
Do you remember there was an incident? I'm not sure if that was correct. There was a flight that departed and got lost for years. I'm not sure if that is true, or I
The
just
Malaysian
like
flight.
yeah.
Still lost.
So can that be a reason for this?
No. That has okay. No, it happened over the known territory. The known territories, everywhere that plane was the plane was traveling over known places. That's because when I say known, I mean that everywhere people have traveled. So the distance from that plane that you say disappeared was in between two places that are known. So we're
Okay.
talking about outside of the already traveled places. Outside of that, like we wouldn't know. And I mean, I could give your mind something to think about, but if there's any region on this land that we haven't been able to say for sure what it looks like.
Okay. So you are saying the known region is like a flat
Yeah,
paper-like, but unknowns you are not sure about the
yeah, that's
how.
correct. Yes, that's correct. That's
So I have.
exactly what we're saying.
Yeah, I understand you. So let's assume the unknown Earth is flat, right? The known Earth. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so how would you explain uh, Antarctica? Like we can go from south of Africa to Antarctica, and if we travel straight, you can come back to Asia. So how do you justify that on a flat plane
Yeah.
of known world?
What are you talking about? A flight or a boat trip? What
No.
form of?
I'm just saying, like I understand you're saying that the unknown Earth is like a flat plane. We don't know about the unknown world. Okay. So my question is, how do you like comprehend
Nobody ever did
Antarctica?
that. Nobody ever did
No,
what you just suggested.
first let me finish. Okay, if we go south of South Africa, okay, travel straight down from South Africa to Antarctica, right? Okay, and then we move straight, and then when we will end up in Asia.
Yeah,
So
I get what you're saying.
on a flat map, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just trying to
I
get
do
what
get
you
what
are.
you're. I
So
get what
on a
you're
flat
saying. This
map,
question.
on
Yeah,
a flat
I
map,
know
how
what
do
you're
you
saying.
comprehend that?
How do you comprehend that flight? Okay, I know what you're saying, but I'm gonna have to agree with DJ on this one. Okay, this question actually was brought up to us, and there's actual practical reasons why they don't make this flight, and what our argument can come from a more practical reasoning behind why this flight cannot happen. And we're not just saying this flight doesn't happen. We're saying it cannot happen because of restrictions that these flights have. Now, the restrictions would be that they have to be able to be able to land somewhere that's safe for people, and traveling over those areas are not somewhere safe that they could land. Like even for the globe, So in both
Mhm.
cases, the idea that they cannot travel over this region would still remain. The idea that you think they can travel over these regions is not found anywhere. The reasons that we hear that, because we had this kind of debate like back in this was back in 2016, 2017, when they were saying that this flight can happen. So we looked into this, right? The pilots that would travel over this region would all say that it's not safe for traveling over, because they're not somewhere they could land the plane in case of an emergency. And this is the pilot's top priority is safety. They have to make sure the passengers are safe, that if something does occur, they're able to put the plane into a place where they can land safely for the passengers. So they don't travel over these areas because of safety regulations. Not because the Earth is a globe or flat, because they can't travel over these regions based on safety. So I hear what you're saying. I know what you mean. And if you could do this flight, it would prove something, but nobody makes these flights.
Can I add something? Okay.
Yeah.
If you go from South Africa if you have to take a flight from South Africa to Australia, like for New Zealand, let's not Australia, let's suppose New Zealand. So do you know what is the route of the airplane? Okay, it
No,
travels from South Africa to Antarctica, and then it goes to New Zealand. So that flight has been done actually.
well, if it's over you said New Zealand?
Okay, yeah, if the flight is from, there are flights that go from South Africa to New Zealand, and the path that they take is Antarctica. So a flight takes off from South Africa, goes to Antarctica, and then to New Zealand. It does not land in Antarctica, but it flies over Antarctica.
Yeah,
Not
but
true.
So how do you comprehend a flat Earth map?
That doesn't happen. That doesn't happen. There is no flight that does that.
I'll show you. Wait, I'll try to find it. I'm not claiming anything.
well,
But
let's see.
try
Let's
to
see the
find.
evidence of what. Go ahead and present what you have.
No, I'll try to find. See, I'm saying I'm not sure, but just saying, how do you comprehend if that's true? How do you comprehend
Well, he's saying it
Antarctica
doesn't
is not
happen.
flat?
So the challenge to you right now is that it doesn't happen. You're gonna have to find a way to prove that it did happen or it
Yeah,
does
I'm
happen.
trying to
Okay.
as I said
This was hold on, Jason. This was a claim that you're making that's not
No, I'm not
substantiated
making
by
a claim.
anything you're
So
bringing up.
please
Yeah, it is a claim.
don't put words in my mouth. I said I'll try to find. I'm not
Why did
sure
you
of
make
it.
this claim though? Why did you make the claim? I don't understand. Why would you say something
What
that you
claim did I
can't back
make?
up?
What
That
claim did I make?
the flight happens the places you say that it happens. You said the flight
Yeah.
flight is
I'm finding.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, why would you make this claim if you're looking for it right now?
Yeah, because I
Right.
read it somewhere.
Okay.
I'll just
So get
I mean,
the
but
information.
why wouldn't you have it in front of you? Why you telling us about it? Well, it's
Yeah,
just
you should get
evidence.
listen. In other words, what everybody wants you to do is get the information ready and then present it. Don't say a claim that you don't have in front of you. Have
but I
something in
did
front of you.
Mr. I did tell you that I might not be able to find, so I was not actually, I could be wrong. I was just asking you, how do you comprehend
I mean,
Antarctica in
like
your
I think
flat
like
Earth map?
whoever like telling you this stuff or DMing you this stuff, I think you need to just start telling them to present the evidence before you come in here and say it. Because I think what a lot of you guys do is you guys pretty much talk to one another in these
Why
other
are you
rooms,
stereotyping me? Why are
and
you
then you guys
stereotyping
come
me?
in here and make claims, and then you
I'm
guys
not
don't have
talking to you,
nothing
I'm
to
talking
back
to
it
that
up.
person. Only one
Yeah,
person
it's
that was talking to
but
me.
Jason, this is a lesson. This is a teachable lesson for you. It's a teachable lesson. So the panel wants to chime in on the teachable lesson. They want to show you that you can't just say something, not have the information in your hands. You have to have it in your hands if you're going to present it.
Okay,
It's a
I
teachable
don't
moment.
have evidence right now. I'll try and find it and share it in the chat
That's
someday.
fine. Hey, listen, that's fine. So long as you make a claim, you have to have it in your hands. You can't make this claim and then not have the information ready. That's all.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Okay. I was asking you, how do you comprehend Antarctica and flat Earth map?
Well, it doesn't need to
Like,
be comprehended. Okay, number one, it doesn't need to be comprehended. The Antarctica is a landmass, yeah? We all know this. So it's a place you can go to. Now, whether or not it looks like the way the map is projecting, we do not know. The map is showing one way that Antarctica looks like. Yes, we all know this.
Yeah.
But the verification of how it actually looks, nobody can give that information. The only thing you know is what the map is projecting. The map projects a visualization of the entirety of Antarctica. But if I was to ask you, how do they know, whoever gave this projection, how do they know this is what Antarctica looks like? What would your response be for that? How did they figure it out that this is what Antarctica looks like? What would you say?
I'm not sure.
Right, that's important, right? The important thing
Yeah.
is you have to figure out how do they know what Antarctica looks like, because your question that you're asking us is about Antarctica. So how would we know if somebody else gave us information about a map projection about what Antarctica looks like? They're giving us this
Okay.
information. This is what Antarctica looks like. And we're like, well, how did you get the information? We're questioning you guys.
Yeah. Okay, I was just exploring that laser experiment, and it was like it was disproving Earth's curvature. So if this is such a big discovery, why is not everyone talking about it? Because
We are flat Earth
no,
from the
we are
time.
talking about, but why
Let
is
me tell
not
you like this.
universities talking
Well,
about
let me
it and
hold on. Let me tell you
researchers
like this,
doing
dude.
research?
Yeah, you're wanting to know why more people aren't discussing this. It's simple.
Yeah.
People have a strong belief in the Earth being a globe, so they outwardly dismiss it, outright of hand. Let's say I was approaching an academic, because we have approached many PhDs, many astrophysicists. We talk to these guys. The thing that happens when we talk to them is that they're teaching a certain type of curriculum. Their curriculum doesn't include flat Earth. So when we're talking about this, it's not something that they're getting paid to do. It's not something that they need to look into, because there's already a considerably amount of information of what they call settled science, right? In quotations. They call this settled science. So they're not going to entertain a discussion about flat Earth, because they have already, they will say that ever since, people can investigate what the Earth is, we know it's a globe. They're not going to give flat Earth the time of day in academia because of this. There's already it's an established truth in the academic realm, so you can't challenge it, even though that's not what science says. Because science usually, like the way they describe it, you can challenge anything you want. That's not true. That is not true. Because we've tested this claim that you can challenge, like what you're asking right now. It's valid, right? It's valid. But what we're coming up against is people that are outwardly denying the fact that there is a difference between a belief in something like the globe and actually knowing it's a globe. There's a difference. So it's not your fault, right? It's not your fault or anybody else's that I grew up knowing that the Earth was a globe. Like in my head, I thought it was. I was convinced because I didn't have to look into it, Jason. Neither do you, nor do you. So let's say you can leave this chat forever, never think about flat Earth, and you'll be fine. Like you're thinking that the Earth is a globe, because you don't have to look into it. It's not a part of your day-to-day life. Your day-to-day life doesn't consist of trying to figure out whether the Earth is flat or globe. It's kind of a fun thing for you right now, but okay. So the information that they're telling you is that you can't know that it's an actual globe because you're too close to the surface. It looks locally flat, but your perception of the Earth is such that you can't see it because you're just like an ant on a beach ball. So they tell you these things and you accept them because you're not a scientist or somebody who can have the means to explore this. So you defend the idea that the Earth is a globe based on that. It's not your fault. You defend it out of just like you don't want somebody to challenge this. And so this is what I'm telling you. This is why, the reason, I put it this way, the reason why you've been coming into this room curious about it is because there's something in your mind that you think that we're saying that could be true. Not saying that you believe us or anything, but you in your head you're like, I don't know, man. I've challenged it, and it's like I can't find something that would debunk them. A lot of people in here have
Mm,
already tried that, but the the system, the one that it doesn't matter what country either. What the system is, it's going to teach people
mm,
a belief system without being challenged. You cannot challenge this system. I'll give you an example. You can go out to your friends or whatever, and you could ask them
mm.
the question, "Hey, what do you guys think if the Earth was flat? What do you just?" I'm going to ask a question. What do you guys think about this? The moment you say this, they're going to
Your
make fun of
honest
you.
friend. Yeah.
Yeah. So just the reaction of your friends, not even academia, just your friends. They're going to make fun of you. They're going to say you're stupid and we're going back to the Stone Age and all kinds of stuff.
Mm,
But that prevents people from actually investigating. That right there, what I just told you, that's
mm,
going to prevent them. That's why, like, dude, this has been out for like 10 years already, like straight out on the internet, on social media and everything. People have been talking about it. Everyone knows that flat Earth is a discussion, but they reject it based on like not being able to investigate it. Just like you can investigate if the Earth is a globe. You cannot. Can do this.
Okay. I have another question for you. Uh, we humans, we follow patterns, right?
Huh?
So visually, we can see moon is a sphere, is a globe. Sun is a globe. So and other like Saturn, we have spotted Saturn with, and other Jupiter with telescope. We can clearly see they are globes. So why are we like
Yeah.
why
Why are
are
we
we
debating
saying that
this? Why is this a thing?
not only?
Okay.
No, let me finish,
Yeah.
please. I was quiet when you were speaking, please. Uh, okay, so when all other planets and stars that we can visually see are globe, why are we discriminating Earth? And why are we not uh, taking reference from them? Like,
They're
why
not
are we
what
discriminating Earth?
they're not what you think they are. Let's put it that way.
Explain me
You
that.
say that
Elaborate.
you don't. Okay, the moon definitely looks like it has features that could show that it's kind of like spherical. It does look that way to the human eye. But what I'm asking though is a knowledge claim about if it is one or not is not able to be made on from the Earth to the moon. So when you look at the moon, you can say it looks like something you think it is. The next step is how do you know it's that thing that you think it is? What would you have to do
I
to
can
make a
see it with
knowledge
my
claim?
eyes.
I know, but observation is only the first step, my friend. Observation is not the end.
If we, that is a clear observation. Like we can't deny
Yeah.
moon is not a globe. It
No,
is
no, no,
at
no. What
least
I'm
not a
telling you,
circle.
no. What I'm telling you is, you can say that, right? Because it looks like what you think it is. It's what it looks like.
Yeah.
I'm not taking that away from you or me. It's what it looks like. But if you want to test to see if it actually is what you're saying it is, what would you have to do?
Mm, could you say that again, please?
If you wanted to test the Earth, the moon, to be what you think
Mm,
it is, you think it's a globe, what would you have to
mm.
do?
We would have to travel to it and
Thank
see
you.
the other side.
That's right. You'd have to go investigate, right? You'd have to make your
Yeah.
own trip there and check it out and look at it from different angles. And yeah, you said it correctly.
Yeah, but
Otherwise,
visually
otherwise,
it is a circle, right? Even if
yeah,
we say
yes,
it's not a
yes.
globe,
No,
it's
no,
not.
no. Okay, no. Listen, man. What I'm saying is exactly what you're saying. It looks like something. It looks like a globe. It looks like it's got features. All these things. Not wrong to say that. I don't care who you are in this room right now. When you look at the
Mm,
moon, this is what it looks like. What it
mm,
is, though, what it actually is unknown because you can't verify what it. You could say anything about it, right? It doesn't matter to me. What matters is how you know it's the thing you say it is. Because
mm,
observation is one step, right? It's one step. But you know that observation is always the first step. You see something, you say it looks like a globe, it looks like it's got features, but you can't conclusively determine it is until you investigate or be able to validate. That's what
mm.
exactly it is.
Okay. Okay. My next question is that why do you think we have been brainwashed this way? Like, who was the beneficiary of, like, was it a conspiracy or what?
Yeah.
Why
Well,
is
it has its beginnings in like esoteric teachings. Esoteric by like religious beginnings. So I don't know if you know who Pythagorean is, right? Pythagoras?
yeah, I know Pythagoras theorem.
Yeah, he's the one who invented that spheres are the most perfect shape in the universe. A sphere.
Yeah.
So all things that appear in the world would take this form because that's the most perfect, and it comes with this whole cultish idea. So it had its beginnings of why people would even make these claims, right? And then of course, like you and I say, they're looking at the moon and the sun. They're going to start to think that what they're saying is true because it sounds like it's a good way of logical thinking. It's a good logical process.
Yeah.
But even having this is just assuming, and it's not knowing, right? But it had its roots in that, and so you got individuals that were going to cement this idea by Eratosthenes. You get Aristotle looking at the lunar eclipse, and a lot of things that would insinuate the idea that the Earth is something that they're making a claim to what it is.
But
So
that was
they don't.
ancient times, right? So we
Yes,
have
yes.
like if we have a big discovery like that, let's experiment. So we are not talking about ancient time. They might be wrong. Pythagoras
They were
might
wrong.
be wrong. Yeah, so they could be wrong. They might be wrong. But my question is, like, if it is really a big thing and it's true, why people why bodies like NASA and all big institutions, why don't they research on this? Like, why are
Because
the why? Because they are the ones who believes on facts and figures. We live in a
yes,
we live in a century that is the age of knowledge and scientific era.
yep,
So, and also,
that's
please,
true.
somebody in the panel share an image of how do you comprehend the known world, the map. How do you comprehend that, the map of the
That's not
known world? I'm
that's
not
not
talking
able
about
to
the
be.
unknown.
Yeah, I know. That's not able to be given, and I'll give you the great reason why.
Mm,
Cartography is not an exact science. It is not in some way we're going to be able to detail what something looks like. It's an estimation of what they think continents are. A map projection is all it's giving you is
mm,
the idea of what it was used for. Like in many aspects, the Mercator map was used for navigation over the oceans, so it was useful for that specific thing. But the Mercator map still had like a worldview that was supplanted on it that was not known as far as like the distances to the landmasses, the orientation. It was giving people an idea of what they were looking at when they traveled from point A to point B. So to give you or anyone else here an idea of what the Earth looks like as a flat Earth is not
mm.
it's not a
No,
possibility, and the
I'm not
reasons
saying
being.
to give you me the exact and the very correct map. I know that it's not possible. Just how flat earthers comprehend the known world.
A horizontal plane. So I get what you mean, but it's a, so
I'll share an image. Is that how you comprehend? Uh,
what image?
I shared that earlier as well. Is that how people comprehend the flat Earth concept?
Live stream Earth from
No,
space.
the I have sent another image.
Okay, the one underneath that.
Yeah, the image. Can you see
Square,
the
the
image?
Hebrew square Earth.
Oh
I'm just asking
no,
you.
no, no,
Okay,
no. Most of these memes and things that you see, these are
is that
just
a
like,
meme?
I'd say.
I saw it on Google
No,
Maps. So
man.
Google
Listen,
Images.
it doesn't. Okay, when you search for information about flat Earth, what you're gonna get is a lot of social media coming up and saying what they think flat Earth is. You're gonna get the pizza disc in space. You're gonna get this thing and many others. So
Hmm.
24/7 flat Earth. And when you come in here, we've been the leading edge of the conversation. Everybody else is falling behind. They don't They're not up to date with all the information. So you're at the very top of the flat Earth food chain in here. There isn't anything more that you wouldn't be able to ask us that we'd be able to tell you. Research has been done by all the individuals that are a part of this group many times over. So we know the information on what to give you and how to do it. Right? So what I'm telling you is that there is not a flat Earth map based on what I'm saying. The research collaboratively been done from all the people in this room. We check each other, right? So let's say a person from our group says, "Hey, we found the flat Earth map," or whatever, or whatever. I know they wouldn't say that, but if they do, they'll present it. We'll look at it. We'll review the information. We make sure that it's some way we can test this information to be true. And if it's not been able to be validated, we don't put it into what we say. So if you hear us saying that there is something that we can present to you and here it is, then you better be sure that you can test and verify its authenticity. Now, if it's not something we're presenting, then you can rest assured there is nothing out there that people have been presenting for flat Earth. Now, there's ideas. There was Antonio Subrats was posting what he thinks the Earth looks like. Mark Sargent had his own version of what the Earth looks like. Many of these flat Earth proponents were putting out what they think the Earth looks like and orientation that would satisfy like the sun's movements and whatever.
Can I
But
ask you
there
one more
hasn't.
thing?
Yeah.
Okay, so if the Earth is suppose the Earth is perfectly not a perfect globe, right? Let's suppose.
Okay.
Can that be a reason that the laser was pointing very below where it should have been pointing?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, it would be reasonable for you to ask that question. But on the other hand, the Earth would not be conforming to the specific size that they say it is. Now, that's important, right? Because if there was some other factor that we didn't include in our test, then we would have already known that by way of understanding like the question that you just made. What if the Earth is some other kind of form? Perhaps there's flat spots. And there's, if we would have known that already, that would have been something we would have included in our test. We would have said, hey, when you go do your test in, I don't know, Pakistan, make sure that you're going to do it to where you're adjusting for this specific deviation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I'm saying that we are not sure.
Jason, can I interject for a second?
What? I'm sorry
Yeah.
for interrupting you.
Joseph?
What we look in the sky isn't equivalent to what standing on. That's objective.
Yeah.
Because if you look up and you see a light, it's not a solid ground. Because all lights, when seen from very far away, will look spherical. Because light has a radius.
He was asking a different question, I think. It was a question about
I was answering to something he said in the chat.
Oh, earlier in the chat, on the chat. Okay, my bad.
Yeah, continue. Don't worry.
So I think he was just going on about the land. So the land, yeah, that has not been something that has been able to be understood from a vantage point. Okay, so the live stream that you posted too, the one earlier, was it ISS or whatever? So the Earth that they're portraying there, what specific map does that equate to that you can tell? Because it's the Earth from that view should give you at least what projection you should look at, right? Which map projection is closest to the one that the ISS is showing you? And I'm saying do this research for yourself. You don't have to do it right now, but when you go away and you do the research, try to find out what map projection the Earth that they're showing you from the ISS actually resembles, which is the one that it's closer to. That's kind of like homework for you, so you can realize if you're going to be talking about this topic, which map you'd actually be referring to versus another one. Because there's hundreds of maps, as you may or may not know. You look up in Google.
Okay. Mister, there's a guy in the chat, Tactical Droid. So I guess we are having a mature and serious conversation, and he's actually trying to troll. So I'm not sure why he's doing that.
All right, well,
Throughout
listen,
this
there's
conversation, I
been
have been
some.
serious and I have been I've acted like a serious questioner, a student trying to learn. But
Okay,
I
well, at
do
least
get
we.
offended by people who
All right. Well, let's do it this way. Or let's just reset. All right. So if there was some trolling things that you were doing earlier, because a lot of people have seen you a couple of days in here, they're taking a look at your demeanor based on the length of time you've been here. So you're saying you want to start fresh. You want to take a fresh look at this. That's fine with me. That's fine with me. But however, the chat might still feel like they've seen you from another day where you were trolling. So you have to give them at least that much. If someone's gonna give you the benefit of the doubt, then you're gonna have to give them a reason to do that and not engage in say, look, I came in, I was trolling, but I don't want to troll right
I do
now.
agree with that. Yesterday I was talking to Indio, so if he does that, I'll be okay because I did troll him yesterday. But there's
Okay.
some other guy who's just trolling me because I made a logic in the chat. So okay,
All right. Well,
let's forget this and let's come back to the discussion because I'm not going to go into that. Okay, Joseph, you were trying to say something. Could you please say that? Like you were trying to explain me something.
he's asking you, Joseph. He might not be able to come to his mic.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
So
No,
He's
I
trying to
was
get to his mic.
making a point that you're making a false equivalency. You can just say that because we look up and we see spheres, then the ground is a sphere. That's simply logical. You have to prove that first, even if those things are spheres.
Yep.
Because if I take your same reasoning, I can say we have people here, we have life here, but we don't see life up there in the sky. So what then? It's a false equivalency. That's all.
yeah.
He just made a point. That's all.
Yeah, okay. So my only my last one of the last things that make me not be like I just want like even if I believe a flat earth, okay, and somebody I tell my friends that earth is flat, so what they would ask me to try to like they would ask me how I imagine earth as. So they might ask me to draw a map or give me a map of how I comprehend as a flat earth as the known earth. So as long as I don't see that like thing, it would be difficult for me to actually believe. I am very thankful for you of being so polite and giving me a chance to do this serious discussion.
Of course. Yeah, of course.
I'll read all the things that JD has sent me. I'm not sure if JD is in the
He's on the
chat or
call right
not.
now. No,
Yeah,
he's on
so
the call.
he's in the call, I guess. Okay, he sent me some resources. I'll see them, and also like I have my own questions, so I'll also try to research on them. Until then, I'll just like I'll I'll try to find how to comprehend flat Earth.
Jason, listen, man. I appreciate the change of demeanor. It's well appreciated by the group as well. What we don't have is people.
Apologize for being like for laughing earlier. I apologize to all of you.
It's all good, man. I'll tell you like this. All right, I'll be honest with you, man. Everybody's had a different reaction when they first heard this, and a lot of people were trolling flat Earth before they actually started to become flat earthers in this chat. I'm telling you that this is the honest truth, man, because it sounds like very stupid. It sounds ridiculous. It doesn't sound like logical at all. So I agree with you. But the only thing I would say, if you're going to take it to the next level, please do your research. Don't. I know, dude. I know you want to ask us a lot of questions, but the more research you do, the better you're going to formulate those questions. So we can answer more specific to what research you've done. Let's say you, for instance, right? You do research on like on flights, on maps, on whatever it is you on Antarctica. It doesn't matter. When you do your research on that and you start finding information out, you can come in here and then we can talk about it. Like you said, hey, I made my research on flights. There's this map that they're showing that the flat Earth, the way it works, and then there's a map they're showing how the globe works. And then we can talk about spherical coordinate systems. We can talk about the reasoning behind why people think. Just once you do your research, you come in and it's a more robust conversation versus
Yeah, because I'll add one more thing. Like day before yesterday, I was completely unaware of this concept. So I had a friend,
Mhm.
and he told me that there are people who believe flat Earth. So I never
Right.
knew this concept
Yeah,
2 days
yeah,
ago. And
yeah.
secondly, I also think that I'm a Muslim, right? So in our religion, there have been some uh, some uh, some stories, narrations that do suggest that there are some hidden parts of the world that no human has ever been to.
Hmm.
For example, and I used to wonder how could that be when we have all the globe in our sight.
Hmm.
So maybe that could be that might be true, that we might have unknown places in the earth
So what I
which
said
human.
actually, what I said earlier to you made sense to you because of this. Like it did make sense to you because you thought about back in the time when someone said this. I mean,
Because
it could have been one
in,
of your, it could have been one of your imams or where you go to place of worship, but you heard it, it made sense. So this could be the case. I mean, at least it gave you a chance to think about it. Because
okay,
if you didn't
so
have that in your head, you
my
wouldn't
religion,
think about it.
there's a story of Gog Magog. Okay, not only I believe it, all Christians, Jews, we Abrahamic religions believe in Gog Magog. So it was a story that a prophet of God uh, caged a group of people on this earth in between two mountains. And according to all the Abrahamic religions, those people are still in this earth, and they'll come out one day. So I used to wonder, why can't we see those mountains with satellites?
Mm-hmm. Well,
You
yeah. Maybe the Earth isn't what we've been told, Jason. And this is why people are investigating this. Like, I know what you were saying earlier about why can't we approach academia, but there's problems
Mhm.
with that because academia will not take any of this information seriously, not even to look at it. The mention of flat Earth, it turns everything off in their brain as if we're speaking something very silly and not serious. So it's hard to
can
have a conversation.
can I add one thing? Like
Yeah.
when I was new to this concept, even though I don't believe it right now, but I do respect your opinion. I'll research on it more. But when I was new to this concept, when somebody told me Earth was flat, so do you know why I thought it's stupid? Because I thought what would be on the other side of the flat
Yeah.
disk. This
Yeah.
is one of, and I used to wonder the corners. How would the corners be if let's suppose Earth is a flat disk? How would the shift
Yeah.
in the curvature of the corner? So there must be a curvature at the corner, or
Yeah.
there could be rectangle like 90-degree perpendicular. Let's assume we have a cuboid.
Yeah. Hey, let me tell you a little
A
story
flat.
real quick, man. So I told my friend, my very good friend that I know in real life, here where I live. I told him the moment like 10 years ago, I told him about flat Earth. I was like, dude, the Earth is flat, and I sent him an image of the AE map because that's when I first started to learn about this. I don't think that way now, but I sent it to him, and the first thing that he sent me back in a response, he
What
circled
was
on
that
the edge,
image?
huh?
What was that image?
The AE map, azimuthal
Uh,
equidistant projection.
I'll see that. I don't know about that map.
You
AE
just
map.
yeah, the azimuthal equidistant projection
Yeah,
map.
yeah,
So
yeah,
AE.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay,
I
it's
sent him.
on my screen. Yeah.
Yeah, I sent him this right as an image, and he circled
Mm,
the edge of it, and he says, and he put it in like a, like when you write with a, like the marker app. He put it on a marker on, and he pointed an arrow at the end, and he said, "Where's the edge?" That's the first thing he told me when I sent him that image. Where's the edge?
yeah,
That
and
was his
also
first
where is
question to me.
Antarctica? Like
Well, yeah, I
if we
mean,
assume, yeah, where is Antarctica, or otherwise where is Greenland if we put Antarctica in between?
well, that okay. So what I'm saying is that the first response that people usually get is a reaction to like, well, how is it that you say the Earth is flat if we know the Earth has the way that it looks on with the maps and all that? So the first thing that a mind goes to when you talk, like you said, your friends, you make this question to your friends, they're gonna be looking at you like, do you have a map or something I can look at? So that's the first thing that when people want to learn, they want to see something visual. They want you to present to them something they can see. Because that's what the globe Earth offers them something they can look at. They can look at a globe. You get it?
So
That's why
yeah, I
they
do.
have that idea.
I do respect your opinions on this, and we should the very opinion that I respect of you all is that we should verify everything that we are told. Okay, can I ask you one last question? I'll leave and I'll give others chance.
Okay.
Let's like, how do you know that if we measure distance of Antarctica? I'm just saying Antarctica again and again because we can also say Greenland, but Antarctica. Do you know? We can go from like. Do you know that distance from South Africa to Antarctica, South America to Antarctica, from Australia to Antarctica, they are quite similar, right? So Antarctica is reachable from all of these three places that are quite far away from with a very similar distance, right?
Yeah, you need to
You
when
understand what
you
I'm saying? I'll
yeah,
rephrase
I
it if
know
you
what you
want.
mean. I know what you mean, but okay, so when you do your research on this is important, right? Because you're bringing it up as your last question. It's important when you make your research on this, research the flights that actually travel there, or if it's travels restricted based on safety regulations. You need to look into this because it's so important that because you're asking this last question. You need to make your research on this. You have to. When you come back next time, hopefully, you will make your research on this and find out what flights actually travel this way, and you can then approach us with information that we can talk about. How about that?
There had been one flight recently that was from South America to Antarctica by a young lad. He was flying his Cessna 172, and he was actually arrested when he landed in Antarctica. So one flight is there that proves we can go from South America, from Argentina to Antarctica. I find two more flights, one from South Africa to Antarctica and one from Australia to Antarctica, and see how much distance they have covered. If that distance is quite similar, then that means Antarctica is uh, in middle of all of these things because uh,
Well,
Africa,
yeah. I
Australia,
mean,
South America is quite
let's
far
just
away. But when
let's just
we
get the facts. That Jason, get the facts down and submit it in the text chat. When you get your facts, put it in the text chat, and we'll review it. We're not above reviewing your information to see if what you've collected is something that is something we can make sense out of. But you have to first collect all of this information and then submit it in the text channel, and we will review it, no doubt.
Sure. Thanks a lot, mate.
Yeah, appreciate it, man.
Okay.
Just quickly as well, I don't think there are any flights from Australia to Antarctica. Just wanted to throw that in there. I have looked into this before, and I've
I'll
never
find
been
one.
from Australia. I've never heard about flights from New Zealand
Yeah.
to Antarctica or from Australia to Antarctica.
So if he does present something, then we'll review it. We'll look into it.
Yeah.
As
I
we
think you have to go. You have to fly
agreed,
from Australia to
I
Chile,
have
and then you
some
can get to
evidence.
Antarctica.
Oh, DJ just left. You just popped out, DJ. You still there?
Yeah, just hit the disconnect button randomly. I don't know why.
Jeez. All right. Well, thanks, Jason, for your time. We're gonna move on to any other speaker. If you guys,
Yeah, sure.
if you guys want to come in with your questions and what's up to the panel. Thanks for letting Jason kind of review some information. He's changed his demeanor from the first day he's came in here, so hopefully people give him the benefit of the doubt and kind of let off the gas a little because he learned a lot from his interactions with us. So that's at least a big accomplishment, I think. A lot of people don't get to this stage of realization, so most people just flame out. We never see him again. So it's important, right? This next step that he's taking, the journey of like research and discovery. I mean, that's what we're trying to do, right? Like that's the heart of our aim, is to give people enough information to challenge their worldview that they could actually come back and, agree or see our viewpoint. Be like, hey, you guys were not just whistling Dixie, man. You guys are really saying something here. That's a turn of phrase I like. I heard Indio use it, so I'm using it now. Oh yeah, I mean we got Indio in here, DJ, myself. Got a few people that can take your questions. Professor Triangle's in here too. Reg Joe.
What's the topic of discussion?
Midnight Glober. Topic is evidence of the Earth being a globe. We're in English Hub channel, so our English Hub Discord. We want to at least put some information out for people to investigate. So if the Earth, in some way that you in your research was thought to be as a globe, we can expose that. Whether you're a globe head or you're a flat earther, doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, I'm just wondering what the last guy was asking about. I mean,
He was basically on a journey right now, and at first he was coming in pretty hot and heavy with the trolling vibes, and everybody kind of was, we're all against the trolls, but he started to change his mind, at least to give it a chance to make some, real legitimate questions and try to figure things out. So he was talking about certain like aspects of presenting flat earth to someone. If you're really going to change your mind and the way that you think about the earth, like how could you present it to like friends or family, or if somebody asks you questions, what would be your response, that sort of stuff. And I don't have we spoken before, Midnight? I don't, you look some like familiar, but
probably.
do you sit on the side of globe or flat earth?
I mean, I guess I don't really sit on one side, technically. I mean, I guess more the globe, but I'm very open-minded and interested in
Good.
the flat earth position.
Well, that is good. That is good. You're interested. What would be the strongest point in your mind that would keep you to thinking that the earth is a globe? Because there's something that does challenge everybody. And I've heard of this. I'll give you an idea. I've heard of people saying that the reason why they can't contemplate flat earth is because they think space is a reality. The vacuum space, like where they think we exist in. It's too big of a logical leap to imagine the earth as a flat earth with all these round planets. Do you get what I mean? I'll give kind of an example as to what keeps people from actually thinking about this. So, I don't know where you're at with it, but you might think that satellites are the reason why you can't think about the Earth as a horizontal plane, but I don't know why. So, what would be your hinge or your hang up? Your hinge. What's your hang up for the globe?
Honestly, it's really like not that complicated. It's more just like because I was taught that, like the globe is like the hive mind position of the world. So like that's how I just kind of accepted that conclusion.
You know
That's
what's
pretty much
real
it.
strange? You know what's real strange, Midnight, is that it's not the default position, even though it seems that way. It's not the default position because let's say you never told a child that they're on a spinning globe, they would never know that. Their perception of the Earth growing up is not one of being on a globe. So the default is actually flat Earth, to be honest. It just seems like it's globe because we were inundated with this information at a very young age. It just feels that way.
Yeah.
Yeah, default is a flat Earth. But yeah, I mean, appreciate you giving us the time of day for this, and listening to the interactions is another part of like maybe you want to ask the question that somebody's saying, and we're going through it with them. So we do have other people in here. If you guys want to chime in here, see, we got Volume at 100%. Welcome, Volume. You want to say hello to the chat?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're discussing the topic of the nature of our Earth. What do you think our Earth is, Volume?
The Earth is. What should I say?
Whatever it is you think the Earth is.
The Earth is a planet,
Okay.
and people living here.
Okay. What evidence do you have to rely on, Volume, that the Earth is a planet?
Pardon? I'm not very good at speaking English, so sometimes I wouldn't understand what you say.
Doing a pretty good job so far. So why do you think it's a globe, man?
The globe. Globe? What is the globe?
The planet.
Globe? Planet?
Yeah, why do you think the Earth is a planet?
Planet is is orbit. On the sun is a circle, and around the sun, so planet.
Yeah, there might be a language barrier here, Volume. I think there might be a language barrier. So perhaps if you have some more English, perhaps if you make some more English classes that you can or go attend more English classes, you'll be able to have a conversation in here. That's not a problem. We'll wait for later.
Can I ask something, Avi?
Yeah. I'm gonna let Volume. Okay, Volume. Maybe when your English is better, we can have a conversation with you. Is that okay?
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Can you put yourself on mute because we got some background noise coming.
Avi?
Thank you. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, is my English good that you can understand? Is
Yeah.
my English
For the most
understandable?
part, you're more like intermediate to advanced. I'm saying.
Okay, so
from
you
what
were
I
able to
gather.
understand what I was trying to articulate.
Yeah, we we discussed many things, and in the process of that, the conversation was, didn't really have trouble listening through your accent, so it wasn't a problem. Your English is good. It's not a
Okay.
problem.
Okay, if somebody else is not speaking, how can I ask how flat Earth is comprehend sun rotation and stars rotating through night and day and night?
Mm-hmm.
Like, how do you
So
comprehend them?
a
Because
visual.
as I've sent in the chat, I've sent a message in the chat that current globe perspective that we are told, it kind of perfectly fits this all, like how we comprehend stars moving, Earth rotating. So we feel like stars moving, Earth is
Yep.
rotating, so we feel like sun is coming from like sun is setting,
East
and
going to the west. Yeah.
yeah,
I
and
have an answer. I have an answer for you.
mm,
So the answer would be that it has nothing to do with the Earth being a globe, but in fact, it looks like the stars are like a dome above us, like a dome. So if you ever been to a place that looks like where you can see all the stars, like from horizon to horizon, it looks like there's a big dome of stars above us, and this is considerably known as the celestial sphere. Now, celestial sphere is just an observation from a vantage point of you, right? So it has a specific orientation that's locked into your perspective. So they say that the celestial sphere can be thought of as being centered on the Earth or the observer. And in this case, we're saying it's completely centered on the observer. Every time you look up at the night sky, everything that you see is at an angle from your viewing distance, specifically from your vantage point. So you can look up the word celestial sphere, the words, and you can see in Wikipedia what it means, and it's following
mm.
along with what I'm telling you. So
So I
this,
have another question.
well,
If
I
you're
wasn't
finished.
finished yet, but
Sorry,
I
sorry.
mean, if
Yeah,
you want
please.
to, no, did
I'm
you
sorry.
want to finish? Did you want to ask you? I mean, if you
I
got
just wanted
more,
to add up in this
go ahead.
same. I just wanted to add up in this same concept of stars. Do you know that if I'm in Pakistan, I can see certain stars, and after 8 hours, if you are in America, you can. Oh, sorry, after 10 hours, if you are in America, you can see the same stars. Okay, and you can like if you lie, if you sit in the night sky, you can literally see stars moving, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
if the Earth is flat, shall we not all be able to see all the stars in a fixed place, and they should also be like not moving?
No.
We can clearly see them moving with our naked
Yes.
eye.
Yes. But no to the first answer to the first question. All right. So can you do me a favor, Jason?
Yeah,
Can you look up celestial sphere right now?
I'll do.
I think this is going to cover a lot of what you're talking about.
Celestial
Sphere.
cover. Okay, so fair. I'll see.
I'd say preferably go to the Wikipedia on it.
Okay. Celestial sphere, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It seems like celestial sphere is a globe.
Well, it seems that way, but I don't know. Can you read a little bit of what it said? I want you to
Yeah,
read like the
loading.
introduction.
Okay, it's
So,
loading. I'll write it. Wait. I'm not sure why Wikipedia is not loading. Okay, I'll just read from the preface that I get on Google. It's not
okay.
loading, so I'll just read what I see on
All
Google.
right.
The Wikipedia summary. In astronomy and navigation, the celestial sphere is an abstract sphere that has an arbitrarily large radius and is concentric to Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Just that. I can't open. I can open some other link.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Wikipedia. Actually, I think
Yeah,
that's the one.
I'll open it from Wikipedia. I'm not sure why it's not working. I'll try using a different browser. Let's
Are you
see.
behind a VPN maybe or something?
Let me see. No, I'm not using a VPN.
Uh,
Let's just I guess I have to. There's some glitch in my phone right now. Okay, I'll as we discussed earlier, I'll research
yeah.
rather than asking questions because I
Well,
guess
well, well.
research.
Yeah. This one here is important.
Okay, I'll
it's paramount actually. It's and I say that because a lot of people refer to things in the sky and they assume a lot of things about what the ground is. So this is like it is one of the biggest points that you'll come across. So
yeah, I'll open my browser again and try to see if it's working.
okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it got opened. Okay.
Okay.
I'll read the introduction paragraph. Okay.
Excellent. Excellent.
In astronomy and navigation, the celestial sphere is an abstract sphere that has an arbitrarily large radius, okay, and it is concentric to Earth. All objects in the sky can be conceived as being projected upon the inner surface of the celestial sphere, which may be centered on Earth or the observer. If centered on the observer, half of the sphere would resemble a hemispherical screen over the observing location. The celestial sphere is a conceptual tool used in spherical astronomy to specify the position of an object in the sky without considering its linear distance from the observer. The celestial equator divides the celestial sphere into northern and southern hemispheres. Yeah, I'm done.
Okay,
I'll
that was
share
it.
the image as well in the
Let's
chat.
look. Do we have one more thing? Can we pull up history? Does it have the history tab on the side? That's why I wanted Wikipedia.
Yeah, yeah, it does have history. Okay,
Read
Greek history on celestial spheres. We have two tabs of history. One is history, and other is Greek history on celestial spheres. Which one should I open?
I really want to go to the first time that was mentioned in history. I think it
Okay,
was by the
so
Chaldeans. It might agree that it was by the Chaldeans or the Babylonians, but I think it was Chaldeans.
it says initially from the Greek astronomers such as Aristotle, he composed a set of principles called Aristotelian physics.
Astrolabe.
It's
Yeah.
yeah, Aristotelian. Aristotelian, yeah. Okay. Okay, I'll research about this.
I'm trying
I
to.
can see it. Yeah.
This is the first place in history where they actually where they came up with this. So, like I
I can
said,
search on ChatGPT who
yeah,
proposed
the first people to propose
yeah,
the celestial sphere.
people-
Yeah.
the first people to propose celestial spheres in the history. Okay. Okay, according to ChatGPT, the first people in recorded history to propose the idea of celestial spheres were the ancient Greek philosophers, especially the early Pythagoreans, followed by a
Mm,
more detailed models from others. Okay,
yeah, I
the
really want to
first
go
is
with Wikipedia. Sorry, Wikipedia has a more in depth because more people are contributing to it. So I know that's the answer that Google's giving you, but the reason why
yeah,
I'm referring to it because it's more ancient. There's anyway.
on Wikipedia it says that there are two names
Let me
like
see.
Pythagorean and
I'll look it up.
and there's another guy Aristarchus of Samos.
Let's see here.
Aristarchus of Samos.
Description.
Let me see.
Greek on celestial spheres. Oh, let me see. History. Fifth century BC by Anaxagoras. Let's see. 1686. Oh. Give me a second. There it is. Okay, let me see here. The Chaldeans or Babylonian astronomers developed an advanced understanding of the cosmos that included concepts foundationally to the celestial sphere model. They meticulously observed the stars, planets, and moon, which led to creating star maps and systems for predicting celestial events like eclipses. These Chaldean observations were later inherited by Hellenistic astronomy and formed the basis for geometric models of the celestial sphere that were used for centuries to describe and predict the positions of celestial bodies.
Yeah.
It talks about the Chaldeans, their contributions to celestial models, systematic observation. The Chaldeans were among the first to record celestial phenomena systematically, documenting planetary positions and eclipses over long periods. Zodiac and ecliptic. They developed the zodiac and a band of constellations along the ecliptic, the sun's apparent path, which became the fundamental concept in celestial mapping for both astrology and astronomy. Prediction of events. Using the data, they developed systems to predict the movements of celestial bodies and events like eclipses, including the Saros cycle for eclipse prediction. Mathematical and astronomical knowledge. They used a sexagesimal base 60 system and divided the sky into 12 zodiac signs, which was the significant step in organizing the celestial sphere. Legacy and evolution of the celestial sphere concept. Inherited by Hellenistic astronomy, the Chaldean system of the celestial mapping was inherited by Greek astronomers and became part of the Hellenistic tradition. Foundation for later models. This knowledge was crucial for later developments, including the geocentric models of Exodosius and Ptolemy, who used the idea of concentric spheres to explain planetary motion. Continuing use. Although the idea of physical rotating spheres was eventually discarded, the celestial sphere remains a useful model for describing the positions of celestial objects using coordinates like declination and right ascension. When you type into Google, type in celestial sphere by the Chaldeans. Here, I'll put that in there. Give me a second.
So,
Here, hold on. Let me copy this and I'll put it in the text chat, and then you can. This is the prompt that you should give Google whenever. Put that prompt in there, and then you'll. There's a lot more information about it. This is more like just the topical stuff that I just gave you.
okay.
Does that make sense?
I'll read it. Should I read it now?
What's that again?
Should I read it now?
No, I mean you can, but no, I just read to you what.
Okay, so I'll read it later. So, I've understood what is celestial sphere. So, could you please
Okay.
let's get back and could you
Sure.
tell me how do you comprehend that star movement using celestial sphere? Like if like we all know that in southern hemisphere, southern countries like South Africa, Australia, and Argentina, they all see the exact same southern stars rotating around a single point, right?
They don't. They don't see all this. Hold on. They don't see all the same stars. They see some stars that are similar. That would be true. That's a true statement.
Yeah, but they are like, but these continents are thousands of kilometers apart.
Well. Hold on a second. Hold on. I think what's happening here is that there's some sort of map projection in your head that you're trying to portray using this system.
Yeah.
This is what's okay. So the reason I stopped you is because I want you to identify that you do have a map projection in your head that you say this cannot work and one that can work. So two things are colliding right now with the information that you have.
Like a map in my mind.
Yeah, most people do. Most people do because it seems like they want to make sense out of, well, how do we have one continent seeing stars and another continent seeing almost the same stars? Like, how is it possible that they're so far apart? But in that question, you're idealizing a map projection. You're probably not doing it on purpose, but you're still thinking, okay, I got this continent over here, I got this other one over here, and in between there's a long distance, and then they're both seeing almost similar stars. How is that possible on a flat Earth? But what I'm trying to tell you right now is that you're missing information. The gaps of knowledge that you don't have are where the land masses are in relation to the other one. What's the orientation? How are they facing? What are they? So this information is not filled. It's only given to you by way of a map projection. That's how it's filling that gap. The gap that's getting filled right now is a map projection that you're perceiving could be the case. Like in this particular respect, the globe. So you're trying to identify that two people could be seeing these stars based on a globe. So it's already projecting a sphere in your head without even you being able to know if you have a sphere that you can measure or test.
I'm just trying to create a flat Earth map in my mind.
Or that too. Either one. It's one way or the other. You're trying to project some sort of way that we could be seeing this on a flat Earth, or it can only happen on a globe. Either one. Like there's issues because it's not talking about a specific flat Earth map. It's just talking about observations, right? So you are correct, right? People do see certain stars in one continent, and when you go to another one, they see these almost same stars in the night sky. That is true. There's nothing wrong with that. The implications, however, are that we're trying to figure out what a map can look like that would represent these observations. That's the issue.
Okay,
Do you find what I'm...
Yeah, I do understand that.
Okay.
You're trying to say that I need not to construct maps in my mind, I guess. That is what you're trying to say.
Yeah, based on observations, we can say these things are true because an observation is just something that you can see that's happening, the stars moving in a particular geographic location. That's fine. Nobody's disagreeing with this point. Everybody sees these things. The problem is okay, and if I can put it this way, which direction is one person looking at to the other person? Like, are we side by side? Are we standing back to back? Are we both fronts facing? Like, you know what I mean? We don't know the exact orientation. That's the problem.
So, yesterday or day before yesterday, a person sent in, I guess it was you or somebody who sent me a video of a person zooming in windmills that were 12 miles away, and he was able to see the bottoms of the windmills, which he should not have been, which should be hidden if they, according to the curvature of the Earth. So, as a flat earther, why don't why do we always emphasize that Earth is not a globe rather than actually agreeing that Earth radius might not be correct, but it could be a globe?
I
Why
know
do
what you
we
mean.
always emphasize on flat Earth? See, we do
Right.
agree that that person was not supposed to see the bottom of the windmills. That could
Okay.
suggest that Earth's radius is not what we are told. But why?
It could be
What's
bigger.
Yeah, it could be bigger, and I'm totally open to it. It might be bigger, way bigger. But what's the sole reason that flat earthers say? What makes them believe Earth is a flat disk? The known
Well,
world is a
not
flat
disk.
disk.
Yeah, not disk. That's a triggering word in here. When you say that why flat earthers are saying it's a flat disk, that disk shape is a triggering word. People are going to jump all over you and say we're not talking about a disk. No one in here is
Okay,
claiming
I
that the
think my
Earth is
word
a
back. I
disk.
apologize. I
Yeah, that's fine.
misunderstood.
That's fine. But the reason why I'm telling you is because that's a triggering word. So, what you're saying is, why are we saying it's like we're just saying it's already flat? It can't be a bigger ball. For all intents, well, for all intents and purposes, what you're doing right now is trying to see if there's any curvature whatsoever, like any measurable curvature that you can say, I measured such and such curve over, 12 miles away or whatever it is the windmills are. Because curvature is something that would be measurable in the case of the Earth being a globe. In the case of the Earth being a globe, it would be measurable. Do you agree with me on that, Jason? If the Earth not if it's a bigger ball. I'm saying if it was the size that they're saying it is. The size of the Earth being a globe with a radius of 3959, the circumference of 24,901 miles, this globe could be measured by a person. Not the idea that the Earth is a bigger globe and that can't be measured because we're too big of a ball, so we couldn't measure that big ball.
Maybe
It's just
it
like
could
we're
be
on a
measured by ships and planes.
well, let's just investigate that, right? So you're saying it could be measured by planes or boats? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, ships.
Okay. In what way?
Like starting from one point and going all around the world and coming back to that same point and then seeing how much you have traveled actually.
Okay, so if I
Using
travel the distance, whatever miles that you say you're supposed to go around and come back to that same place, what information in my travel will I gather that leads me to the knowledge that the Earth was curved in my travel?
just we are able to come back and by we are
Okay.
traveling in a straight line. Okay, we are traveling in a straight line.
No,
Yet
that's
we are able
not
to come
true.
back to
Hold
the
on,
same
Jason.
point.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. Okay, this straight line navigation is a false premise. Do you want me to tell you why? Because when you imagine going in a straight line, how can you navigate a vast distance without referencing some sort of navigational tool?
Yeah,
You
we should
travel a
consider.
vast distance. So when you travel a vast distance, you're referencing a navigational tool or some sort of information input. Information input could be like a ground tower telling you as a pilot where to go as far as flight corridors go. They're telling you where to navigate to. That's an
We can
information
take
input.
VFR or IFR, both instrumental flight plan or visual flight plan.
Yeah, visual flight plan is not the navigation per se. Like if the flight plan is done over a map projection.
What about IFR? Like,
All right,
what about
so
IFR?
no, hold on a second. We're jumping from thing to thing. So I want you to understand before you go into your IFR, if you're looking at a ship traveling over the surface of water and doing circumnavigation, what I'm asking for is not unreasonable. I'm asking for what information did the person in that boat gather that they know that they're traveling over a curved surface? What information is this? You say traveling in a straight line, that's not helping us understand because you don't know if they're traveling in a straight line or not. So right now, if you don't know if they're traveling in a straight line, what other information can they gather from point A all the way back to point A that's going to show that they're traveling over a curved surface?
Okay, let's suppose we plan 360 journeys. Okay, I'll just give you an example and
What did you say the last one? Plan what?
let's suppose we plan 360 journeys. Okay,
Oh,
from Pakistan to Pakistan, but
Pakistan.
360 in but like by going all around the world, but in 360 like 360 different journeys. In first
Okay.
in first journey we move around the equator. In second journey we change the angle a little bit and
Yeah.
come back to Pakistan, like going into the east with 1 degree more up and coming back to Pakistan. And if we do it 360 times, changing the angle of our flight 360 times, all the times we'll come back again to Pakistan.
Okay.
It
There
could
seems
suggest.
to be an issue right now.
Yeah.
The straight line travel method is the issue. The straight line travel method is the issue. It's the problem in your question.
Okay, so
Straight line travel method is not something that anyone has ever done. Nobody travels in a straight line, Jason. Not a single soul on this earth. That is not possible to know that you're going in a straight line. Straight line travel is a myth. It's a myth. And it's only used to have people believe they live on a globe doing a great circle route. It's a myth. Now, let me put it to you this way. If it's something that's proven, you can show me how straight line travel actually works without using a map projection like a globe. Let's say, for instance, this, right? I'll give you an example. You give a ship captain a way to go from point A back to point A, not using a map projection, like not a world map. If you don't give him a world map, then what is he going to use to travel?
Compass, bearings.
Okay. What does the compass rely on? What is it referencing?
Magnetic field, Earth's magnetic
That's
field.
correct. That's correct. Are they perfect straight lines? Look them up
They
right now.
should-
Like, well, hold on a second. I want you to type in magnetic field lines. We're at a very crucial point right now at your understanding of straight line travel.
Let me see.
Magnetic field lines. You can type
they
that
are.
in
I'll write Earth magnetic field lines or only.
I mean, I think you can just type in Earth magnetic field lines. You'll have the answer right away.
Yeah, they are like converging on a single point.
Well, I mean, it just depends where you're starting from, man. I mean, you said Pakistan, right?
No, but the magnetic field converges on one pole and on two poles. So
What are you looking at? Let me. Can you post an image? You mind?
Yeah, I'll share an image of first a magnet. I'll share a magnetic field line and then I'll share Earth's magnetic field lines. Okay. Okay, I'll share this image. There's a person trolling me, I guess. Okay, I've shared a picture and we'll just debug it.
No. That's not it. That's not it.
Okay.
No. Let me see. Here, let me help you out. Give me a second. Oh, let's see. Give me a second. I think this is the one. Yeah. Okay. I don't know if I'll be able to blow this one up.
Yeah, I can
Obvious
see
it'd be. Yeah, obvious it'd be is a bit closer to what I'm talking about. Here, this is the one that I wanted to show you. It's about like that, but here. I don't know if I can get this image up. Oh, yes, I can. Give me a second. Save image.
But if Earth was flat, it could be it was possible to travel in a straight line. Yes or no?
No. Here, I'll post this. Look at this.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
No, you could see where you are on that map projection, but like I'd say too, the map projection doesn't equal the land. So even these magnetic field lines would be even more distorted because we don't even know the orientations exactly. Like all the continents in relation to one another. So let's put it this way, right? We're referencing the compass to travel. That much we know. Straight line travel is a myth. Because the compass is following magnetic field lines, as you also understand.
Yeah.
That seems to be an issue, isn't it? If the compass is following the magnetic field lines?
Yeah, if magnetic field is changing, then
That's right.
I get what you're trying to say.
Right. So there is, however, a way to know the travel based on, using the compass, but it's not like as dependable as you might have thought it was for a straight line travel. So the straight line travel is a myth. That's not possible.
Yeah.
Even if you take the idea that magnetic field lines still affect the Earth in every way, if you think about the Earth as a flat Earth, it's going to affect that too. So straight line travel would not be possible on a flat Earth either. Like the way you might be thinking, you know?
But like currently we believe that like there's nothing like okay, yeah, I agree. I get what you're trying to say. So what
Okay.
uh, even if we don't account straight line travel, and if we
Mm-hmm.
like we are using using the straight line just to be precise for the experiment,
Mm-hmm.
even if we have some errors, the fact that I'm going from Pakistan to
Back to Pakistan?
to Russia. I'm going from Pakistan to Russia
Oh.
to Antarctica to in Russia to what Greenland, and coming back to North America, South America, Antarctica, and again to Pakistan, and doing this 360 times from different countries and coming to the same point. Like, doesn't that tell us that we do have a shape of our globe?
No, well, not just globe, but the actual continents where their orientation is. We don't even have that. No, and it's even worse than thinking that the Earth is a globe. It's like continent orientation. Where the continents are. Okay, let me. A way to illustrate this is the problem with cartography. The problem with cartography is that it's not, and for lack of better words, I'm going to say it's not an exact science. Okay, they're not able to detail within all the maps that they've proposed to us or everyone in here that there's a way to think about the Earth in a specific way, like the gold standard, right? There's no gold standard that's available to you and me to say this is what the Earth looks like. And I'll give you the great example. Do you know how many map projections there are? That's my question to you right now.
No.
All right. So can you, for the sake of us discussing it, can you type in how many map projections are there of Earth? And type that into Google right now. These are crucial elements for your research when you start moving forward. And
There's an infinite number of map projections according to Google,
yes,
but they can be categorized into three main categories: cylindrical, conical, and azimuthal.
Azimuthal. Yep.
Planar. Yeah. So
Yep.
these classes are defined by the shape of the projection surface used to project the Earth's globe onto a flat surface. So these maps are like basically trying to make it easy for us to understand, like so that we can comprehend it on a flat surface.
Yeah, according to the way that they're saying this explanation, right? What you're reading.
Yeah.
This is according to what they're saying.
Yeah, I can share the screenshot if you want.
No, I've seen it, but I know what you mean because this is the reason why I want you to look this up. So it's not okay. The world right now that you're understanding is a lot more difficult to realize that it's one specific thing. Can you at least respect that? Like it's not as easy. It's not as straight as you thought it was to like say, oh, it's just this thing and that's what it is. It's look at the problem they've had with cartography. It's an issue.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, but if you see all those maps, all the like majority of these maps, they come to a consensus of the orientation of the continents, don't they?
That's the other thing. Who actually?
don't.
Well, I'd say what council was it that actually came up with the standard for what we're going to use? And I'll say the standard because if you go to Google Earth, and you pull that up, the Google Earth is using a specific map projection. This is knowledge for you. So if you're in this, oh, you were shown this already?
Yeah, no, I know Google Earth uses a map projection that is, I don't know that name, but I do know that is just converting, trying to convert the global into, and they also acknowledge that. That
Well,
it's
yeah,
just
but
run to.
what I'm saying is the name of that map.
I'll see that.
Well, that's what the important thing I want is for you to have as much information available in your hands right now
Okay,
to
that map is,
understand.
I guess, Lambert cylindrical, maybe.
Yeah.
Or yeah, or there's another caution. I'll
There's
share all the
an
ones in the chat.
there's another one. It's the Webb Mercator projection. It's a cylinder
Yeah,
map.
I'll share
Yes.
it. Yeah, I can see that.
Yes.
So, what are you trying to like? What point are
Well,
you trying to make?
yeah. Where was the origin of how the cylinder map was made? The origin.
Okay.
You listen, man. One thing leads to the other. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're doing research
Yeah.
live. This is something you should have
I'll share
like
it in
looked
the
at.
chat.
What's that?
And you can see in the chat. I've shared all the maps.
That's
All
correct.
the
Yeah, there you
not
go.
one.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Let me look it up. Let me blow it up. Okay. Look at okay. Can I just say something? Look at the orientation of the continents on each one of those.
Mm, hmm. But are they that like the structure is quite same? What do you mean by orientation? I can't get you.
Okay, so like I'll give you an example. Look at the Lambert CC at the the top right
Yeah,
one.
What you see.
Look at South America, and then look at the orientation it is to Africa. Now, take for example that one against the McBridle S3. The
Argentina is
McBridle
quite
is
silent from South Africa in Lambert, and
yeah.
in McBride, Argentina and Africa are not that far.
Yeah. You see what I'm talking about? Okay, now there's still variants from other ones. There's more than this, by the way. This is just a few that you're showing.
Like if you see in Lambert, Argentina is quite far from
Yes.
Cape Town, South Africa.
Yes.
But if you
yes, dude. Like now you're seeing past the problem.
no, but
you can see
can I add
why
something?
when. Yeah, go ahead.
The creator of these maps do acknowledge that these are not the actual representation, and just to
Exactly.
like so they do
But
acknowledge that.
I know this is the important part for you. So, is there anybody that says this is the one that's real and not that we're just saying that it's not?
Okay, so the world has come to a point, like the world agrees that we can't project a sphere on a plane
Okay.
sheet. Right?
Yes.
We can't project a sphere on a rectangle. We have to stretch some parts of that fabric we have to put it on a.
You don't have a ball. You don't have a ball that you're
Yep.
stretching this on the flat with.
Yep. That's the next thing I was going to say. You don't have the sphere in the first place. They're trying to stretch.
This is what they say.
Oh, you're reading something.
No, this is what world thinks. I'm not saying I.
No, that's fine. Listen, the world can think whatever it wants to. What we need is verification that you're getting a sphere.
Like
That's
what
the
I'm trying to
problem.
say is that, like, I'm not sure if you have got like if you understood me. I'm just trying to say that the creator of this map representation also do acknowledge the fact that uh, these map representations are not quite perfect, and the reason that they give is that a sphere can't be 100% accurately can't be placed on a
Yeah, I know what
flat.
I know what they're saying, Jason. I know what they're saying, but they do not have. Listen, brother. They do not have a sphere in the first place. They're telling you this. It's like
they have imagined a sphere. Like
yes,
they have like first okay. So when I have to create a map, first I have to imagine how a map is. So they imagined the map. the continents. Okay, though they actually, and then they imagined how the shape of the Earth. They might have, okay, so they have their evidences, and they then suggested the Earth is a globe, and to make a map so that it could be printed on paper, they gave different representations.
Yeah, but why would they have to imagine it as a sphere?
According to them, they have evidences that suggest
Oh yeah,
Earth is
post
a
that
sphere.
evidence that it's a sphere then, and then we'll understand. But what
Yep.
they did was measure it flat, put it on a flat map, and rolled it up and put it in their drawer.
Could you say that again?
Yeah, so when they originally mapped it, they just made a map of their local area, and that was it. Hung it on the wall, and they knew where everybody was at. Right? That's how they did
Yeah.
original maps. They had nothing to do with the ball.
Yeah, a flat map.
Yep, they're always flat because water's always flat, so you got to assume you can just make a flat map and it's right. Not a globe, so you'd have no reason to wrap it on a ball.
But wouldn't be a flat map infinite?
No, there you go with the infinite, dude. It's not. We said only the known territory. We don't have the
You're
information
gonna
for
go in a
unknown.
circle if you try to figure it out. So it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
No matter what you try in your whole life, you're gonna go in a circle no matter what.
No, like even if I like, let's suppose we have two parts, known part and the unknown part. So where does the unknown part end?
Nobody knows because it's unknown.
Yeah, and if you
Okay.
can't map it, if you can't figure out where you're at because you don't have any way to navigate, you're just going to get lost. You won't be able to come back anyway and tell people, "Yeah, this stuff's over here." So it really doesn't
Yeah.
matter at this point.
Okay, I'll do my research and come again. It's I'll read things that DJ sent me and all those experiments that you people have done. One thing, do you believe that Voyager 1 image that NASA released was original? Like, was it, according to you, was it a fake image? Like, there's a satellite uh, named as Voyager 1, which captured the photo famously called the pale blue dot, okay, on February 14, 1990. Okay, so this spacecraft was over like 6 billion kilometers away from Earth. Uh, the photos the photo suggests that Earth is a sphere. I'll share this photo in the chat.
Yeah, no, that's fake. Don't worry about it.
Talking
Okay,
about the
so
pale blue dot.
yeah. So why do you think like NASA is hiding this all from us? That is my next question.
So
Like,
people that want to hear about Voyager, what it's doing, they got something to look at, and they can pay money to read the newspaper or the magazine or whatever back then in order to watch television shows about it and sell advertising. That's why they did that.
mhm.
I'm gonna step out for a little bit. So it was good talking to you for a while, Jason. So hopefully you continue your journey, man.
Yeah, I'll just give some other people chance. I'll do my research. Until now, I'm like I'll try to bring the evidences of the flights that I told you. Maybe tomorrow, and then we can do further discussion.
Welcome back. Son of a bitch, she's
Just posted up some gold nuggets from Utah and the silver if anybody wants to take a look.
Hey people.
Welcome.
пиздец, вы что, ебанулись молчать, гондоны? Пидоры.
What's up, everybody? What did I miss?
Just hanging loose, waiting for some globe evidence.
No curve, no globe.
No spin, no win.
I mean, that's the easy way to get your server muted, dude. I'll give you to the count of 5. I'm gonna unmute you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Still singing that stuff. I'm just gonna disconnect you.
Most fucking Americans don't really like flat earthers. They like planets and spaceships and stuff like gravity too. Most fucking Americans believe they're NASA and they're JAXA and ESA and some dude named Musk. Most fucking Americans don't like to worry about the spinning because they say it does it so slow. Most fucking Americans have an education and think the globe's real because they took science and got a B. Most fucking Americans love their sticks and their shadows and their well holes and their gyros. No, 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 no. Most fucking Americans don't like to launch rockets without using fisheye lenses to make the flat earth round. Cause don't it make a fly like Earth? And that's all I got, man. How do you like it? Hey, far out, man. Yeah, that's a good song, man. Well, I wrote my own one while I was listening to you sing yours. You want to hear it? Oh, yeah, man. That sounds pretty awesome, man. Let's hear it. Yeah, man. It's kind of like a protest tune. All right, man. Here we go. Globers! Globers! Hey, you like that, man? Oh, yeah, man. That's pretty far out, man.
Have you ever looked away from Earth into the black void?
Yeah, because you can see the stars.
Oh, yeah.
And
we were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
you see the gas.
Big John Lennon said the sky was not the limit. He'd fly to the moon in a nanosecond, but we haven't been back since 1972. Destroyed all the papers and blew up the Challenger crew, except for the twinsies. Space is fake AF. Space is fake AF.
Look out into deep space away from the sun. It's the darkest black you can imagine.
Hey, space boy, you broke my rocket man heart. Where are the stars? Is it bright or is it dark? The vacuum of space, oh, the tomfoolery.
What happens if you get a leak on that? You have a leak.
Debunk my bubble.
It's hard to comprehend.
Space is fake AF.
Two little bitty O-rings.
Space is fake AF.
It's not what you think, homeboy.
Space is fake AF.
I'll just start doing that.
Space is fake AF.
Research Eddie Bravo. You just have a leak, and what you would do is lose air.
In a world production.
Like the Suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving and stocking. Background the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. Like the Suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving and stocking. Background the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. 18, 23. Revelation read, nation get a seed, medicated mean, generate disease. 18, 23. Pharmacy decree, patient get deceased, nomination leaves, taken by the beast, running around like a head chopped off, won't shut it down for the feds, the cost won't dumb it down for the people lost. So sorry, that's your ego, sorry, I'm fun around cause the sky's a clock, won't shut it down unless I get off, can't gun them down cause the word my Glock, and thanks to y'all we can't be stopped. Like the Suburbans they watching, back always swerving and stocking, background the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. Like the Suburbans they watching, back always swerving and stocking, background the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. 1984, knocking at the door, should've read George, food supply absorb, wonder what's in store. 1984, fighting to explore what's beyond the shore, censorship is war, better bring your sword, better than veteran, don't wanna let him in, ain't got a choice but to let him in, I feel it in the ethers, coming through the speakers, you're talking to sing speaker, but you're not about it, type of legal confounded, with thoughts of profound, so people they drown, and I wonder what sound is the perturbation, reverberation, I heard to hate, and I swear to fake, and absurd debate when people still in the matrix station, waiting for station to say it, take it, evade it, regurgitate it. Like the Suburbans they watching, back always swerving and stocking, background the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. Like the Suburbans they watching, back always swerving and stocking, background the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is Photoshop because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a famous on the galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal, indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting, the earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages, so many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small, and now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal, indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting, the earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a card.
Why do I have to hear this music?
It is the world that has been pulled over your
Is this
eyes
a
to
music
blind you from the
server?
truth.
Or maybe music channel it is.
What's up, Poof?
Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
That's one of my favorites right there. Love that one.
Oh yeah, ODG TV did an awesome job.
I just want to say hi to Mohammed, see how he's doing, where he's at on the whole topic.
Oh, hey, thank you. I hope you're doing a good day.
I'm having a wonderful day. Thank you.
Mic check.
Coming in
Mic
loud.
work.
You say mic work.
Mic works. Mic cash. Mic cash.
works.
Mic check. Mic Bitcoin. Yeah, I see the Globetards are pressing their strawman fallacies heavy today on Facebook.
Did you guys see? I had a comment removed, and Facebook told me that it could cause people to harm themselves. And I was simply explaining that water rests flat and level on the surface. And I don't know how the comment got removed because it could cause self-harm. That's insane. That's crazy.
It's probably their stupid AI system caught that for some reason. Because a couple weeks ago, I got banned from Facebook temporarily. It said I did something that violated their terms of service. All I did was comment on a post.
Yeah, I got restrictions on my account until December 13th from that and for saying Hitler in a sentence. Good golly.
Just say mustache man.
Austrian painter.
Yeah.
And I do typically use mustache man. You know,
Mustache man in fancy suit.
Is that Mario or Luigi?
Mario.
Mario. So the guy who posted that flatter.ws meme there. He's like, you don't have an answer for that? You mean for a stupid straw man fallacy? No. Sorry. I love how they all think these celestial objects should operate exactly like terrestrial objects.
I don't understand. Like, I always let them know, hey, you know, if planets are celestial, is and a celestial object is something that's in the sky. When you look up, do you see the Earth in the sky? I could be wrong. Maybe I'm just not looking in the right spot. Is the Earth in the sky?
It's on the side of the Earth that you can't see from because the curve's in the way.
I was just making sure.
I'm still waiting for them to answer why we can see Mercury and Venus for most of the days of the year at nighttime.
Yeah.
And why Venus transits don't happen that often.
Or why they missed the Venus transit in 1600s and in the 1800s.
Somebody shared in the group, in the chat, about the moon. Uh, Somebody explain that, please.
Oh, the moon?
Yeah, this guy in the chat, he's confusing me.
Explain why the moon. What? I'm away from my screen.
Hmm?
What is the moon doing?
I'm not sure. I'm debugging that picture.
Okay, no, he's not posting that as a flat Earth claim.
Yeah, he's actually anti-flat Earth. So,
Yeah, Rayleigh, you're anti-flat Earther. Explain your meme.
like, he believes, I guess, the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, Rayleigh. He's one of our regulars, man. He's constantly putting fake flat Earth stuff in the chat.
He's a troll, big time troll.
We can't ban him either. He's got some like glitch on that, like it just won't work.
Okay, DJ, like, I also asked AV, what exactly is a flat Earth map of the known world?
Oh, well, unfortunately, we don't have a fully working map of the entire world because we don't even claim to know the shape of the Earth or the layout of the continents exactly. That doesn't exist at all. In fact, all maps have problems, and it would be lovely if someone would give us like billions of dollars and a fleet of ships and planes, and we could go out and make the map. But it's really not something that's possible for, us regular people with jobs and families and kids and all that sort of thing, to go out and map the world. It's actually very expensive and very difficult thing to
So
do.
why
It'd
don't
probably
you
take
go in
several tens of thousands of people over several generations to make a good enough map that would be sufficient for us. But I'll give you this much, okay? So every map is a globe projection, and the globe is of the celestial sphere, not of an Earth sphere. The sphere that we look at is what we see in the sky because of how perspective.
Yeah, you were talking about
in a
this
sphere.
with AV
Go ahead.
earlier, Jason, and that's exactly what the projections that you're thinking about are, right? They're just based off the celestial coordinate system, like Sheepdog said.
Yeah, you were there while I was asking questions, right?
Yeah, man.
So,
Yeah, I was listening.
yeah.
It was a good conversation, actually.
I tried imagining a flat Earth map, but problem where I'm struggling is actually I can't place Antarctica. If I place
Well, we don't
Antarctica,
even know what Antarctica looks like. That's the problem, right? Like a lot of people are like, "Oh, like who do you know in your life that's ever been to Antarctica?"
I was trying to see for resources that
Yeah,
claim they
people
have
can
like
go.
yeah,
Sorry,
people
man.
can
Sorry,
go
man. Keep going. I
to
didn't mean to
Antarctica.
interrupt you.
No, sorry. Yeah, I was interrupting you. You can carry on.
I was just gonna
What is it?
say, yeah, Antarctica there's a big mystery. Antarctica is a big mystery for everyone. Nobody's ever circumnavigated around Antarctica. Nobody's ever flown all the way across Antarctica. Nobody's ever done these things. There's a lot of mystery behind Antarctica that everyone would love to know, but it's very difficult because of the Antarctic Treaty to freely explore it, and just because it's a hostile environment as well. So exactly whether it's a continent, whether it's something different, much different to what we've been told it is, we don't know that.
Yeah. So as a
What
flat
would
Earth,
be what's interesting is so many people have circumnavigated the Earth east to west, which works just fine on a globe or on a flat Earth. But nobody's ever done it north to south. Like, no one's ever started in the north and then gone down to Antarctica and then kept circling around the globe and then come back up to the other side. That would debunk flat Earth, essentially. But no one's ever done that.
okay, so as a flat earther, how do you comprehend 6 months moon, 6 months night, and 6 months day in Scandinavian countries like Norway? I was thinking about
Well,
that.
yeah, it's due
Can I
to
tell
the
anything?
yeah, go ahead, man.
So, do you agree that if the Earth does not have any curvature, that it's flat?
Yeah, I'm like
If
not.
you can't measure any curvature, no long
Uh,
distance observations, no laser tests, nothing is showing any curvature over water.
yeah, but actually, DJ knows I'm not a flat earth. I was just learning.
I understand that. Do you agree that if the Earth is not curving, then the Earth is flat? Do you agree?
Yeah,
Do you agree that if the Earth is flat, or if the Earth is not flat, it has to be curving? Do you agree?
yeah, but they can't. Why are we negating other shapes? For example,
Look. I understand you're stuck on this. I just need you to understand one of two things. The surface of the Earth is either curving or it's not curving. And if the
yeah,
surface of the Earth is not curving, it's flat.
yeah,
Therefore, if the surface of the Earth is flat, whatever is happening in the sky can only happen over a flat Earth because there's no curvature.
okay. So my question is still there. Like,
Okay, Antarctica,
what?
right?
No,
Why
no.
a 24-hour sun in Antarctica? Why 4.5
Yeah,
months of sun in Antarctica?
no,
Okay,
in Norway. In
does
Norway, I'm
the
talking about
sun
Norway.
set? Does the sun set on flat Earth? Does the
I'm
sun go underneath the flat Earth, or does it stay above the flat Earth?
I'm talking about Norway, not Antarctica.
Right. Norway, same thing. Does the
Mm,
sun go underneath the flat Earth, or does it go around, move around the top of flat Earth?
it
Guys,
kind of like it
Huh?
does not set, but it like
It moves
it
across the
goes
top of
above,
the flat Earth,
right?
right? It never actually goes down. It just appears to go
Yeah,
down, right?
yeah,
Right.
it's great.
So in those locations, the sun appears to stay in the sky longer, so the sun never sets. So therefore, it's a flat Earth because the sun never sets on a flat Earth.
Yeah, but there's another thing came to my mind. Like, well, while sun is setting, sun appears
I don't
to
need to make a
get
model to prove the flat Earth.
when sun sets, it shrinks. While it is at when it's at peak, it's kind of big. So how do you comprehend that?
Okay, so in the north, the sun's taking a particular path, which is so close to the north that it doesn't get dark. And you can see the sun in the sky for 24 hours during the day. As
Mm,
it starts to move away in its cycle from the north, then the daytime gets less and less each day until 6 months later, it's going to be dark 24 hours a day.
mm, okay.
Like when it's summer in Australia, It's winter in Europe. Okay,
Yeah.
and when it's midday in summer in Australia, the sun is moving east to west across the sky, but it's going at midday, it'll be directly above your head, approximately, like right above your head. And then as it starts to go past summer, right, and summer starts to go away, you'll notice that at
Yeah,
midday, every
I
day, the
get you
sun's
what
a
you're
little bit
saying.
lower in the sky.
Actually,
Okay, and the opposite will be happening in Europe. It'll be winter in Europe, right, while it's summer in Australia, and at midday in Europe, the sun will be very low in the sky. Okay, as
yeah,
it starts to move further away from the cyclical path that it's taking over Australia, right, it's moving closer to the north again. So the sun moves in cycles, and then there's also a lot of mysteries when it comes to what is the sun? What medium is the sun in? Exactly how does the sun operate? How does the sky operate? These are things that nobody knows for sure. These are things that could be beyond our comprehension. Okay, so that's why we don't make specific claims about these things, because nobody can go and check exactly how the sun works. We just observe what we observe in the sky, and then all the rest comes down to making assumptions and speculating about things.
okay. While I was a kid in my school, we learned a concept of revolution and rotation. So we studied that Earth revolves around its axis. Also, it revolves around the sun, and the revolution, uh, when sun is in the middle, revolution around the sun, that is what causes
Yeah,
season.
we spin once
Okay,
a day in a circle,
let me,
and
let me
it
finish.
takes
I'm done here.
365 days to go all the way around the sun.
Yeah.
We know that.
So, do you, as a flat earther, do you believe that theory?
No.
Okay.
No,
Okay, I
there's no
was just
evidence of
asking.
it. Okay, this is the problem. We all know the globe model, right? We were all brought up
No,
in the
but
same globe model. Hold on, let me finish. Okay, there's no evidence of Earth curvature. There's no evidence that the Earth moves, right? There's no evidence of these things that would have to be present in reality for that model to actually be true. Okay, so it's not a good model because it doesn't match reality when we test it. That's the problem. It's just an explanation. Explanations mean nothing if you can't prove the explanation to be true.
yeah, but
Let me
if
ask
we,
you. Let me ask you, Jason. How do you
yeah,
know we're moving? How do you know we're spinning?
how do I know we are spinning?
Yeah. How do you know that we're spinning once a day?
Day and night, like uh, day and night,
Right. How does that
moon
let you know you're
eclipse.
spinning though? Will you see the sun moving?
Yeah. So the thing is, the current. Uh, yeah, I'm also like trying to debug.
You have
I
to
believe.
assume it, don't you? You just
Yeah,
have to
we have to assume
pretend.
it,
You
but
have to
what?
pretend. That's what you have to do. You have to pretend that
Yeah.
the Earth's spinning because you don't have any evidence that the Earth is spinning.
Okay.
Like the
So
actual Earth is spinning. Like you don't have any evidence of that. What you have evidence of is seeing the sun move across the sky. That's what
but
happens. Like that's what we see.
okay. So the conventional scientific ideas about the globe and the current universe, it is so like perfect that it fits exactly to what we imagine. So if if we take the Norway examples, Scandinavian countries, or the Antarctica, sun in Antarctica, so it fits the example that they are giving. It fits the
Yeah,
concept that they are teaching us.
that's because the globe was invented by observing the sky, right? So they took the celestial coordinate system, right,
Hmm.
and they inverted it into a globe. Now the path of the sun, right? It follows the equation of time. It doesn't include the globe Earth model in it at all, right? It's to do with the equation of time,
I guess
right?
I
If you
have
go to
seen the curvature of the Earth with my eyes actually.
no, you
One
can't see the we can't go high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. That's the
I'll
problem.
explain.
No, you don't see the curvature of the Earth,
Yeah.
right?
One day, while 5 years ago, woke up in the morning and the sky was as clear as it could get, and I saw a plane's contrail rising from the east all the way to my head, and it was just like it was looking as if it was a rocket launch. However, it was a plane, so it was a curve in the sky, and I could see the contrails bending down towards the earth. So
Yeah,
I've seen it with
perfect.
my
I
eyes.
like that. Like, let me explain that to you. Let me clear that up. That's one of my favorite things to talk about. Perspective, right? Because I see that happening as well. Okay, so this is called linear perspective. Okay, and I'm going to show you examples to prove to you that it's not anything to do with the curvature of the Earth. It's to do with the way that our eyes work and the way perspective works. Okay, so let's have a look at some examples of that.
Okay.
Hey, Sheepdog, have you got that? I can try to find it. Have you got that video of the guy on the runway, and then he takes off on his little plane up, and he flies up to the cloud deck?
Yeah, hold on.
Just while Sheepdog's finding this. Okay, so
Like
this is.
I could. Okay, I'm waiting
Hold
for
on.
that.
What's that?
Yeah, I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
Yeah. This is something that's very easy to explain, and my wife's helped me a lot with this as well because she has a master's degree in art. This
There
is
you
how
go.
it's taught. Okay, thanks.
So your wife is also a flat Earth, right?
Yeah,
Nice.
it's the same way it's taught in architecture as well. We have
Okay.
some
Yeah.
architects in our community. We have some professors as well that are
It's
architecture
coming in.
professors.
Yeah.
All right, so just wait till Sheepdog posts this video. Just before we have a look at the video, just give me a second. Okay, so don't hit play on the video just yet. Have a
Okay.
look at the image under the video first.
Yeah.
Okay, see this is so this is a hallway. Okay, and the hallway is overlaid over a horizon at the ocean.
Yeah.
Okay, so see how the roof of the hallway looks like it's going down, and it looks like the floor of the hallway is coming up, and they're meeting at the convergence point, which is the
Yeah.
horizon. Okay, and see how the horizon and the sky looks like it's going down, and it's meeting at a convergence point. Okay, this is the way our perspective works. Now have a look above that in Sheepdog's image,
Yeah.
right? You can see the clouds going down, and it looks like the clouds are going down and meeting with the horizon, and it looks like the ground is ramping up. Okay, and it's meeting at eye level because that's what a horizon is. It's a product of perspective. Now hit play on the video, and what you'll notice is that when he actually gets up to the altitude of the clouds, you'll see that
Yeah.
those clouds that look like they're going down are actually not going down, right? They're all the same height. It's just a flat cloud deck. So when you get up to the level of the cloud deck, you'll see that the clouds are actually completely flat deck, parallel to the ground plane. So have a look at that.
And I'll say this too, DJ. When you see him rising up in the air, it's crazy. You see the parabolic shift for your eyes to adjust to your perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a great little video.
By the way, like the arc that I saw the contrail. I do get you, DJ. What you are saying, and I do agree that it's just perspective, and
Yeah, we
but
see in a dome, like we have like a dome of
yeah.
perspective
But
above
what I
us.
saw was quite different. Actually, it was an arc, proper arc.
Yeah,
Like
so
I
when
could
things are further away, they look like they're taking more of an arc. When
let me
things are
draw it
in
and send you.
your local perspective, when things are
Yeah.
very close, like a hallway or something like that,
Yeah.
it looks more like a cone kind of thing, like a
Yeah.
diamond. Okay, now have a
Yeah.
look at this one. Have a look at this one. Just quickly. Okay, so this guy, he's just got a string across his kitchen bench. Okay, the string is horizontal across above the kitchen bench, and he's moving the little light across. So he's got the camera up at the height of the flat string. Okay, now all
Yeah.
he does, have a look at this next image. This looks like the plane that you're talking about. Okay,
Mm.
I see it every day as well when I watch the planes here. Now, that's the same string, right? That's the horizontal string. And all he's done is put the camera down on the bench, on the kitchen bench, and he's looking up, right? So this is the same perspective that we have on the Earth looking up. So all of a sudden it looks like almost like a rocket launch, right? That string looks like it's almost going straight up and straight down, but it's not. It's completely horizontal, and it's purely a product of perspective.
Okay.
And one last
I'll
thing,
tell you what I saw. I'll
Yeah,
draw
I
it.
see the same thing. I see the same thing every day. I know exactly what you're talking about. Okay, we have like a big giant dome of perspective. Now think about this. Just say you went out into the ocean on a boat, okay, and there's nothing around you, only water. You can see the same distance in every single direction around you. Right? You look every degree, right? So mark a point 360 degrees all the way around you. Let's just make up a distance so you can see 3 miles every single direction. Okay, that forms a big circular horizon of vision. Okay, because we see in a circle, so that will be a big flat circular horizon of vision that you can see. Now picture a plane coming from directly in front of you at 1 degree, right? It's going straight over your head. It's going to look like it comes up, 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 up. It's going to make a big giant arc over the top of your head, and then it's going to go away and it's going to do the same thing. Even though the plane is staying at the same height, due to perspective, it makes a big arc over your head. So if you imagine that like a contrail, okay, 360 planes all flying over your head and you're marking out their path in contrails, it's going to make a big giant apparent dome, right? That's just the way you see. Yeah, it works just fine on a flat Earth. And that's actually how we view the celestials as well. And then the ancients, right? The ancients, right? They all envisioned the sky that way and conceptualized that we have like a big dome over the top of us with stars that are attached to it. And later on, philosophers like Pythagoras and people like that, right? They took that and they turned that into a celestial coordinate system. Right, and they, through philosophical matters, they decided that because a sphere, right, they envisioned a sphere, they envisioned it as the perfect shape. And what they did was they said, because the sky is a perfect sphere, right, and God's creation is perfect, God must also have made the earth a perfect sphere. Okay, as above, so below. That's where that came from. So they converted or inverted the celestial sphere into the globe, into the terrestrial sphere. And that's where the latitude longitude system that we still use today comes from. That's what the WGS 84 comes from. It comes from the celestial sphere. And that's where the globe came from. The globe no one went out and measured the globe and said, oh, look, we did some measurements and it's actually the water's curving, guys. Here's our test results. Look, you can go and test it for yourself. The water's curving. No one ever did that. It was just a concept based on philosophical grounds.
Yeah. Okay, I do get what you're saying. It's all about perspective and how ancient people used their imagination and couldn't understand the perspective and then suggested a theory.
Well, the sky kind of looks like that, doesn't it? It looks like a big, like half dome
Yeah,
over your
I
head,
sent
just
you a
like
picture.
the
This
clouds
is
do. Yep. Yeah, I see.
something I saw something similar to this, but the curve was much greater than this, very much greater than this, and I could see it going very down in a curving style towards the east. Like it was rising from the east, a line rising from the east in a curving position, and it was as clear. I thought it was a rocket launch. I thought my country just tested some rockets, but then I realized it was a plane. I tracked it on flight radar, so it was a plane actually flying on around 39,000 feet actually.
Do you know what a protractor is?
Hmm?
Do you know what a protractor is?
D, yeah, that 180 degrees
Just a
thing.
simple math tool. The
Yeah, yeah, I
protractor.
do know.
It's a
Yeah, yeah,
hemisphere.
yeah, I
All right.
know.
You know how when you look at a protractor, it has a flat baseline and then
Yeah,
it arcs 180 degrees.
yeah.
Um, Hold on, I'm backing up. That's how your vision works, man.
Hmm.
You're on a flat baseline, and you're looking up in the sky in a semicircle.
Hmm.
But that's not what it normally looks like when you look up and you see chemtrails or contrails or whatever the hell you want to call them. Right? That's not what you see, right? If you type in right now, just like type in plain contrails in the sky, right? They don't look like what you just posted. So
No,
who
I
knows?
saw it.
Maybe.
Like, I saw it in. I'm just. This is not. I saw it with
But
my
that's
own
not what
eyes.
it looks
Not this.
like most of the time. That's not what it looks like in a single frame. If you go take a picture of a contrail in the sky, it doesn't look like it's curving. Maybe
Yeah.
the plane was going in an arc. Who knows? Maybe that plane was
Or
just.
maybe he was rising in elevation in that moment, or
Yeah, he
lowering
was
himself in
doing an
elevation.
arc,
Yeah,
like
but
he was
contrails
changing his
do play.
elevation.
Yeah, it could be. I'll just track the flight again and see if that was.
No, you're okay. I didn't fight I
Let's
didn't
kill
fight
all
being a flat earther
niggers.
as much as you did.
What?
I didn't fight being a flat earther as much as you are, but I did fight it for a little while. It took me like 6 months to really come around
No,
to
I'm not a flat
actually
earther.
looking
Yeah.
into it.
Are you a pilot by any chance?
Hey, bro. I just want to tell a story of what my father and I saw one day sitting on his porch, right? And now directly ahead of us, there was a contrail, right? And it kept on getting longer and longer, right? And it was way out near the horizon, and it looked like it was going straight
Fuck
up.
niggers.
Like it looked like a
Yeah, man, I've
freaking
seen
rocket was
those.
going up into
Yeah.
the sky, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And
Exactly. Exactly.
we were like, "Is that a rocket?" Like we were
Yeah.
confused, right? Like, what is this? It was actually just a plane that was way out in the distance coming towards us, but it looked
I
like it
saw
was going
exactly the
straight
same.
up.
Yeah. I saw exactly same thing. Like I thought it was a rocket. It was a line rising from east and going above me in an arc, and it was like I was so convinced that day that yeah, the Earth is a curve, and it was just like a rocket. I wish you
Mhm.
people have a chance to see such things. Like the sky was very clear that day. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Another way that you can know that the clouds are leaning in a flat fashion, most clouds in a day are at the same altitude, like they have the same base floor. And so when you see them moving like laid across the sky, they're all at the same altitude, roughly, like give or take 1,000 feet or something.
Overcast 3,000 feet. Hello, yeah.
Yeah, so
Sorry?
if you look up cumulus clouds, and if you hit images on Google, sometimes you'll find some nice images. They're the ones that look like they have like they're flat on the bottom, right? They're like puffy
Six.
clouds that have a flat bottom. And you'll see that they have like they're all laid out kind of evenly all across the sky. When you look up, you can see that there's a large distance between the clouds. Okay, and then as you look towards the horizon, as the clouds go away from you, you'll see that the bottoms you don't start to see any more of the bottoms, right? They're not curving around a globe. Okay, they're evenly, like the bottoms still look flat, but the gaps between the clouds look like they're getting smaller and smaller and smaller. Okay, it's just due to perspective. It's nothing more than perspective compression, and cumulus clouds are a great example of that. I'll just try to find a screenshot of that right now.
I'm not sure. Yesterday, a person is in this voice chat sent an image of actually it was a GIF of windmills, and few windmills were down, like along the curvature, and those who were near the observer were actually up. So if somebody could again send that GIF, I would be
Yeah,
I would
they're all above there's no curvature, but I'll send the GIF.
okay. Yeah, let me. I just accidentally sent an image.
Okay, this is a great observation. Okay, so this is Dr. John D. All right, so I'm just uploading it now.
Wait.
While you're uploading that, I'm just going to go ahead and welcome Zero. I've never met you before. Maybe
Yeah.
you've been in here before, but hang out for a minute while we finish up this conversation, and then we'll get to you, okay?
All right. Yeah, no worries. No props.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you being here.
Uh,
Okay,
I,
so Jason, do you want to go
not
over
this
Lake
one.
Pontchartrain?
Not this one. I have understood this one. There was
Well, let's
another
have a
one.
look at the Lake Pontchartrain that you'll. Okay, so this one is just a miraging effect. That's nothing more than a miraging effect. On different days, it doesn't look like that. And if you zoom in, right? If you zoom in,
Yeah.
if you zoom in, you can see miraging effect.
Mm,
Okay, so I'm going to show you some. Right, so have a look what Obvious It Be just posted. Okay, so when you zoom in, you can see that there's actually an inferior mirage taking place. And then in the image just next to it on the left, okay, we're seeing the same thing happen on a bridge, on a flat bridge railing. So I'm going to show you some examples from Lake Pontchartrain. And if you look at the image above it, okay, that's the same view just on a different day. So some days we can see the whole way across the lake. We can see the buildings on the other side of the lake 30 miles away. It just depends on the day. Now, I
I
can
don't
show
know
you
what.
the same thing. I can show you the same thing happening on a flat floor as well. When we manipulate the temperature, I can make it look like the blocks that are laid across the floor start to curve down over the flat floor. So just give me a
Yeah.
second. I'm going to debunk the Pontchartrain argument really quick. Okay, so here's a very
What's
similar
the second
effect.
image about? What's the second image about?
Okay, let's go over the second image. You mean the one under the one that's got the double image with the
Yeah.
little emoji?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what happens when you zoom in, right, where it looks like it starts to curve drastically. So I'll show you the original footage that's from. Just give me a second. Let's get my Pontchartrain folder loaded up. Okay, so here we go.
Bro, I definitely need a computer, man.
Oh yeah, man, it's hard work on the phone. Okay, so this is one of the main images that globe earthers try to use, and they try to say that this is the Earth curvature, which is just a ridiculous argument, right? This would make the Earth a tiny, tiny little miniature Earth if it curved like this. Now, if we zoom in, okay, we can see that there's actually mirroring taking place. Okay, the same type of mirroring you get when you have an inferior mirage. Okay, you can see it even very, very clearly on this second image. If you zoom into that, you'll see that there's actually mirroring taking place. Okay, so now what we're going to compare that to is an actual known inferior mirage. Okay, so inferior mirage will happen when you have a warmer layer of air closer to the ground and then a cooler layer of air above it. Okay, so here's the same thing. So have a look at the bridge railing on the left. Okay, it's a straight bridge, but then when he starts to get down lower to the
Oh.
surface, all of a
It
sudden it looks
bent.
like the left side of the bridge railing starts to curve downward. And look, this is what's happening. The sun is heating up the road on the bridge.
Yeah.
Okay, when the camera gets down low, the light that's bouncing off the bridge bends upward towards the cooler air because the cooler air has a higher refractive index. So
Yeah.
it's more dense, right? So the light will always deviate towards the denser part of the medium. So that's what's happening. And the reason that you get that mirroring effect is because it's bending up so much that it's actually bouncing over the top of the observer, and the
Yeah.
observer can just see like a mirror image of whatever's in the sky in the background. So that's called an inferior mirage. So it's the same thing on the Lake Pontchartrain. That's just
Yeah,
an
the last
inferior
one is
mirage.
quite good. Actually, this explains very well the last one.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. So if you have a look at the side by side, like Obvious It Be posted, it's very similar looking effect. We see the mirroring, we see the bending down. Okay, so just quickly, what I'm going to do now, I'm just going to bring up a citation from subject matter expert, right? Like people that study refraction and mirages. Okay, so this is 1 second, Andrew Thomas Young. Okay, so he has his own .edu website because he's like the subject matter expert when it comes to refraction and miraging and that kind of thing. So I'm just going to post a citation from him. 1 second, and I'll just read it out quickly. Sorry, just a second. All right, I found it here.
Yeah.
Okay, so three citations. Okay, so this explains sometimes why it does look like things can even be hidden behind the horizon, right? Like sometimes you'll go and observe some windmills that are out in the ocean and it can look like they're hidden behind the horizon. Now, that it can either be because of this effect or it can be because you have ocean swells, right? It's going to be one of those two effects primarily. Okay, so here we have some citations. Okay, so sinking. So this is Oxford reference. And this is the top one. So sinking is a refraction effect, which an object normally visible on the horizon apparently sinks beneath it. Okay, and then bless you, we have Andrew Thomas Young, 1994, Optics of the Atmosphere. Okay, and it clearly says in that citation that objects are displaced vertically, causing parts of these objects to drop below the apparent horizon or become partially obstructed, even though the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed. Okay, and there's some more citations below
I
that
do
as
get
well.
you. I'll read these references.
Mm-hmm.
I'll do the research and become like if I find it.
No, for
correct,
sure. Do some research on it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the best thing to do.
Yeah. Okay, so as what I got, like I understood, like that it's inferior mirage mostly, where it appears that it is curving actually, but in reality it could be inferior mirage that can cause the bend that we see. Okay, do you know that there are Russian planes, fighter jets, that go in the stratosphere? So they claim that at that height in the stratosphere, they can actually see the Earth curving. So what do you have to say? Like, what counter argument do you have for them? I'll name the exact plane. Maybe it's I guess it's MiG-29.
What was the altitude?
I'm maybe 90,000. Yeah, I'll see on the Google. Wait a second.
There's nothing wrong with 90,000 feet.
Let me say. Let me see. No, but they claim they can see. Okay, the highest flight was by a jet-propelled aircraft. It was to 123. It was
Yeah, so look, this is the
it was
thing, man.
123,000 feet. Okay, it
We
was
have
123,000 feet achieved by a
we have
Soviet
videos.
pilot
Sorry, man.
in
We
MiG-25.
have
Sorry.
videos. We have videos of pilots, right? Like F-16 pilots and that kind of thing, saying that they believe that the Earth is flat. But this is the thing, okay? People have gone up allegedly, right, to 350,000 feet on the Blue Origin. Like Wally Funk, the trained astronaut, went up on the Blue Origin. That goes up to 350,000 feet. She said in an interview after that she was disappointed that she didn't go high enough to see the curvature of the Earth. Okay, William Shatner also went up on that. He says the Earth's flat. He said he didn't see any curvature. That's like 3 times the height of these jets. 3 times higher. And these people are saying that they didn't see any Earth curvature. And then you've got astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that he did the calculations and you would not see the curvature of the Earth from that height anyway. Okay, so this is 3 times higher than the height that these jets are going up on.
Okay, yeah.
So you have
I'll just
conflicting information right there.
The F-16 pilot that says the Earth is flat, he was flying at the same altitude as the Himalayas. Was it Himalayas or K2? And he decided to shoot his radar at the altitude of the Himalayas. And he said he could hit the target with his targeting system from 300 miles away.
Okay, DJ, the quotation that you gave me of the woman, her name was Valley Funk, who flew on the first crewed flight of Blue Origin's New Shepard rocket on 20 July 2021. So she said we went right on up and I saw darkness. I thought I was going to see the world, but we weren't quite high enough. So yes, Valley Funk expressed disappointment of not getting a fuller view of the Earth's curvature from that flight, but said she was disappointed because she expected to see more of the Earth from space, but she did not fully say that like she actually wanted to see more of the curve. She actually wanted to see more of the Earth rather than the curve. So she never mentioned curve in her statement. So she never claimed
Well,
Earth is flat.
William Shatner also went up on that as well, right? And he said that he didn't see any evidence that the Earth's a globe, and he said that he thinks the Earth is flat.
No, but she Valley Funk. Okay, I'm Valley
This
Funk.
is
She
anecdotal
only
now,
meant the view wasn't okay.
dude.
She
This
only
is
meant the view.
anecdotal. So he said, she said. It doesn't matter what he said, she said. We should be able to verify what he said, she said. That would be measuring the surface of the Earth, because it appears going up in the sky and believing claims that you can't verify isn't a good way to go, because we're just going to end up in a conversation that
I'm
goes
talking
round
to
in circles. Please let me finish my statement.
I'm talking to AJ, sir. Please don't interrupt. We were in
I'm
the middle of
talking to you. This is an open forum. Please don't be rude.
You are being rude with me.
No, I'm not. I'm just addressing you, trying to
No.
help you
Yeah,
understand, and now
I'm
you've
going.
pissed me off.
DJ, I'll come back when he's gone. Okay.
What a
I will
wanker.
actually
No, dude,
continue.
hold on a second. Look,
Bye.
hold on. Listen
Okay,
to me for
bye.
a second. Jedi's one of the most knowledgeable guys in here. You can learn a lot from him, so you should be respectful to him. He's trying to help you out.
Wow, sorry, guys. I do apologise. Obviously, upset him.
Oh no, he does this often. Yeah, he's all right, but he's like every time like he has these little hissy fits. He'll come back. He's getting better each time he comes back. Actually, he's been like super cog dis mode, but today he's been like way more receptive than normal. He'll get over his.
lies.
I was going to say the last 20 minutes has been really interesting to listen. It's been a good conversation. I feel bad that he left on my behalf.
No, he didn't. He's been like he keeps doing this. He's got this little thing where he spazzes out after a bit, but he'll come back.
He seems to be getting it.
But yeah, spot on, bringing it back to empirical evidence, Jedi. I like it. Was getting into the weeds. He said, she said, blah blah blah. Earth measures flat at the end of the day.
Yeah, that's all I was trying to help him out with. It's the claim of that we can't verify of this person and that person seeing curved and flat horizons. Well, that's not really helping us out. What we can do, though, is measure the surface of the Earth. That's all I was trying to bring him to.
For the record, though, I believe it was you, DJ, that brought it up.
I think, yeah, I don't know how we got into that particular topic. I know he was talking about how
you mentioned Katy Perry being disappointed.
No, not Katy Perry. Wally Funk. No, he was saying he brought it up earlier. He brought up the some pilot, a MiG something, MiG 28 or whatever, and he said the MiG pilot said he could see the curvature of the Earth from 90,000 feet or something like that. So I was just saying, look, other people have gone higher, 3 times higher than that, and they're saying that they didn't see it. So that's all I was saying. I was just trying to point out there's like
in my mind there's like a separation. Like you've got pilots, planes, weather balloons, right, and that's in what we can verify. And then you've got these wacky performances of people going high, celebrities going very high,
Mhm.
which is hard to know anything about, really.
Yeah. people thinking that they see, well, even same with the pilots. I mean, he might have thought that they might have thought they saw the curvature of the Earth because they can see the same distance in all directions. And I've been at the coastline before where I had a huge field of view at a peninsula, and when I panned my head around, it looked like it was curved. But then when I look a bit closer, I just noticed that I'm seeing the same distance in every direction, and it kind of looks like a big flat circle of vision. Same thing, that would happen even more drastically from higher altitudes.
But that's the thing, before you get to flat Earth, when you're still a glober, when it's still the only option for reality, why wouldn't you look for curvature? You know, why wouldn't you find it just staring out a plane window? Whatever it may be, you know, awkward, you know, weirdly shaped clouds, giving a kind of distinct curve-like appearance. You know, I mean, you'll look for it and you'll find it if you want to.
Definitely, man.
I did type that to him. People find curvature all the time when they don't understand what they're looking at. And I mean, he demonstrated it just 5 minutes ago. He posted like Pontchartrain. Doesn't understand what he's looking at. Found curvature, but doesn't understand what he's looking at. But yeah, he sounded a lot better today.
Yeah, he apologized for spazzing out so much, but I guess he's still got a bit of it left in him. Cog this is a bitch of a thing, isn't it? It's got to go through it, I guess.
Everybody's gonna have their jokey / troll phase, I think. The ones that never get the fuck over it, you know what I mean?
Yep.
Might be a thing that it's easier speaking to people in Asia or, you know, Eastern European, because you don't have to break through that kind of nationalistic national pride, right? That you generally do with Americans.
Yeah, with Americans, yeah.
Or except when it comes to the Indians putting a thing on the moon.
Yeah, there's that. Yeah,
a lot of the South Asian and Southeast Asian cultures are very, very trusting of the education system. They look up to it, right? They think it comes from the Western cultures and all of these, like, you know, like Harvard and Yale, and they hold the education such a big thing. Like, I spent 6 months in Sri Lanka last year. Like, every random person you talk to, the first thing that they'll bring up is, oh, my brother-in-law's in Canada studying economics. Like, that's it. And the other one, like, they're obsessed with credentials, and just same with in India, because we spent a month in India as well. You meet someone on the bus or in the town, the first thing they'll bring up is, oh, my brother-in-law, my nephew is in Australia at the moment. He's going to be a doctor. And they're like, that's like their claim to fame. Like, you know, they hold such a high standard to authority. And when I was in
that's how
Thailand,
strongly the West has propagandized these people with an inferiority complex, essentially.
yeah, absolutely, bro. Spot on.
And I
It was
made the
crazy.
same observation the other day. I was saying it can either go two ways with, you know, Indians or the like. They've either got this massive high regard or anything coming out the West, and it's very hard to convince them that these people that they look to essentially as the intellectual saviors of the world, right, and the progress machine, are selling complete bullshit, or at least they're at the head of selling it, the forefront.
We were talking about this a couple of weeks ago. It's the top part of the world that we're talking about at the moment. There's things like the caste system and stuff like that, like social castes. Those who are educated, that have been to university, are already in another caste. So these people won't even address other people from different castes. It's the culture's obviously really, really varied. We have to remember that.
Definitely.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, Dick was a good example of kind of having that blind faith in the West.
It's one of our exports, isn't it? Education. We, especially in Britain, we import a lot of students into the country. Same with America, right? Education, you import an awful lot of students into the country from not so educated parts of the world. I use with finger quotes. So yeah, education is something that we do use as a carrot and stick type of thing. Whether the education is good education or bad education, you can all argue amongst yourselves, but it's definitely something that we export.
Yep.
Again, in a sane world, right, where we're trying to do good by each other, it would be, you wouldn't look twice at such a thing, right? Be a good thing to export it, import it, whatever. Yeah, it's just the content of education currently.
Baklak. Wagwa man. Maratafa.
Bumbleclaw? What?
Pussyclap.
Ah. What's up, Rasta? Wagwan.
Wagwa man. What's up?
Have you been to London to see the Queen?
Show me your pussy ass. Shut the fuck up.
All right, dude. All right, we're live streaming on
dead.
YouTube. If you just want to say like words and stuff, maybe go to a different channel. You will get removed very quickly if this is the way that you continue. It's up to you how you act and behave. You will be dealt with accordingly.
Sorry about that.
No, you're all right.
Yeah, I think the quality of conversation you get here at Hub is probably just edges out over politics,
Dude, it's like freaking night and day difference, in my opinion.
You think, yeah?
It's just a bunch of soy boy, satanic, atheist, freaking trannies over in politics.
Yeah, there's probably a much bigger gap. Yeah. I mean, fucking sad to say, honestly, but if you're dealing with people that have a kind of inherent inferiority complex, they're more open to what you're going to say.
Well, people here in general, they're not here to be debate bros, right? They join this server to better. They want to better their lives. They want to, they want to increase their vocabulary in English and improve. It's like a self-help type server in a sense. So it's definitely a different type of character that we get coming in here, and
Well, yeah,
much,
but
much
it's
better
so in
faith. It's still
politics,
triggering.
it's so American centric, right? And the
Yeah.
average American has this wild superiority complex. You know, they already know fucking everything because they've been to a day in school, basically, in Western education, and they know so fucking much they can just literally start bending language to their will. You know, that's why they're all a bunch of weirdos over there.
Yep.
Yeah, a lot of people coming in here are actually like trying to learn English because it's a prerequisite for a job that they're applying for, or a field of work that they want to get into.
Yeah. Westerners generally fucking suck for this topic.
Which one?
Who was that? Ken?
One German guy coming here
Yeah.
is wanted to learn
I was
English
just
because him
asking.
and his girlfriend wanted to move to America, to Texas of all places.
And she was like deciding whether she should learn English or not.
Hello
Well,
there.
why everyone so quiet?
Hello there.
Hello?
Oh, that's pretty
Hello?
good.
Yeah, someone's talking. Yeah, that's good.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's a bot.
Giggity, giggity, giggity.
Yeah, sounds like one.
You know, baby, you are for.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
How's it going, y'all?
Up AG.
How's it going, Ether?
Hope all's
We're
well
just
with
getting
everybody.
along.
We are going,
There are too
and
many
we
people.
are going to the Ku Klux Klan. It's very old song, so there's no many people know it. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that song. Like,
Did you? Yeah. Did you know it?
like this is the first time I know. No, like I've never heard of that.
Yeah. It's very famous. But if you know the Ku Klux Klan so much, you will listen this song.
Yeah, I've heard of Ku Klux Klan, but like I'm not the.
You guys are
I'm
insane.
not into that shit.
These people are
Want to
crazy.
keep it to the channel topic, guys?
Channel topic is flat Earth, guys.
It's in the channel
Flat
heading.
Earth. You believe that the Earth is flat? What the?
It's not a
Yes,
belief.
I
belief
do
is
believe.
false.
Man,
What
when
the
you
heck?
when you walk, like if you were walking like a
Physically, the flat Earth doesn't exist.
What are you
No, it
talking
does
about?
exist. It's not curving. That's why we know it's flat.
Yeah,
Believe me,
it
brother.
measures to be flat.
This is the craziest idea I listened in all my whole life.
You observe the horizon to be horizontal, and you think that's crazy.
Okay.
Kind of weird, man.
Okay. You have the right. I can't talk to you in this topic because this thinks it's in the high level.
Oh, so you're just going to divert to authority?
No. Just give me the information. You believe that the Earth is flat?
The horizon is not a belief.
In order to know
Sorry,
that
go
the
ahead.
Earth is
Go ahead.
flat, in order to
No, I
know the
just
Earth is
asked
flat,
you. No,
listen,
I just
listen,
asked you. Yes
listen.
or no?
In order to
Yeah.
know that the Earth is flat, you first need to
No,
know what the
no.
size of the. Okay, dude, whatever, man.
Yeah, dude, just skip. Next.
I asked you. I just asked you. Yes or no? It's flat or no?
Yes, yes, it's
We
flat.
ex- we we accept the Earth as it presents itself. Yes.
Okay. This. Okay. I get you.
How do you experience the Earth in your day-to-day life?
No, I just say to my information you are a liar, and I believe you. Yeah, the
All right,
Earth is
bye.
flat.
What are you talking about?
So you can't have a civilized, serious conversation about this. Then is that what you're saying?
What the heck? You make your photo that the Earth is flat? Oh my god.
The horizon
Who are you?
remains horizontal regardless of
believe in
altitude.
aliens?
So
Do you
yes.
believe in aliens?
Why would I believe in some kind of sci-fi nonsense like that?
Okay, that makes sense.
Is there any evidence of aliens?
Why are we talking about the aliens?
Just
I don't know, man.
ask you.
He wants to talk about everything except for the Earth.
No, I'm just don't want to join in this conversation about the flattened Earth because this is ridiculous.
Well, why are you here
Why are you
then?
in this channel?
No, I'm just chilling. Yeah.
Yeah, if you want like some channel, just go over mindless fucking trivia bullshit.
No,
There's plenty of
I
others.
just want to know how the people thinking. This is all.
Well,
you know,
give me a
we're thinking
reason
that-
You
why I should
haven't
think
asked
it's
any.
not.
You haven't
You know
asked
we're
any
thinking
questions.
that
All
we
you've
think
done
Earth
is
is
made
flat.
fun of us.
Well, why don't you give us a reason why we shouldn't think it's
Can I ask you another question if you
No,
want?
I just asked you a question.
Well,
Give us a
what's your question?
reason. Can you give us a reason why we should think it's not flat?
I say I can't join in this conversation about the flattened Earth because this is ridiculous in my
Okay, man.
opinion.
Right, that's
But
fine. We'll put
but
you on mute.
but
We'll put you on mute, and we'll go back to Ken. Ken, you still with us?
Yes, I am.
Can you do better than the other guy at articulating your thoughts and having a conversation?
Man, I was trying to say that there is no evidence that the Earth is round. So actually,
Do you
like
mean
we have all the
round as in a sphere,
we have
spherical?
all the evidence that the Earth is flat.
Do you? You
Are
show
you
us
really
something.
fucking
Yes, I do
idiot?
believe
It's
so.
fucking bullshit, guys.
Okay, Ken,
No,
Relax,
no,
dude.
Ken,
no, it's
Ken,
not.
Ken. How big is the Earth?
What do you mean? How big is the Earth?
Well, if you have all the evidence, how big is it?
He said he thinks it's flat Earth.
Oh, never mind. Then welcome to Flat Earth.
I'm asking him, what is the evidence for the Earth being flat?
I mean, that's a good question.
Yeah, but then this other guy interrupted him. So
So,
Hey, Laps,
Ken,
let us know when you've got control of your mic and we'll unmute you.
I'm just confused. I'm just confused. To what should I answer? Oh, should I?
well, you said there's no evidence for the Earth being, you said round, but I think you mean to say a sphere, right? So fair enough.
Yes, yeah.
So you believe or know the Earth is flat. Right? What evidence do you use to demonstrate
Yes.
that, or how would you explain that?
You just take a walk and you will see that Earth is flat.
So your direct experience
you are
essentially, right?
able, because you are able to take a walk and if it was round, like you would fall, right?
Why would you fall if it was round?
Like when you reach the, how do you say it, like the point when you're not able like to be stable on the earth, you just fall down, right? Like for
Is that
example,
your
if you
current situation?
if you
Maybe you're drunk
imagine
or
the
something.
earth like a sphere, right, and you're on the top, and you
Yeah,
walk
yeah, but in the
down, like,
sphere
and
they claim they
you're
have
on the
gravity,
middle.
right? Pulling you to the center of the planet, and that's why you're able to stay upright. So
Man, gravity, like even Einstein didn't.
Do you know what gravity is?
He didn't have enough evidence to prove that gravity exists, right? And
Yeah.
we actually don't have anything that can prove that gravity exists, right?
Well, it's a
right, but
mathematical
sure,
framework, dude. But yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, but surely your evidence that the Earth is flat is not because you can maintain an upright position, right, while walking.
Man, I'm not a scientist, but I strongly believe that Earth is flat, and I strongly believe that people who think or who claim that Earth is a sphere, they don't have enough evidence to prove that point. You know what I'm saying?
Well, we would agree with you, but not sure if we agree for the same reasons. What evidence would it be that they'd have to lack that would basically make their position unprovable?
Let me ask Ken this. Which direction is down on a globe Earth?
It's Australia.
What, from everywhere? What?
I don't know. On the map, it's Australia.
So what's your evidence that the Earth's flat, dude? Or what evidence would need to be provided for the Earth to be a sphere?
That was his evidence
Oh
that
no.
if the Earth was a sphere, everybody would fall off in the bottom.
Yes. And they would see like the three giants, like elephants standing on
OnlyFans.
the, not only the fence but
What
elephants.
the fuck?
I'm getting bored.
Oh, I want to go back to my flight school so much.
Someone's watching only fence too much, bro.
Is anybody into aviation? This call? I have a big question to ask.
What's that?
Go ahead. Feel free to ask
do
it.
with the shape of the Earth.
So, you know, like in my home airport, we have like 3 one-ways, right? We have 2 to right and 2 to left.
Yeah.
And 2 to left is pointed like for heading 217, I think, or 216. I can't remember. So why is the reason that like it had like the number of 2 to left and 2 to right?
Oh, do you know
Because
what?
of the
I didn't know
azimuthal
this.
direction.
What?
It's the azimuthal direction of the runway.
Because the Earth is flat.
Bro.
Won't go for the aviation stuff. I
It's
know the
the
answer is
azimuthal.
somewhere in my head.
Okay.
It's
But I won't know.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Not too well.
It's the azimuthal direction of the runway. So that runway is going 22 degrees in that direction.
There
from
we
the
go.
airport.
Aha, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Okay, carry on, mate. Was that it?
Yeah, because I'm I'm a flight simmer, so when I fly Boeing, I have to set the course of the one way, so it's 217. So that's I don't know. I was just curious about the heading of the one ways because I didn't really know that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Well, glad we could help. Has anybody else got any random problems that I need help with?
But how do? Okay, I want to say something again.
Mm.
How did you actually know that?
Okay. Now, Sheepdog actually answered you. I could only had a bad memory. As soon as he said it, I got it. It's because we study aviation. Aviation,
Oh, lovely.
as in how we practically aviate and navigate across the surface of the Earth. The question is, do we aviate and navigate across a curved surface or horizontal surface? It appears that we aviate and navigate across a horizontal surface.
That's wow. I'm shocked. Like I thought I will never meet somebody who was into aviation in this server.
We talk about it quite frequently. It's crazy.
So are you actually a av geek? Like, do you really love aviation?
We've come, I say we, because it gets
Yeah.
brought up a lot in the subject. How do we aviate and navigate across the Earth? We've come to study it more. There are people from the 24/7 that are much more studied in the subject than I, for sure. But yeah, we speak about it often, like I said.
Okay. So
I imagine you know Air Force Proud, right? On YouTube.
yeah, I'm just into the airliners. So like Airbus 350 and the King of the Skies and the 40s. Like. So yeah.
There's plenty of flat Earth pilots.
Can you say again?
How into aviation are you? Do you know like the first, like the guys who invented aviation? Do you know their names?
Sorry, your microphone was cutting out. Can you say again?
Yeah, like
Did you even speak to me?
Yeah. How I was kind of curious, like how into aviation are you? Do you know the very first people who invented aviation, made it possible?
Nah. I'm gonna tell you something. I fly on a network called VATSIM, so it's like one by one to the real world for pilots. So I know how to fly in a Boeing and Airbus 320 and 737 and stuff like that. So it's nothing like you're asking for right now.
Who was the very first person to ever fly? Who was it?
I don't know. Like I don't know.
Like who made the very first aircraft and flew it?
Don't know.
Well, I'm thinking it's an English barrier. Like you might not
airship.
understand. Was it American?
Concept of flying?
Was it two Americans or two brothers?
If you're talking about winged aircraft, then
oh yeah.
So it was
Yeah,
the
no,
Wright
like the
brothers,
hot air balloon was like like the
the old Gaultier brothers.
the
Yeah, I was going to say the Wright brothers weren't the first, even though they did fly planes. Their flight already had existed prior to that.
Yeah, I mean like a hot air balloon. That was like the Renaissance time.
Yeah, I mean small gliders, but they did the thing with the motor or engine.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
What's up?
Welcome.
Clear.
How can we help?
Co mówisz? What? Yes. O kurcze. Very dużo people. Yes.
Sorry. Having trouble understanding what you're trying to say, man.
Witam wszystkich tu serdecznie. Robi się niebezpiecznie.
Okay, it's the crazy hour.
Ma.
Yeah,
Hello.
well, say, didn't we just talk about how it's better on this server?
Yeah.
Hello.
It is better, but it's not fail
Not
safe.
perfect.
That's for
Yeah,
sure. Definitely far from perfect. I just started an event, Sunday debate, flat versus globe. That's why there's people rocking in now.
I think it's like a
Oh,
curse. It's like, you know, tell God your plan. You
Odjeżdża
know?
od godziny 4 z 4 peronu.
Oh,
Hey,
I don't
bro.
want any mate,
Hey,
please. I told you once.
bro,
I don't
with
want
the
to tell you again.
car profile. You're going to need to read the server rules. It clearly, explicitly states that you must attempt to speak English. Okay.
Nie. Nie. A co ty mi będziesz rozkazywał, ty? Nie.
Yeah.
Nie.
English, please.
Yeah.
English,
Yeah.
please.
Nie będziesz mi rozkazywał, ty. Ale ty to zamknij się, ty.
Yeah.
Information.
So Zero, you work for Boeing?
Nope. I'm just an F geek, you know. I know a lot about airplanes and stuff like that.
Okay.
At least how to fly them, you know, and set them up. So.
Are you a private pilot or a commercial pilot?
Nah. The thing is that I have a flight simulator. That's pretty realistic. So I have learned how to fly the planes properly.
In your flight simulator, is the Earth spinning?
Yes, it is. We have live weather and real time.
No, not the weather. The earth, ground underneath you moving.
Yeah, it's moving. Yeah, correct.
Is it?
Like. So when I'm taking off, you know, we are.
What's the name of this flight simulator?
Microsoft Flight Simulator.
How do you account for the spinning of the Earth?
So what kind of question is that even? Like,
He's asking you, when you aviate across a rotating reference frame that's the Earth, do you have to take account for the ground moving?
guys, I'm gonna say something right now.
Okay.
Hopefully it's not nothing that'll get you banned.
I'm not gonna get banned. I'm not gonna do anything.
Okay.
So imagine, you know, you're driving a car.
Uh-huh.
You're
No,
driving.
this is
I
not.
thought we were
This is
talking about
no.
aeroplanes.
Yeah, we're
It's
just
the
asking you.
same way. It's the same way.
No, dude.
Planes
Please,
works.
dude. Excuse me. We just want a yes or no answer. Do you, the pilot, have to take account for the surface of the Earth moving beneath you because it's a rotating reference frame? Yes
You're
or
not
no?
attached to the. You're not
Hold on.
attached to the Earth.
Just want a yes or no.
Yes, I have to.
So you physically have to take account for and correct for the motion of the rotating Earth beneath you. Just to be clear. Yes or no? Just to be clear.
Like, is that a tricky question? Like,
No,
I
dude.
think
I just want a clarification because I want to move.
If you're not accounting for the
I
Earth's
don't know.
motion, if you're not accounting for the Earth's motion, then just say I don't account for the motion. Sorry,
It's not a trick question. It's not a trick question, dude.
Mhm.
I'm just asking you if you have to physically take account for the Earth moving beneath you.
No.
Okay. No.
Mhm.
Okay, that's why I was clarifying because it seemed like you were saying yes before. Okay, that's all we wanted to know.
Okay.
Wouldn't you have to, though?
Okay. What I have to is.
Yeah, wouldn't you have to compensate for that since you're in two different reference frames? And to get to the location on the spinning Earth beneath you, you're going to have to kind of compensate for that, aren't you?
You guys are fucking trolling, man. Like.
No, we're being
What?
honest, man. We're talking
Wouldn't
about
you
real
have
physics.
to do that?
So I'm just
when
flying.
you're, look, Zero. If you're an F-16 pilot, Zero, and you're landing on an aircraft carrier in the middle of the ocean, you have to account for motion.
I do not fly, and I
I'm
don't know
just
how to
telling
fly
you.
a fighter aircraft. I know how to fly the Airbus
Fine,
family
but
and the
you're not
Boeing
accounting
family.
for motion, so therefore there's no motion of the Earth. That's the whole point.
You seemed surprised when you came in asking your questions about why runways point at different directions and all of that type of stuff, right?
That was a tricky question for me because I really
Yeah.
want to know if you guys was into aviation in any point.
That's what I'm trying to lead on to because you seem to be surprised that we talk about this stuff quite often. Right.
Okay.
Yeah. In this room where we say the Earth is flat and stationary, not a sphere that's in motion, rotating around a point, then obviously what our question is, when we aviate across a curving surface that is moving, do we actually have to correct for the curving surface or the motion? At the moment you're saying, well, we don't have to correct for the motion, but you understand why we're talking about it because the claim is the Earth is a sphere that's rotating. We would have to.
But like, I just fly the aircraft. Like, who should I account the motion of the Earth to? Who? My marshal law. My marshal law on the destination.
Let's put it this way. If you were to leave a floor, like a traveling floor that was moving in one direction, as you were above it, the surface would move underneath you, wouldn't it? In actual fact, if you went in one direction, followed the track of the floor, you could keep up with a point if you were traveling at the same speed. If you were to turn round and travel antithetical to the direction of that floor, you would be facing the oncoming traffic, the oncoming airport, because the surface is moving underneath you. If you're traveling above a surface that is moving in a direction, then you would have to take account for it. Your flight times would be different in either direction, wouldn't they? Because in one direction, you're traveling in the same direction as the rotating Earth, and in the other direction, you're moving against the motion of the Earth.
That's why we have the air traffic controllers that tell us what to do.
Yeah,
it's similar to getting on an escalator. It's similar to getting on an escalator. If you walk up to an escalator and that escalator is moving, you have to account for the motion of the escalator or you're going to fall down. And when you're on the escalator and you go to get off the escalator, if you don't account for the different motion that the ground is on, then because that ground is no motion, but the escalator is in motion. If you don't account for that motion, you're going to fall down and crash.
Yeah.
You ever used a helicopter simulator?
A helicopter simulator.
Yeah.
Did you actually say that?
Yeah, I'm asking you if you've ever used a helicopter simulator.
I don't think that's any game that called a helicopter simulator. It's
Well, it
just
seems
a
to be lots
flight
of
simulator. A
yeah,
flight.
yeah. Have you ever used one for a helicopter? It's different to an aeroplane. It's the question I'm asking you.
Of course it is, because it has an elevator. It's totally different
Have you
flight
used
controls.
one? Have you used
No,
one?
I didn't. I didn't.
Okay, I'm just asking if you've ever used one because I'm trying to lead on to the concept of hovering. Do you understand what hovering is?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you understand that hovering doesn't need any acceleration in either direction. It's maintaining a
yes.
Yeah, good. So you understand that.
I understand.
If you have a hovering aircraft like a helicopter and the
Yeah.
surface underneath you is in motion, the Earth, which is rotating, how does the Earth not change its position underneath a hovering helicopter?
Why do you like asking me that such of Christians? Like I
Because
don't
in
really
this room we're
understand that.
talking
You know
about
you're
the
in a
thing
flat
that we're
Earth
on,
channel,
and
right? Not fucking
that,
flight simulator channel.
yeah, this simulation is supposed to be of the Earth, right? You're flying over the Earth. The Earth is a sphere, isn't it? And it's in motion. It's rotating on its axis. We're trying to figure out if in the simulator there is any simulation of this sphere that's rotating on an axis. So far, you seem to say no. Don't have to account for the motion of the Earth underneath the aircraft.
I know you having a good time right now, and you try to bait me, but the bait doesn't work that well, as you maybe think it is.
It wasn't a debate. We were actually just asking questions. It turned into a debate when you started becoming awkward.
I said I don't know.
Yeah,
like
cool. Yeah.
I've said that too many times now. Like,
all right, so it gets even better, right? And this is the end of the debate. The Earth is flat and stationary. You fly it as if it's flat and stationary, so therefore you know it's flat and stationary. End of debate.
Yeah. Street stationary for all practical purposes by every pilot on Earth.
This is why pilots aren't like any kind of source regarding this topic. They just fly the machines. They don't know what the fuck's going on past that.
Well, he's not even a real pilot. He
They
just
don't
plays
think
with the
about it.
flight
I'm not
simulator.
a real pilot. I just know how to fly the Airbus. I know how to set up the plane for the approach, for the eyeless approach.
I'm sure you could be a real pilot.
I could.
Do you know
yeah.
We've spoken to
Do you
real
know?
pilots anyway. That's
Do
what
you know
we're
what?
referring to.
Do you know? Do you know what is topography?
Oh, what was he like?
Procography.
Topography.
Topography. I don't think so. Can you?
Yeah, mountains, hills, and stuff. What you're flying over.
Yeah, we have a terrain radar, so we can see where the mountain is if we're flying into an airport with many mountains around.
Yeah, can you post me one elevation profile with the curved surface, please?
Okay. So
you know what? From the let's say from the North America to the south of America, that's a lot of land. You know, you have so many flights coming. You know, and now you're flying over the curved surface, and then you have elevation profile. That means that mountains changing with the curve of the surface.
Yeah, can you actually hear yourself?
Yes.
So you're telling me that the elevation of the mountain gonna change because of what?
Because of sphere must change if Earth is a sphere. Are you saying with the, are you saying that with the distance on the sphere elevation does not change?
It could change. Like anything can happen. Like, but
like if you're on point A and 500 miles away from you, is it curving the surface or it's flat?
It's probably curving.
Okay, that means that elevation profile must have the mountains and down the curved surface.
Yeah.
Can you post that elevation profile for any country? You can choose it.
I didn't listen to you, like, honestly.
How do
Do
you
you
set
know
up
what
to
is?
land?
Do you know what is elevation profile?
Yeah, I know what the elevation profile is. It's probably
He asked you if you could pull the elevation profile of of any country. You pick the country and show that it's curving. That's what he asked you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. How do you set up to land? Do you use any mathematics, or is it just pressing buttons?
So the thing is, when we're setting up the approach and the landing in the aircrafts, we have an I think in the real world you have a calculator, an app where they can put all the information about the airport, the winds, the temperature, the length of the runway, all thingamajiggy, fuel on board, stuff like that, you know.
Okay.
And then we put it
Does it
into
take
our yeah.
Does it take into account your height and your distance from the airport?
I don't know. As I said before, I'm not a real pilot.
Oh yeah, I know. I'm just fascinated because you said to land.
Yeah.
I was wondering what you actually do. You use a calculator.
Yeah.
Within that
Yeah.
calculator,
Let me finish. Let me finish.
I would presume if you're trying to land, that's getting from one altitude, let's say 34,000 feet, down to zero over time and distance, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I was just wondering if you did that bit.
So I'm gonna tell like the whole thing we do, okay? Without you interrupting me in my thingamajiggy, okay?
I hope you answer my question, but yeah, I won't interrupt.
I'm gonna answer it. So we have air traffic controllers. They're gonna help us to land the aircraft properly and get into our localizer for the runway. So let's say the air traffic controller gonna say, for example, Scandinavian 294 heading 290, you cleared ILS 22 left. We're gonna arm the approach mode in the aircraft. So that's gonna be in the Airbus, it's just approach mode. We're gonna press that, and we're gonna press the LS. I think it's beside the QNH button, and yeah, and around I think it's 1,000 feet. We're gonna take it manually. So we're gonna say autopilot off, and then we're gonna land the aircraft manually.
Okay, cool. So you do that bit. That's fine.
Yeah.
I would assume that when you're coming to approach, like I said, it's getting down from your altitude to another. The mathematics that are involved in that time and distance calculation and the angle of your pitch, so you arrive at the airport at the correct time, at the correct distance, at blah blah blah. That piece of mathematics uses trigonometry. Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So that equation to figure out the height of the aircraft is above and adjacent. The height of the aircraft between the horizontal is the vertical, that's your altitude. And obviously you've got your hypotenuse to the airport. That mathematical calculation takes place on a flat earth. Doesn't take place on a curved surface because it's using trigonometry. That's triangles, right? It's literally you descending angle on a triangle the whole way down. Now, whether the path is actually along that hypotenuse because of, I don't know, wind, variabilities, your height changes, you go down or whatever. But ultimately, your approach mathematics is done using trigonometry. That trigonometry takes place on a flat earth. It's not a point for debate. I just thought you, being an aircraft geek, would be interested to know that.
And I agree with him. I think all pilots, they fly to a location.
Yeah, you're correct. It's called a glide slope path.
Yeah, thank you very much. There's a guy in here called Eli. He's been talking about this for a long time. As soon as you said that, that's what he's been talking about. So yeah, that's why I brought it up.
Yeah. So we
can
have
y'all
the
hear
glide
me?
slope. But yeah.
I was just gonna say, I agree with you. I think all pilots, they fly to a location. Once they reach close enough to the radar of the tower of where they're going to be landing, then the tower guides them in. That's exactly how I think they all fly.
Nah, that's the approach controller that's guide us into the one-way. The tower controller gives us our landing clearance, so clear to land, blah blah blah, winds are blah blah blah. So that is the thing we have.
Regardless, I don't think the pilots are doing a whole lot of navigating.
Not anymore.
They control the
Not
plane.
anymore.
They
Not
control the
anymore.
plane, but they don't navigate.
We don't navigate. But we have to read, or pilots have to read back every single instruction by the controller.
You just follow the flight corridors of where you're going to go.
No, like we are following our flight plan, the waypoints we have set up in our MCDO.
Yeah, those are usually follow flight corridors.
Okay.
Say, for example, from New York to
okay,
London.
okay.
Yeah. But you're correct, 100%. You fly from one bearing to another and change your direction next. Yep.
Yeah, that's correct.
See, we find it fascinating, right, because of the claim of what we're overrating and navigating across. So when we look into it, we find a lot of flat Earth kind of the mathematics that for the glide slope angle, like we discussed, the non-dip correction of the aircraft's nose to negotiate curvature that's always going downwards and away. You're trying to maintain a horizontal parallel with the ground below at altitude for all intents and purposes. Obviously, you've got to take off to get to your altitude, but you're going to try and maintain horizontal till you want to come back down to the ground below. Pretty much the dynamics of aircraft, right? We've kind of looked into this and it all looks like it's taking place on a flat, stationary Earth. It's interesting. It's not a point for the debate, but you being a geek, you might want to be interested in this.
I'm gonna tell you something right now.
We're all
The
ears,
thing
mate. What's that?
the thing with pilots and F geeks and people like me is we don't care about the thing you are. You have a hobby. You have your hobby. We have our hobby. So our hobby is to fly the aircraft. We like the whole systems, the fly-by-wire system in the aircraft, how the aircraft has been worked by the engineers. That's our passion about aircraft. So, like, we don't give a. It's gonna be a hard word, but we don't give a shit. It's not our problem.
Yeah, we know.
And you're about to fucking laugh because I know what you're doing. Yeah, I know what you're doing.
Well, pointing
I'm
out
not
the
stupid.
interesting points that the Earth is navigated across as flat and stationary.
You have repeated yourself. I don't know how many times.
Loads. Yeah, that's the point. I know you don't care. We just find it interesting. You who came into this room asking your question about aviation, we have a crossover of interests. You seem to not like it. I mean, that's fine.
I do like it. I do like it when
okay. So
when
what's
I'm
the
meeting.
problem then?
The problem is like I just what?
You don't like me pointing it out.
Okay. The problem is that the thing is, I was
You just want to
asking.
brag about being a Boeing pilot on a simulator. That's the only thing you wanted to do.
Yeah, we know. Yeah, absolutely.
Can you fly
like
over
to-
the surface? Can you fly over the surface if surface is flat?
Oh man. Hey, why did you come in here, dumbass? Zero? Why did you come
Yeah?
in here? Why did you join the
what?
Flat Earth channel?
Why did you call me a dumbass in the
Because you're a
beginning?
dumbass, bro. I'm getting sick and tired of your attitude.
I am a dumbass, okay?
Yeah,
But
I know.
like,
why did you come in here?
Just came here, learning
Why?
you
What's the
learning you some
reason?
stuff, you know?
Do you know what
What
why
a
means? The word
dumbass
why?
answer.
Yeah, that is a dumbass answer.
Like what I'm supposed to say else? Like
Do you
what do
know
you mean?
why? Do you even know why you did something?
You guys are absolutely hilarious,
A
man.
common answer would be, I was interested in hearing why flat earthers say that the earth is flat.
Like the Earth is actually formed like a burger, you know. The Earth has the cheese, it
Yeah,
has the
here's the
mayo.
retarded fucking part.
Yeah,
Holy
Tyson did say that. He said it's hamburger shaped.
Yeah, zero. You know,
Yeah,
it's a good
yeah.
publicity for Globers that think pilots have answers, right? It's just showing that you can understand how to operate a plane, but you're still retarded.
I'm still retarded, but
Yeah, yeah, pretty much.
okay. So I'm retarded, but I can fly an aircraft
As
with
soon as you
like
come out of
200
operating
passengers on
plane
board.
mode, you're just another typical dumbass.
I'm a
You're
typical
flying the
dumbass.
you're flying the aircraft, but you don't know what is elevation profile. That's great.
You fly aircrafts, but you've never ever flown an aircraft in your life, not once.
Because yes, exactly. Exactly. I've
Linda,
never said to you I was a will pilot. Never, ever, ever. Never, ever.
Linda, shut your Dorito shoot. What you are is a perfect example of a globe head. You came in
globe.
here with nothing, you have nothing, and you're providing
No,
nothing.
no. Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah.
tell you something.
No, you're not.
When a debate was finished in here, somebody said to me, if anybody had
Yeah, that was called sarcasm.
Well, there wasn't a debate today, was there? What debate?
Just a little bit of chain thing.
I friggin' love the mid-sentence mute.
Good stuff.
I hopes that guy was going to take this seriously after we answered his original question correctly.
It wouldn't have mattered either way.
Why?
If you did answer it, he'd be like, "Oh, okay. Well, you guys know something about aviation." If you didn't answer it, you guys are dumb flat earthers who don't know anything about aviation. Either way, you're dumb flat earthers. It doesn't change anything.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
On a lighter note, I realised last night that Matthew Learns reminds me of Steve Martin.
Oh, thanks. Most people say Rowan Atkinson, Mr. Bean.
No, Steve Martin. Don't ruin Atkinson for me. But I get it. As well pointed out, T-Dub.
Steve Martin's a mad banjo player. Can you do dueling banjos there, Matthew?
Really?
Can play the piano a little bit. I wish I knew how
Not
to play
Matthew,
the
but
banjo.
yeah, Steve Martin. Look it up. He's pretty handy, actually.
Did that conversation go as far as you wanted to there, T-Dub? Is there any more that you wanted to say? Anything else you wanted to bring up?
No, not really. No, like Mrs. I was watching a movie last night, and I was like, "Oh, what are you watching?" She's like, was it some movie with Steve Martin in it? I was like, and she was like, "Oh, I think it's Steve Martin," and I said, "Oh, give us a look," and I was like, "Yeah, that's Steve Martin," and then I looked and I went, "Holy shit, that looks like Matthew Learns."
I tried to watch him in the remake of the Pink Panther. I turned off after 5 minutes, man. It was bloody awful. I like Steve Martin, but that definitely wasn't his best work.
No, nothing beats the original. What was his name? Peter Sellers.
Yep.
Does your dog bite? No, my dog does not bite. He pats the dog or bites him. He's, I thought you said your dog does not bite. But that is not my dog. Love it.
Absolute classic. In actual fact, that's something we're going to be watching over Christmas. And my kids haven't seen the Pink Panther movies yet. They can't go through life without seeing them. So yeah, they've got to watch those.
Yeah, Matthew, these aren't just assumptions when there's trigonometric data that goes along with the flight derivation and definitions to the model. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I'm not sure what you mean by flight derivations and model. Oh, sorry. You mean the thing you quoted? So yeah, they made some untrue assumptions to make the calculations simpler. Sounds like
Untrue assumptions. So what untrue assumptions did they make? Because you're trying to straw
the
man
aircraft
on
the
the mass
aircraft are
of the
rigid,
aircraft.
and the aircraft have a constant mass. Those aren't true, but you know, it's get close enough by making those assumptions.
So we're going to treat the Earth as flat and stationary for these flight models, even though that's not what it is.
Bingo. There you go. It makes it easier to do the calculations.
You want to know why it's easy? Because it's natural. Flat Earth is natural. It's simple.
Easy isn't always true. What do you mean?
I just find it really interesting that you guys want to hang on the part where it says of constant mass. You guys want to hang on to that part and just completely ignore the stationary atmosphere, flat, non-rotating Earth part. That's over and over and over again. It doesn't really make much sense. But I mean, in all fairness, I suppose we're using this as a using NASA as a hostile witness in this anyway. But
Right. So you and I
strange.
both agree that aircraft aren't of constant mass. That's the point. That's why we use that, because we start with somewhere where we agree.
Okay, but how does that make the Earth not flat and stationary?
Because it's in the list of things that they make as untrue assumptions.
So the weight of an aircraft changes the shape of the ground.
No,
That's
the
what
weight
I'm
of the
hearing.
aircraft changes as it flies.
One aircraft
So
or
if
20,000
it changes
in
its
this
weight as
moment.
it flies, does it start off flat and then becomes curved, or does it start off curved and then becomes flat as it gets lighter?
The weight of the aircraft has nothing to do with the shape of the surface of the Earth.
That's all I wanted to hear. Thank you.
Bazinga.
I think Matthew's waiting for the paper where they say we calculate like this with these assumptions because these are naturally true, which is just never going to happen.
They're just listing the assumptions they made to do some calculations, some aerodynamic
They
calculations.
list it as assumptions because they're
Right.
never going to admit the Earth is flat and motionless.
Well, they're never going to say it's flat and motionless. I wouldn't call it.
I mean, you know, one sentence to kill your entire organization. That's it right there. So if that's what you're waiting for the papers to say, well, you're going to have to keep waiting.
These papers aren't trying to prove anything to anybody. They're just doing aerodynamics. They're not like trying to set you straight or anything.
Yes, but it's listed as we make these assumptions because, of course, they can't come out and just say we calculate like this because that is the way the natural world is, flat and motionless.
If the natural world is flat and motionless, then it
You
would make
you
sense to
interpret
calculate.
it as we make these assumptions to simplify the calculations
Because that's what they said.
because you have to.
Oh no, because I'm just reading what they said. They said they made these assumptions, and then they.
Yes, because they can't actually just say we just use the natural world in our calculations, which is not a sphere.
Sure, they
and not
can. They could
rotating.
say that if they wanted to, but they don't. And then why don't they?
NASA coming out saying, yeah, it's not a sphere, not rotating.
Yeah, they could say that if they
What
wanted to.
fucking
If they
la la
believe that.
land do you live in, Matthew?
You're saying they can't say it, but I'm saying they can if they want to. They can say whatever they want. What are you talking about?
Baltardia.
Say we had the most demonstrable proof today that the Earth is flat and stationary, right? Something that would even get through to you, right? On the spot, make you a flat earther. Do you think NASA's gonna start saying in their papers, we calculate this way just because the world is exactly this way? And not still word and imply that, oh no, we just do it this way to simplify things.
It's hard, it's hard to imagine what they would say if they found proof that the Earth was flat.
Well, I'm saying that you already found the proof, right? Which
No.
you already did. We've been giving it to you for like 8 fucking years. You just refuse to
but
accept it.
I refuse.
So
because
from
it's
your
not-
position,
it's
you now
irrational.
know with 100% certainty the Earth is flat and motionless.
No,
But
I don't.
NASA continues on their charade, right? And continues putting out papers like this, worded in these ways. How would you then interpret it?
So I'm getting mixed up in the counterfactual here. You're saying, hypothetically, if I knew something but they didn't, what are
Oh,
you
you
saying?
know it. You just don't accept it yet. We
Oh
know
no,
you
I
too well,
don't.
Matthew.
I don't know it. What do you mean?
We can see straight through you, mate.
You know, if all the talking heads came out tomorrow, all of NASA and everybody preaching a globe Earth comes out tomorrow and says, we were wrong, the Earth is flat and motionless, you'd probably still just believe it's a globe, wouldn't you, Matthew?
I would indeed. They would have to provide good evidence, and I would have to
You mean like
accept
the
that
really
evidence.
good evidence that we provided to you in here over the years? Stop.
No, there's like zero good evidence, in my opinion, that you
Zero
provide.
good evidence. So
Zero.
seeing
0%.
seeing 3 to 4,000% farther than we should for a globe Earth is zero good evidence.
All right, maybe I'll give you 1 or 2%, not zero. I just
Okay,
think you have a good answer.
1 or 2%. So the horizon isn't at 1.22 miles. It's you know, we're finding it further out, 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, 40 miles, 70 miles, 80 miles, 100 miles, 275 miles, 316 miles, and so on and so forth. The observation distances just keep getting bigger. It just keeps getting worse for the globe. As our technology advances, especially with our optical technology, it just gets worse for the globe.
Yeah, we have good answers for all those
There's no
observations.
evidence. You are such a
No, you
liar.
don't. And Matthew, I did notice how you glossed quickly
Yeah,
past my hypothetical because you refused to answer it.
No, I
Because you
asked.
refused to show how you would change your interpretation, and that your interpretation is just based on your current beliefs.
No, I asked for clarification. It's like who's believing what?
Well,
if
no, but
we're...
as soon as Jenna came out and said, "Oh, if they all admitted tomorrow that the Earth was a globe," right? You understood that flawlessly. But I proposed to you that you had demonstrable evidence that gave you 100% certainty that the Earth is flat and motionless right now.
Uh-huh.
How would your interpretation of their words, knowing that they are lying for 100% fact, right, change? And you didn't
Oh,
understand
okay.
that.
No, yeah,
But then
no, I
you
did.
understood it reverse,
Let me answer it now
right,
that I
immediately.
understand.
So
Yeah, if
it's
I
just your
had
typical
100%.
playbook, right? You don't want to give up anything. You don't want to say anything, right? It's going to incriminate you and show you what you actually are.
To answer your hypothetical, if I had 100% certainty that the Earth was flat, then I would look at NASA's words as kind of being deceptive and trying to pull over the globe lie on the
Yeah,
population.
just a
for some reason.
necessity for it'd be worded out of necessity because they're within a lie, right?
Right. They would be either deceived or lie or deceiving.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, if I had 100% proof the Earth was flat, then yeah, that makes sense.
And we all here already know you do, right?
I
Yeah.
am familiar with your
He knows
argument.
there's plenty of proof for the flat Earth. He denies it. He'll use refraction and all kinds of mental gymnastics to work around it. He even claims if NASA came out and admitted they've been lying and the Earth is flat, he still wouldn't believe them.
That's
So
right. I
there's
wouldn't.
that. There's that, right, Matthew?
Correct.
It's not denied that in many fields things are simplified for the sake of calculations, right?
Right.
You don't deny that. I'm just saying in this very
That's right.
instance, it's not because of that reason.
But if educational system change, you will still teach the globe. Is that correct, Matthew?
I would teach what I think is true, right?
Yeah,
in
but
this
they will
instance,
change. They will. Let's imagine they will change that everything is flat or flat geometry. Everything we will learn now from the beginning, but you will still teach the kids the globe. Is that correct?
Right. I will teach what I think is true. That's what teachers do. They try to teach
I said
truth into
in a case of changing education that is no more heliocentric model, the people realize that and they change that in
He answered you,
education.
Sasha. He understood you. He answered you.
Yeah, he's lying. He will do that the
Yeah,
same thing
he would
here.
go
Oh, I don't
against the
lie.
grain. He'd be the one guy sitting in fucking 24/7
Yeah,
Globe Earth debate Discord, right? Keeping it
yeah,
going.
yeah.
I already do that by teaching intelligent design rather than methodological
Mhm.
naturalism and evolution.
Okay, how about this? That you explain kids of 7 years old what level means?
Well, I'm not very good at teaching younger kids. I
Well,
would have to think about how to
yeah,
do
yeah.
that.
That's the best thing to teach young kids, not adults. No?
I was going to ask about his statement that teachers teach what they think is true.
Well, good teachers. Maybe you're right. Maybe I should change that.
Shouldn't
Honest.
teachers teach what they've demonstrated to be true and nothing more?
No.
Or at least qualify anything else as speculation, unsure, possibly
Should
this,
teachers be
possibly that.
radical skeptics about everything? No, you wouldn't have any history teachers.
So no, you teach them things that they can't verify. That way, everybody's fucking confused. Good job, Matthew.
There are lots of true things that are hard to verify, but given the choices, you go with the best guess about what is true.
Well, regarding
Just go.
tangible things
You just
that
guess at
still
it.
exist here, today, and now, right? And are not based on endless anecdotal evidence such as history is. You don't believe they should
Well,
only
so
teach what they can actually demonstrate true.
yeah, because next year is the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. So nobody was alive back then. No teachers today were alive back then. So what would you suggest about teaching that? Is it okay to say that it happened even if you weren't there?
Do we have the document?
Wait a second. Can we use this?
In
Can
some
we use
cases.
this same logic on when Globers want to bring up Aristophanes?
Yes, same logic.
Yeah, same logic, Matthew. That kids should not need to learn. That's what you said now. That about independency or whatever. That's so ridiculous to know. Why is that important?
So don't teach the Declaration of Independence? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why do they need to know it? What does it have to do with this?
Do you know how history was written, Matthew?
History is typically written by the winners.
That means what? That's the answer. Yeah. Be with winners, and your history will be truth. If you're not with winners, that's your problem.
I did make the differentiation between tangible knowledge based in tangible things, right, versus based in history, which is very anecdotal based evidence.
Yeah, so obviously there's a range of different things and different levels to which we know things. And in chemistry class, you can actually do the experiments in the lab yourself. In history class, you look at documents or copies of documents and hear the sort of narrative about what happened 250 years ago.
Certainly.
I mean,
But if you
there's a
weren't
whole
there,
range.
you can't ultimately verify where it did come from, right? If we're
That's
talking
true.
about a document, right?
But I don't
Where
think
did
that's a good
who
reason for
actually
not teaching
put
it.
the pen to the paper, right? And for what actual agenda they did it, right? And that's fair enough,
Yeah. That's why I'm saying,
history is a can of worms in that sense.
Right.
It's unavoidable.
Well,
But things
for
that are
all of us.
tangible still exist here with us today now, right?
Yeah, that's why in chemistry class you actually do some of the experiments. In physics class, same thing.
Oh yeah, and the Earth would fall into that category. So in that regard, do you agree that teachers shouldn't be teaching what they think to be true, but what they can demonstrate to be true?
No, I don't agree with that at all.
No.
Nope.
Yep, you should fill strangers' kids' minds with stuff that you only speculate on. That way, they can, succeed in life. Right, Matthew?
No, not just your speculations, but look at part of education is explaining what people think and sort of the ideas, and it's appropriate to explain whether how sure we are of something. If we're not sure of something, then we can describe that. In fact, history classes are full of that type of thing. They say, "Well, we think Caesar did this, and we think Caesar did that. Here's why."
Great. I don't know why you're talking about history when we're talking about the
History
Earth.
is the same thing.
History and the Earth are the same thing. One is physical and tangible. One happened a long time ago that it's difficult to verify. You think those are the same thing, do you?
I think that just like it's difficult to verify some things in history, it's difficult to verify some things about the Earth. It's difficult to verify some things about science, about astronomy. So the point is, you got to teach the students to understand why we believe what we believe, and explain to them why it's difficult to understand.
What
Yeah.
you think about the Earth is difficult to demonstrate?
The size of the Earth is difficult to calculate. The motion of the Earth, the rotation of the Earth, is difficult to believe in because you don't feel it. Those kinds of things.
Wait a
Don't
second.
measure it.
So
Difficult? It's not even
that guy
defined.
you all love, right, in the desert 2,000 years ago, he apparently didn't have much difficulty. In fact,
Yeah, so
by your
educational
guys'
theory.
narrative, it's extremely easy to calculate the size of the Earth.
I'd call it easy.
It would be great if we could have some primary source data for that particular historical event. But we teach it like it's fact.
We don't have primary source data for hardly anything from that long ago, right?
Great. So should we teach that stuff as fact?
We should teach it as history, and part of historical education is to find out why we think what we think and how we can verify it.
It's not history though. It's just a made
What
up
would you
story,
call
as far as
history?
I can tell.
So
Huh?
you wouldn't
What would I
call any of
call
history
history?
history?
Maybe we
Just like
shouldn't. This idea of history, it's all speculative. Maybe we should throw the whole thing out. I think you're right.
And there we go. That's the most honest answer I've heard. So, yep.
Well, why would I teach something that I couldn't verify?
Because if you didn't, there'd be hardly anything to learn.
Oh, really?
Oh, so this is just about filling. This is just
Yeah.
about filling the school days with shit, right?
Yeah,
This is
I
just
was going
about
to say that
having a
earlier.
curriculum, and just go ahead. So everybody gets paid, and the parents feel like the kids are, learning something. Let's just teach them a bunch of bullshit. Thank you. That was the most honest answer I've heard all day.
No, teach them the truth.
Like you nailed it, Caesar. So that is the ultimate reality, that maybe teachers aren't as useful as we make them out to be.
No, they're just propagating speculation. What could be the harm in that?
Yeah, be maybe a 1-day school week if we were actually just teaching useful, verifiable information and nothing more.
Amen.
Oh, he left. He didn't like that, Caesar. Didn't
He
like that at
does
all.
can't hang.
Yeah, that one.
He doesn't
No,
have
that one
logic.
stung a little bit.
He doesn't have logic. And I don't know. Is math isn't necessarily like a logical subject. I know he's a math teacher, but good.
I cannot believe that one teacher said something like that. I could expect that some politician, guy from politics came and said that, but what he said, my God, practically.
Well, eventually, the mask falls off eventually, right? Like the true motive comes out.
Like, give me something if I don't have a program. Give me. I need to teach these kids, and I don't know what to teach them.
I hate when they say that those equations need to be simplified. I mean, wouldn't that be a chance for a mathematician? Wouldn't that be their time to shine in front of their colleagues and earn their wages for solving the hard math? And then they also have access to like the Pallades supercomputer, which is like the size of a small house. It's like the computer alone is like 1,200 square feet, and that thing can't solve these equations.
Right. Well, it's not only that, right? When it comes to the safety of people, right? You'd think that they'd want to be as accurate as possible. They're not going to go simplifying stuff. I mean, if they're going to, if they simplify, like, operation of aircraft over a spinning ball to that of flying over a motionless plane, without the concern for the safety of the passengers, then that says something about their globe, their spinning globe, because why is their spinning globe acting like a motionless plane?
Yeah, figuring out the hard math, because I do carpentry, and when your like fellow carpenter can do some kind of rafter angles that are hard and none of your coworkers can figure them out, like people look at you like, oh shit, damn, this guy got it. Like you figure it'd be the same thing with these mathematicians. They'd be like, oh shit, like, this guy can do them, I can't. It'd be a chance to show off, I would think.
That
Well, you know what,
complicated.
Travis? There probably was someone at NASA that was like chomping at the bit. Give me all the numbers. Give me everything. I'm gonna sit up for the next 2 weeks, no sleep. I'll fucking get this done. I'll crunch it. And they're like, no. Don't worry about it. No, we're just gonna go with we assume flat and motionless. But yeah, I mean, just says it all, the spinning globe Earth is so relevant to everything that you can just completely remove it from your calculations entirely.
Right. At no risk to the safety of people.
Yeah. Matthew Lawrence, hyper fucking denialist. That's all he is. But Jen, I don't know if you're still here, but yeah, you were making a good point. You're saying, it just gets worse and worse and worse for the globe as optics improve.
It really, really does. Just,
Yeah.
I'm
I mean,
amazed.
Jay Tolan's going to be cutting about if he's still here in 20 years or something. He'll be, here's fucking 5,000 miles from the plane.
I love Jay Tolan's stuff. He's got some excellent stuff. There was somebody I was talking to in a Facebook flat versus globe group about these optics, and I gave them the J. Tolan Media one across like Hudson Bay and all of that. It was the 1,200 mile observation through infrared. And this guy was trying to tell me, he's like, well, I've been up to high places with my telescope and I can't see that far. So that kind of tickled me, right? But you can see millions of miles away by pointing it up. Okay. So I told him, I said, this is being done through infrared, right? This is an accessory that you can get. These are lenses that you can get for your telescopes and your high-powered zoom cameras. And I said, judging by the fact that you didn't mention it, I'm going to guess that you don't have any IR lenses for your telescope. He's like, do you even know what IR is? Da, 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 da. He starts just spurging out. And I said, you're coping right now. Okay, because this observation, because he's like, what did you take a telescope on the plane? And I'm like, just because you have a telescope and I'm telling you that you can make observations with infrared through a telescope doesn't mean that Jake Tolan did. This is a little different. He's got a high-powered zoom camera with an IR lens. So and I said, it's 1,200 miles from a commercial aircraft. At that height, it should only be about 250 miles. That's a big problem. This is exceeding what the geometric limitations for globe Earth should be. And he just wasn't getting it. He wasn't getting it at all. He wanted to argue whether or not I knew what infrared was. He wanted to argue about you can't take a telescope on a plane. I'm like, oh my gosh. Christ have mercy.
NASA did it.
Yeah,
That's what I was gonna say. Really, what I was wanting to say, Sophia.
Right, but if you're
I
just
wonder what they can capture from that fucking thing on that plane. Looking out across.
Yeah, I would like to know just how far you could see through your airplane window with an IR lens on a telescope. Look it through a telescope. Oh my gosh, I bet that's damning.
Oh,
as if as if what we don't already have, as if what we don't already have, the stuff we already have is damning, right? So just imagine, slapping an IR lens on a telescope and viewing through an airplane window at 33,000 feet. It's amazing.
Yeah, I posted it in the chat. Yeah, that thing, Jenna. Imagine what you could see with that.
Okay. Now let me clarify exactly what's going on with these IR cameras. In order to make an IR camera, you have to remove the cut filter that sits on top of the sensor. Okay. And then you have to use a filter that blocks everything but those IR frequencies you want. So it's not technically an IR lens. It's more like filters.
Filter, yeah. You're right.
Jay Tolan's last post on YouTube was 11 months ago, and he mentioned something about hoping his health improves so he can make a new video, and he hasn't released anything since.
Oh no.
Have you guys ever made an infrared? No, sorry, not. Is it infrared? No, just like a. You can turn any camera into a night vision camera.
Conversion kits.
Like, so I did it years ago, right? I think I got it off YouTube. So you just take a bunch of LED lights out of your remote controls, right? If you got a bunch of remote controls that are no good anymore, take the little bulbs out of them, and then you can hook them up to a battery, right? And then place them on your camera around the lens, right? And then you activate it. And on your viewfinder, you actually, like, you can go out into the pitch black dark or be in a pitch black dark room, right? You can't see anything, but on your viewfinder of your camera, you can see things. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's night vision. You can get security cameras that have night vision.
Yeah, I did that to a P900, took off that filter, and then I bought like a $20 infrared flashlight on Amazon, and it's the funnest little night vision ever.
It's unfortunate to hear about Jay Tolan, his health. Hope things are going well for him and he can get back out there doing observations.
Yeah, usually the downside with trying to convert your own camera is most of these cameras are designed to be almost entirely disassembled before you can get to the sensor, instead of just like taking the back off the camera and then getting to the sensor. Like the Canon cameras, I know
Yeah.
you have to take the lens off. You have to pretty much take all the entire front body of the camera off just to get to the sensor. It's a pain in the ass, and then trying
That
to put
sounds
it back all
tedious.
together and make sure it works can also be a pain in the ass.
Yeah, sounds like you're gonna know. Why don't they just like make one?
Well, you could order one, I guess, through the manufacturer, but it would cost you extra, probably more than what
Right.
getting it converted would. Because I say, oh, it's special, we're going to charge you double the price of the camera.
But I mean, at least then you've got like a warranty, right?
Yeah, that's why you never do it on a camera still under warranty. You wait till the warranty expires, and then you do it.
Yeah, at least then, like, if you got a manufacturer to do it, then you know, like it's on them if they didn't do it right. But if you do it and you stuff up, like, oh my god, that would be horrible.
Yep.
I was going to say, I think Yoder, I mean, he hasn't said this. It's just, I feel it from what he is saying, because he's bringing up camera conversion kits a lot. I think he's fixing to probably maybe do his own observations similar to Jay Tolan at some point. I'm gonna ask him next time he's in.
Yeah, that's what Flat Earth has got going, is that everybody who really wants to know is becoming an independent researcher. So I really find it funny that the Globetards want to call us grifters when it's like we're paying out of pocket our own money to do our own research, to buy our own equipment. What? Like nobody's giving us money to do any of this. Nobody pays us.
If
So
they projected any more, they would be a movie projector.
for sure. For sure. So and when there's more and more and more, there's a growth of independent researchers. That's the sentence. There is a growth of independent researchers on this topic. And so when you've got that many people going out there and actually making these real world observations and taking the measurement, right? Getting the distance and going, well, I'm not supposed to see that. Here's the globe math. Yeah, it's amazing. I'm watching the pace pick up. It's got its traction, but I'm watching the numbers go up. There's more and more and more people who are waking up to this and going, "Oh, this is the natural world. I don't see curvature in the natural world. I don't feel myself spinning around in the natural world." I actually had posted something about that, um, about how when you shut out a lot of the outside sources, the outside interference, um, you can do your own research and come to your own conclusions naturally. And flat Earth comes naturally every time. It comes naturally. So um, I think that more and more people are starting to wake up and, more importantly, trust themselves, and trust their own sense perception and personal experience, rather than the outside influences. So there's hope. There's hope yet.
I think that's why there's been such a big push when these guys are like, "Oh, you can't trust your senses. You can't trust your eyesight. It's a very primitive organ."
Oh yeah, but you can fucking trust it eyeballing objects in the sky to tell they're spheres going around the sun and all that shit.
Well, the problem is people see stars in the sky, think they can see forever.
Hebner mit neck.
Yeah, Glowers are just cherry picking with them statements all the time. Everything they apply their senses to, they can trust
Guys,
too.
you're unmuting someone. I mute.
We do. What's that?
Please, the mods of this PC. If you saw someone is muted, don't unmute him unless you have mute him yourself.
Are you?
This
Are
is
well,
VC, please.
okay? Welcome to the discussion.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to interrupt you guys. I'm so sorry.
It's all good. Yeah, there was that guy jumping in and out. He's server deafened, but he
He
wasn't
was
muted.
cursing. Yeah. He jumped to all the guest room PCs to unmute him. He was cursing people.
Oh, well, he wasn't muted, so there was nothing to unmute. I don't know
Yeah.
why he's server deafened. He'd be server muted.
Yeah, I just did that. Someone maybe can notice that he's clearly did something. Okay, guys, you can continue the conversation.
All right, man. Cheers. Where were we?
Space.
Oh, yeah. Really said people think they see forever looking at stars.
Yeah. They think because they see stars that we're seeing forever now. No, you're not. The light is reaching your eyes. That's what you're seeing is the light, not the star. So they look up in the sky and say, "Oh yeah, the stars are millions of light years away. Therefore, I should be able to see the Eiffel Tower from New York City." It's not the same thing. The light
Yeah.
from the light from that Eiffel Tower will never go further than 50 kilometers.
Yeah, but the whole you can't trust your senses, right? It's just another cope.
Well, you can't trust your misinterpretation of your senses. Yeah, that's correct.
I think that's one of those things that the Dunning-Kruger effect comes into play is that one should always rely on instrumentation and readings and things like that to the best that you can when you're trying to observe things. So that way you're being as objective as possible, but there's definitely a limit to that. And at some point you have no choice but to trust your eyes. You have to have no choice but to trust your judgment. And so those are the very same people who will then make sweeping generalizations on 3 or 4 different studies that have different methodologies that can't be put together in, say, like a meta sense, but they'll try it anyway and then tell us that we can't utilize our senses.
We're never actually telling them to just blindly trust their senses anyway. You know, like when we speak to them, we ask them, how is it you experience the earth directly? We're trying to establish that baseline that we all should have with each other, that we do directly experience the earth as being flat and motionless. But we never just stop there. We never say, well, just go with that, right? We say, okay, well, that's what our senses seem to be saying, and they seem to be saying it very strongly. So let's go and verify that. They just get hung up on the first part, as if that's our entire argument.
They don't know what is horizon.
Yeah, that's the other problem.
You cannot have
globe.
you cannot have horizon on the globe. Not only because of definition, because of the sphere. Because if you put a cube, let's say big cube, then the surface will be flat. You go out of the cube and you see, okay, I had that horizon line. you can do that with the cylinder. You can do that with the flat surface or something, but you cannot do that. Zoom out from the sphere, you will get the edge of the sphere, and you cannot call that horizon. That must be some another name for that.
Yeah, most Globers have no clue what the horizon is. If you ask them what's the horizon, they can't give you a proper answer.
Hello, everybody. How are you? Hello. Hello. Hello, hello.
Yeah, I guess I wasn't quick enough. Oh, my interface is all stuffed. I have to log out. All right, so little anecdote, right? So I dozed off yesterday, watching a reaction video. I like the reaction videos. I watch a lot of them, and I woke up to none other than Witset's voice, right? Just flat smacking like crazy, like. And I'm like, wait, what's this? And it's still the reaction video I'd fallen asleep to. Probably only dozed off for a few minutes or something. But yeah, anyway. And it was a clip from 2021 from one of his street activism videos. And he's in front of this Ripley's Believe It or Not ball, right, that's sitting on a fountain, right? And he's going through how the physics doesn't, jive, water doesn't stick to the exterior of a ball, hydrostatics. He's going through horizon distance measurements. He's going through gas pressure. He's just like that, the old school, giving it to him straight shit. He's been a bit sarcastic about NASA and stuff, and the government loves you, and they wouldn't lie to you, and they're telling they've just finished telling you the air's not safe to breathe and all this, right? But like mostly he was just on the good stuff, right? And I was like, yeah, this is the Wits that I remember, man. And the reaction, the guy's reaction, because this guy is a flat earther. The reaction video content maker, right? He's a flat earther, but I've never heard him say anything specifically like why. I've just heard him say he doesn't believe in outer space and it's a ball and all that. He doesn't really go into the details. I could tell he's just kind of a little bit. He'll mention stuff like he'll watch certain clips about the AE map and outer lands and all that, right? And he'll comment on that and like, yeah, So I got the feeling he's like kind of a esoteric sort of flat earther. But man, his face the whole time, he was just locked on every single freaking word that Witset was saying. And it was so obvious to me that he'd never heard flat earth put to him like this before. And he was just like hanging on every word. And he paused it at one point and went, where is this guy now? This dude just said 2021. It's 2025 now. That was 4 years ago. I need to get this guy on as a podcast. This guy is spitting some truths and some numbers. He was just blown away. And then I went, like watched the clip and that, and then I went to the comment section, and there was people in there saying, "Who is this guy? Where is he now?" Like, and it sort of hit home to me that these baby flat earthers and these esoteric flat earthers, these Dave Weiss followers and the Eric DeBay followers and all that, they're craving for this. They want this stuff, right? They need it because they've got more than just like, well, look at this app. Oh, there could be outer lands, and there's a dome, right? Like the weak stuff, right? That when they're talking to people about it, they don't have any ammo. They got basically rubber bullets, like nothing really. And I could just tell this guy was just so like blown away by what Witzer was saying. And I messaged Witzer. I said, "This is the stuff that your people are wanting, man. Like, this is what they need, and this is what they actually want. This is what they're looking for." And I was just like, man, I miss that, Whitson. I miss those days. Like, those are the golden age days. Like, and
yeah, man, I got a clip. Witsit just absolutely, it's like Flat Earth 101, and he just like lays all the arguments out like amazingly, like rapid, like fire over about 30 minutes. It's a freaking brilliant clip. He covers everything, just destroys. It's really good.
Right. Yeah.
I'll post it in the side chat. It's a great clip to play in here if you got some new people in and they want to hear some like all the 101 stuff. He just lays it all out like so eloquently. It's very good. I think he got his reputation got a bit overly poisoned by certain flat earthers that were in our community, and I think he got it a bit rough, to be honest. I don't know, a lot of people stopped listening to his stuff, but a lot of his recent stuff he still crushes, right? He like 90% of the things he says are spot on and awesome, right? He's pretty high level flat earther in my opinion. He got I think people were jealous of him. Certain flat earthers were jealous of him, and they tried to turn the community against him, and it worked wonders. He did a little bit of that himself, I do agree. But yeah, he's like
right, yeah,
top tier in my opinion.
Right, yeah. I mean, what I saw in this reaction video was so unlike anything I've seen on these reaction videos before, like to do with flat Earth, right? Because most of it's like, to do with strange sky sightings and, double sun and like, like Bigfoot and just all sorts of weird stuff. But occasionally there's like a flat Earth thing in there, but nothing on the level of what I saw yesterday, right? I was just so gobsmacked. I was like, yes. And I could just see the guy's face. He was just like, his eyes are wide open. He's just you could see he was intensely concentrating every word that came out of Witz's mouth. And he was just, you could just see that he was like, yeah, this is the stuff, like, oh man, it just made me think, like just how much like that, like the whole, these arguments, they're not getting heard. Whoever, because the title was TikTok videos that you guys sent to me, right? Like, so one of his viewers sent that to him, right? And I was just like, bang, smack on, man. Like, that was just so awesome. Because this guy's got like he's got hundreds of thousands of subscribers,
Oh wow,
he
on
gets
YouTube?
a lot of views. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, man. I notice when flat earthers come in here that aren't from our community, they just want to talk about like outer lands and ice wall, and like they don't know anything. They don't know any of the technical arguments at all. Even the popular YouTube flat earthers, right? Like David Weiss, for example, or I mean David Weiss knows a fair bit of stuff, but he still just butchers like long distance observations. He butchers so many of the technical arguments. He just butchers the crap out of them. But most of the like TikTok flat earthers and stuff like that, like Instagram, Facebook, like I'm scrolling down my Facebook and seeing the memes and stuff they're posting. I'm like, oh my freaking god! Like these are just the worst memes ever. Like the worst argument. Like
2015 memes.
2015 memes, man. It's freaking insane. And yeah, TikTok's just flooded with this kind of thing. Yeah, we need to get out there.
Yeah, I think they did it on purpose.
I heard you talking
you
about
can see
that
what I
in the
read,
other
and I
chat.
posted in another channel that was speaking
Yeah.
about this very thing. Because Flat Earth was massive on TikTok, you know, but it was massive with all this squishy brain shit.
Yep. Just all the worst arguments.
Yeah.
like if you could pick out all of the worst arguments, like you just scroll through TikTok and see all of them, one after the other. The stereotypical arguments that the anti-flat earthers just tease flat earthers for. And we say they're being disingenuous. Quite often they're not. They're just kind of, making fun of terrible flat earth arguments, which is kind of called for, in my opinion, when some of these arguments are so bad. I'm trying to find a video in my downloads folder right now. It's the perfect example of one of these like TikTok flat earthers talking about portals in the ice wall and shit like that.
Oh, fucking hell.
And then there's that guy, he's got like nearly 1 million followers. The fittest flat earther, Tyler Hansen. I don't forget his name exactly. Something like that. Tyler, someone. But he's known as fittest flat earther. He's got freaking thousands of videos on TikTok. He's got nearly 1 million followers, and half of his videos are like David Weiss style content. And then the other half of his videos are like certain celebrities, other certain celebrities from the past, and like people. This
really
person's a
dangerous.
clone, and yeah, that person's a clone, and all sorts of just crazy shit.
Yeah, you can't mix that stuff in.
Yeah, Jim Carrey is really this other person. Just
But what
just-
we do here it doesn't jive with TikTok, you know. Can't translate the content. You know, they're appealing to people that have 15-second or less attention span. Everyone's got to be grabby, you know, be quick with it. Something sensational to draw them in.
Hello.
Welcome. Hello.
I have a question for you guys.
What we're here for.
Do you mute people who go against what you say?
Yes,
course not.
definitely. No, I'm kidding.
We're sitting here to speak to people that believe opposite what we believe. So, and
Oh.
yeah, we were all Globers once. So,
But are you like the veganism channel?
never really been in it. What's it like in there?
A war zone.
Yeah, we avoid the war zone type channel antics in here. We try to keep it one-on-one.
They mute you if you have a different opinion.
Well, that's vegans for you. No, we don't mute people for having a different opinion, belief, or anything like that. We mute people if they're disrespectful, and also if they are just talking through our explanations or answers and not actually listening to anything or progressing the conversation.
It kind of sounds like what they were saying.
I missed that. Can you repeat that?
It kind of sounds like what they were saying.
Well, yeah.
So
Well,
if you
try.
give a
We
different
stick to it.
opinion, it's natural for people to kind of speak over each other a little bit. But because some people have permissions in certain channels, they will use and abuse those permissions because
I know exactly what you mean. No, sorry.
as soon as someone gives a different opinion, then they will try and speak over the other person, and when the other person tries to speak back over them, then they mute them because apparently you're being rude.
Well, in our particular case, we're very aware that pretty much 99% of people that come in this channel are going to have a different opinion regarding the nature of the Earth. So it's par for the course, you know.
I'd like to think so too.
But, you know, if you're interested in this topic, just feel free to ask some questions or why not. Don't know if you've come in here to speak about Flat Earth, Goldberth, or you sounds like you're just trying to escape the other Warzone channels.
Not quite. I'm just here to listen. Kind of.
That's fine.
Have you talked about this before with anybody? Maybe are you familiar with this topic or? No?
Maybe years ago.
Right. Because if you're kind of new to it, it is really fascinating because it's not what you think it is. Like you've probably got this idea in your head of what you hear the term flat Earth, the words flat Earth, right? And your mind develops kind of imagery, you know, this concept and idea in your own head, just based on, you know, what you think, right? But you'll soon find that it's probably not what you're thinking. Just for example, like if you search flat Earth, right, on Google, and you click on images, you'll see cartoons of discs in space, right, with water falling over the edges, or with some sort of, like a transparent force field dome around it, like that sort of thing. And we're not proposing that type of flat Earth where it's like a disc floating in space, right, within a solar system. Yeah, we're actually challenging the entirety of modern cosmology. The idea that we're in a solar system, that we're in the vacuum of outer space, even, right? That the lights in the sky are worlds, big giant spheres of nuclear reaction plasma, or solid mass of ice and dirt, or gas balls spinning around inside of ever expanding vacuum, which is just antithetical to any type of physics that we can demonstrate here on the Earth.
Okay.
Yeah, we're mainly about what we can observe and experience in reality, right? Not from a perspective that we don't have and can never have and could never even possibly imagine to have, right? So we deal with what we can actually go outside and determine objectively. Yeah. And that, sorry, go on.
I wanted to ask why challenge people with a different opinion for something like this?
Why?
Why
Did you say?
challenge people with a different opinion for something like this? What's in it for you? Why do you speak strongly about it?
for the most part, I just find it fascinating topic, right? Like it's just interesting and mind blowing, So the notion that we are not on a spinning ball, right? Contrary to the majority, like billions of people's, worldview, right? That's monumental, right? That would mean that billions of people are walking around deluded, right?
Have
And
you ever
misinformed.
been in the sky?
I've been on an aircraft, yeah. I've been to high altitudes, yeah.
Yeah, high altitudes. But not in a normal aircraft. I'm talking about a bit higher than that.
No. No, unfortunately, I've never gone past about 30,000 feet, so yeah.
Okay.
Funny you mention that because astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson has multiple interviews where he's kind of dogging on the so-called space flights, right? Like Richard Branson's Virgin Galactic, right? It went up to 300,000 feet, and he said that it's disingenuous that the way that they're marketing it. He said he did the calculations, and he said that you wouldn't even see the curvature of the Earth, even from 300,000 feet. He also did the same thing with the Red Bull space jump. He said it's 129,000 feet for the Red Bull space jump. And he said, you don't see the curvature of the Earth from that high. So when people think they're seeing the curvature from a plane, right, even if it's a bit higher of a plane, it's still much lower than the 300,000 feet that even the astrophysicist, Neil deGrasse Tyson, who hates flat earthers, by the way, he says that you would not see it from that height. So we even had people that went up on those flights saying that you wouldn't see the curvature that they didn't see the curvature when they were up there. So it's interesting. And I think mathematically, yeah, you can do the math, right? Work out how much curvature you should see from these heights, and you wouldn't actually be high enough to see any. Because we can send, and have done so, sent, cameras up on weather balloons to 120,000 feet. When the camera pans around 360 degrees, you just see a flat horizon. Not that I'm saying that that's proof that the Earth's flat. I'm just saying that's what you see from that height. Did that person, is it mic check?
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay,
I'm just
cool.
listening.
Yeah. So yeah, most people have a misconception about how high you would have to be to see the curvature of the Earth.
That man you mentioned, you said he's against flat earthers? Right?
Neil deGrasse Tyson, yeah. Yep.
So he clearly doesn't see that as evidence for an argument.
He agrees that the Earth is observed to be flat, right? Horizons are observed to be flat. He just doesn't think that that's a great argument for he doesn't like was pointed out, he doesn't like the misrepresentation, especially that the media presents to the world about what the world looks like from high altitude. He would rather it be appreciated that it still does look flat from extreme high altitudes, but still understanding, in his view, that the Earth is a sphere.
Yeah, he's pointing out bad arguments by globe earthers, right? Like sometimes we get some flat earthers that come in here and have really shit arguments. It would be like, hey, dude, right? That's a terrible argument, right? Don't come in here and say that, right? Because that's gonna make us all look silly. So he's kind of doing that. Same kind
Yeah,
of thing.
gee, we don't use arguments from the sky. We find that just fucking ridiculous logically. We're talking about the surface of Earth, right? And we say it's flat, which is a surface description, right? It's not a claim to the shape of the Earth. And
I'm
we
understanding that.
derive that truth by measuring the surface. It's globers that come in here and say, well, just go high enough, you'll see the curvature of the Earth. But none of them, of course, have ever seen such a sight. And the only possible location where you can apparently see the curvature of the Earth is out of the reach of the average person, that only, say, astronauts have access to. It's not our
Do you know
arguments for a flat
any
Earth that you go
astronauts?
high enough and you can't see the curvature or something like that.
Astronauts are
Wait,
supposed to be in the sky. They don't count either.
they come back to ground pretty often, and you get people orbiting Earth. Not entirely in space, but in higher altitudes.
Well, again, we've
Um,
got the supposed astronauts that are claimed to be in the ISS, right? And even at the ISS's altitude of 250, some 55 miles, I think, the math doesn't work out for
so,
seeing the curvature of the Earth even from there. So the only
like I
actual
was saying,
astronauts who's got an eyewitness testimony of a first-hand experience in the Earth as a sphere, as a ball, would be the Apollo astronauts during the claimed moon missions from 1969. And of them, that's only 25 people. So this is an entire worldview, an entire cosmology, essentially, based on the claims of only 25 people out of all of humanity that can say with their first-hand experience they experienced the Earth as a globe.
like I was saying, you're taking your opinion purely based on the ground, but you've never personally spoken to someone who's been up higher. How does that make it?
Well,
How does that
so someone
not
goes
make
up
it a
high and they
one-sided
say,
opinion?
no, I mean, we can acknowledge if someone wants to come along and make the claim that I've went up high enough and I've seen that the Earth curves. And we'll say, okay, that's perfectly fine. We'll take your claim. And now we'll go out into reality and we'll attempt to verify that claim. Because if the Earth is curving from whatever altitude you pick, it's also curving from standing on the ground. So we can go and measure for that curve. And if it doesn't show up in the measurements, it's not there. So somebody's bullshitting. And it's unlikely to be the direct measurements.
Yeah, you don't need to go up high to to test for the curvature. Okay, the horizon should be 3 miles away from you. If you're 6 foot tall standing at the beach or at a large lake, the horizon, due to the curvature of the Earth, would be just 3 miles away. And then things beyond the horizon should start to become hidden behind the horizon. That's what's very easy to test for, and that's what we've got thousands of tests that have been done showing that there's zero curvature over huge bodies of water, where there would have to be a large amount of curvature if the Earth was a globe, right? Like hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature over, say, a 20-mile lake, for example. But we can zoom in shoreline to shoreline and see that there's zero curvature over that distance.
Wait, if the Earth was flat, wouldn't there be edges to it then?
Well, we're not claiming. Yeah, we're not claiming. Like most people think of the vacuum of space, right? It's like the heliocentric model. Okay, it's based around the globe, and they think about a big vacuum of space, and you've got all these round planets orbiting around, and the Earth is one of those. And then when they hear about flat Earth, they try to insert the flat Earth inside that preconceived notion of outer space, which is the heliocentric model. So they'll kind of like flatten down the globe and think of like a flat disk. And then that's where the edges, question usually comes from. But that's not what we're claiming. We're not trying to fit a flat Earth planet. We're not claiming the Earth's a planet. We're not trying to fit the flat Earth into the globe model. Okay, flat Earth, we're not even making a shape claim. We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Flat's just a descriptive term, like flat, bumpy, smooth, that kind of thing. Okay, and in this
like mountains?
Yeah. So in this context, right? So most of the surface of the Earth is covered in water, right? Over 70% of the known surface area is covered in oceans and lakes, right? And then we have topography, mountains and hills and valleys, all that kind of thing, right? Obviously, no one's denying that. But the surface of the water, which covers most of the surface of the Earth that we know about, okay, that's not curving over distance as it would have to if the Earth were a globe. So, for example, if you had like a 10-mile lake, you would have to have 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles, right? If you had a 20-mile lake or section of the ocean, you would have to have approximately 300 foot of curvature over that distance. That
Why would
means
you need
that
that curvature?
well, it's based off the size of the globe that they tell us. It's based off the radius value. So this isn't our claim. This is just geometry. Okay, it's just geometry based off the radius of the globe, right? And because of gravity and the size of the globe, all the water would
But
have to
I'm
be curving at a specific rate.
still very confused because if we claim that the Earth is flat, I
Oh,
didn't
well,
quite follow your
what's the
sentence there.
what's the defining feature of a sphere?
The way that I understand you saying that the Earth is flat is I can imagine a book with edges.
No, that's what I was
Or
explaining that it isn't. Okay, so in this context, we're talking about the surface of the water. Okay, so a large body of
so
water
only
at rest,
regarding water.
which covers most of the Earth, right? So if you've got flat water and they say 70% of the globe is covered in water that's flat, obviously that doesn't work on a globe, right? So if you have a large surface that's not curving, it's by default flat, just like we all observe and experience when we go and see a large body of water. Right? They'll tell us that, oh, we're so small and the globe's so big, you would just see it as flat, right? But we can actually test for the curvature that would have to be there. For example, if we went to a 10-mile lake, okay, there should be 66 feet of curvature over that 10 miles, according to the globe math. Now, if we set a camera up at, say, 1 foot height on one side of the lake, we shouldn't be able to zoom in and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. It should be hidden behind the horizon, right? Which would be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, right? Anything beyond the horizon would be beyond the curvature of the Earth. So just say you had a friend standing on the other side of the lake, 10 miles away. They should be hidden by about 50 foot. Okay, they would have to be 50 foot high just to be able to see them. Okay, but that's not what happens when we go out to a large lake. We can zoom in all the way across the lake and see the shoreline on the other side of the lake, right? Or we could see a feature in the ocean, right? Say we have some oil platforms or an island. We can zoom in and we can see the island where we shouldn't be able to see the island. And this is consistent. So in this context, what we mean by flat Earth is that there's no evidence of the Earth curving, right? So you could think of it like a topographical plane, right? A plane with topography. So yeah, definitely not crazy claims, right? It's exactly what we all experience in reality, right? Water needs a container. If you want to have a large body of water, right, you're going to need a container, whether it be a bath or a pool, right, or a lake or a pond. It's just where the water fills the low spot in the land, and then the surface of the water, when at rest, is flat, right? When there's no wind, it will form like a perfect mirror on the surface. Okay, and then over a large distance, it would have to be curving quite a large amount if the Earth were a globe. And then we can even shoot lasers, high-powered lasers across the surface. Tons of different tests have been done. We can't find the curvature. So that's why we're asking people, right? Do you have any evidence of Earth curvature? Why is it that people believe that the Earth's a globe other than they were taught it from a young age, and then it
What
was
did you mention
reinforced
about
through the
lasers?
education system? Yeah, so just say we get like a high-powered laser, like a really not like a laser pointer, but like a very, very big high-powered laser that can shoot a huge distance. Okay, so if we set up the laser horizontally just above the surface of the water, let's say
Yeah.
we've got like a 20-mile body of water. Okay, we're going to shoot the laser across the body of water to a target that's the same elevation height on the other side. Okay, so say we got the laser set up 5 foot on a tripod, and then we've got a target on the other side of the body of water that's also 5 foot high. Okay, the laser will shoot across the body of water and hit the target. But if the Earth were a globe, that laser should actually be seen hundreds of feet up in the air. Okay, so over 20 miles, there is 266 foot of curvature on a globe. Okay, so you should see that laser beam 266 foot up in the air. It should not be hitting the target, but it consistently will hit the
But
target.
it will never hit the target directly on point.
Yeah, it's hitting the target on point because these are, some of these are like $30,000 lasers that are being used.
Where did you see
Teams of
that?
field. Yeah, I'll pull up a test and pop it in the side chat. Okay.
Or a video
Thanks.
would be
Have
better.
you? Yeah. So this is it's an hour-long video, right? It's done by a group named FE Core, Field Engineers Core. It's a group of field engineers. Hey, Obvious, have you got the PDF that goes along with that by any chance?
I'll get it.
Thanks, man. Yeah. So this is a video documenting the test. So they did a whole bunch of different tests, right? Not just one, and they accounted for all of the variables in extreme detail. Okay, so they got a 180 page technical PDF document to go along with it, and there's a video there that shows the entire process. It's all explained. There's actually tons of these, but this is a great one because these guys really, they used a $30,000 laser beam, and they did it multiple times, and they accounted for all of the humidity and everything like that. So yeah, there's one to check out if you want to check out, some laser tests. But there's tons and tons that are being done, right? All confirming that there's no curvature. Yeah, this topic sounds crazy to everyone at first, but once you look into it a bit, you'll realize it's not as crazy as it seems.
I actually don't have a good link for the PDF. You'll have to drop it.
Sorry, I want to understand. When you picture the Earth, I'm talking about specifically the shape alone.
We don't
What can you
picture the
compare
Earth
it most
as a
to?
shape.
Okay, so here we go. You keep thinking that Earth is floating in space, no matter what it is.
No, I'm
We
just
just got
asking
done,
you.
we just got done telling you that we don't think of it like that.
No, we're not making a shape claim, G. Flat is not a shape.
So,
The overall shape, if the Earth has one, is unknown.
but I want you to compare it to something here on Earth. What would you compare it to?
Okay, well, tell me what's the shape of a cloud?
Well, it's vapor. If you look at it
What
from the
Vapor.
ground,
what shape
it
is yeah? What
looks.
shape is vapor? What shape is vapor?
If you look at it from the ground, it looks puffy
No,
and
no.
soft
What's the
and things like
shape of a
that. But
cloud?
once you go,
What's the shape of a cloud?
Cloud
once
shaped
you
is
go
the
up
correct
higher,
answer.
It's
I always
cloud
ask,
shaped,
what's the
right?
shape of what's the shape of a lake? That's another
I'm
one. You
sorry,
can
I
use
think you're
that.
getting offended. I'm just trying to ask you and understand and try and
Nobody's,
picture it in my own mind.
no one's getting offended. It's all good.
So I'm trying to relate it to something that I can picture.
You want us
Like
to claim an object
So
Right,
I've
we're not claiming the Earth is an object. You're used like the globe is claiming that the Earth is a sphere and it's a certain size. We're not making that claim. We're testing the globe. Right? What everyone experiences is just a flat, motionless plane. That's what we experience, right? That's not I'm not saying that's proof of what it is, but that's just what we all experience. And we don't know the shape. We can only get so high in the air. Okay, and we can only travel so far south, right, to be able to know these things, right? So we don't know the shape of the Earth. I would say nobody knows the true shape or size of the Earth, right, or that we can validate. So what we're talking about is that there are certain characteristics that would have to be present if the Earth were a sphere, right? And that would be the curvature. And when we go out and test for that over and over again, we cannot find any. And then we look throughout all of history from the globe side to try to find one person that's actually gone out and measured the curvature of the Earth. And that's when you start running into what the hell? There is nothing, right? It was conceptualized, right? And that's a whole different topic. It was how the globe came to be.
Would it be
But
infinite then?
not well. We wouldn't know exactly what it would be. I wouldn't claim it to be infinite. It's just not something that we would have to speculate, right? It would just be like pure speculation. And we try not to do that. We try to stick with empirical evidence because if we made a specific claim, right, then people that want to come in here and debate with us will say, "Oh, well, prove it." We'll say, "Oh, we don't know." You know, we don't want to. We don't want to do that. It would be great if we could say, "Oh yeah, it's this exact particular shape." I don't know why people think it would have to be like a square or a rectangle or a circle, like Professor Triangle said a minute ago. Like, what shape is a tree? What shape is a lake? What shape is a cloud? Right? They're just completely unique shapes. Each one different than the other.
Well, they're like a combination of shapes, so I can describe it as a combination of shapes.
Well,
like a
G,
lake.
why don't
Could
you
be any
tell us
shape.
what the shape of the Earth is?
What if the Earth was globe at night
Hold
and
on,
the
hold on.
flat?
We're not speaking to you yet, mate.
Oh
You
shit!
have to wait your turn.
Oops.
So, G, you tell us what the shape of the Earth is.
Well, I don't want to get into that topic because I think that'll go off of
You're
what
in
I'm
the room
trying to
about it.
understand.
You're in
You're
the
asking
the
us
topic of
the
the room you're in
question.
is
I'm
flat
not on the
Earth.
topic of the shape of whatever. I'm trying to understand an opinion.
So you can
So
ask us what the shape of the Earth is. I can't ask you what the shape of the Earth is.
no, I'm just trying to understand an opinion. I don't need you to understand mine. I'm not
Well, I
here
want you
for.
to. I want you to show your reasoning how you come to
So
some
I
shape
think
conclusion regarding the
I think
Earth.
that everything contains a shape in some way or form. And I'm not going
Okay.
to bring up big words here. I'm going to try and keep it simple.
Right.
I
Well,
don't really like
you're
to.
going off of this is like a philosophical
So
principle, right? So
okay.
whether or not the Earth has a shape or not, right? Do you know it? Can you tell us it?
So I think that everything consists of a shape. I'm going to go back to what I was saying earlier before I get off topic. Everything around us, the floor or objects around us, it's a combination of everything. Earlier I was asked what the shape of a cloud was. And while you're on the ground, it appears to be a combination of different things, whether that be ovals or circles or somewhat triangular. But as soon as you start getting closer to it, you realize that you can no longer see a shape. You can only feel it because it's water vapor. You no longer see it.
Yeah, but if I were to just point at any random cloud, right, and ask for a shape, tell me the shape of that cloud, what would you tell me?
I would tell you
Like,
it's a
I don't want you
combination of
going. I don't
shapes.
want you to go and zoom into the cloud. I don't want you to get closer. I don't want you to break it down into sections. Just what you see right now in front of you. Can you give me a shape that defines it?
I would tell you a combination of shapes. It doesn't have to
I'm
be
not asking for
singular.
a combination. I'm asking for one overall shape.
Why would it have to be singular?
Well, that's what you're asking of us, no?
No, I didn't ask for you to give me a singular shape, did I?
But we just don't know the shape of the Earth. Like, sorry about that.
No, so I'm trying to picture it. That's why I asked you, like, what do you imagine? I'm trying to, like,
Well,
you
it has a
asked me
flat
about the
surface.
cloud,
It has a
so I
flat
could answer it
surface.
to the best of my
So you
ability
can
by
start
comparing it
It's
to multiple different shapes.
inconceivable. Inconceivable. I mean, there is no objectifying the Earth, right, in the sense that you can see it as having an outline, right, or being having a placement within another place, right. So, for all intents and purposes, it is the place. Often, what's helped people in the past is having it described as we're on the floor of the universe. I don't know if that helps you.
So there's only up.
That's down.
Yeah. Up, down, and horizontal. Yeah.
Up, down, left, and right.
Yeah, it's the same direction for everyone. Like everyone on the earth, up is up and everyone down is down the same direction. Whereas on a globe, it's like every single direction is up and down depending on where you're at.
Ja, you got questions?
Atmosphere is not part of the Earth?
It's part of, well, technically, yeah, I guess like everything that makes up the earth as a whole, right? Is like part of it. Kind
So-
of like the tires are part of a car, right? That kind of thing. Yeah.
So is the atmosphere circular or flat?
Earth system.
The almost doesn't have shape.
The gas doesn't have, gas has no inherent shape. Okay, gas is circular gas is, it's like a contradiction in terms. Atmo means gas and sphere, obviously, right? So spherical gas is a contradiction of terms. It's poor terminology, actually. Gases will conform to the shape of whatever container they're in, and gas particles themselves will just move at random in all directions to fill the available space of whatever container they're in. Speaking of containers, though, right, you need to have a contained system to have gas pressure in the first place. That's the like necessary requirement or antecedent to having gas pressure.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
another.
Yeah, so when it's in the air, there's no shape.
Yeah, there's no shape. Well, it would conform to the shape of the container, but on a globe, you would have to have like a sphere, an atmosphere.
So yeah, exactly. So when you say that atmosphere is part of the Earth, it means that atmosphere has no shape.
Nobody said the atmosphere wasn't part of the Earth, right?
Oh, it's part
Nobody
of the
said
Earth
this.
now. Oh, it's not.
Most we were just talking about clouds.
Oh, because I asked the question and showed me it's part of the Earth. You have
Part of the Earth system.
So
just look up the definition of Earth if you really need to. Like, it depends. Some people say it means the dirt, right? Some people include the water and the air. But the technical definition is the water, the earth, right? The air, like the dirt,
exactly.
the sand, the worms.
Well, the atmosphere is in the air, but I don't know if you have another definition of that. Is it? No.
Yeah, it's a mixture of gases. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So it has no shape.
Gases don't have any shape, any particular shape. Yeah, themselves. Right, as a body.
It's very difficult to, because if the Earth was flat and there's glass over there, the Earth is actually.
It's not that complicated. I mean, you need to. It's actually an evidence against the globe, right? Because
like-
you need to have a container to have gas pressure.
Well, life is, that's my point. But life is so difficult, like for the insects, the animals, the human being, how the brain actually works. It's so complicated and complex. How could the Earth be so simple? It's flat because we see that it's flat.
Why is that simple? Why does that make it simple? Yeah.
It's like thinking without thinking. It's like I see something flat, then it's flat.
You could go and measure it, right?
Like you said, it's simple. Yeah.
Water's very
that's
simple.
not what we say,
Fluid dynamics. It's just.
Well, yeah, it's very difficult, but this is simple as
You're
fuck.
saying that there's nothing simple, that nothing in nature is simple.
No, I'm saying that the nature is not simple, and the whole Earth that contains nature should be
Yeah,
complex.
you're talking about complex systems in organisms compared to
Yeah,
geometry.
exactly.
Like, there's
Yeah.
nothing
Right.
complex going on with the geometry of the fucking ground, man.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
It's
you know,
it
that's
is
so
it is
different
one way, or
different
it's
my
it's another way,
perspective and my
right?
own
So
ideas. Like I said, that's my point.
Hey, listen,
we're
simple
not comparing
characteristics and
the
aspects.
surface of Earth to like the human being's circulatory system here.
I'm not actually
Exactly. Listen, bro. Listen. So, complex systems can involve simple, right, characteristics and aspects. Like it's like an apple is complex, but it's simple, right? Its color is simple. It's green or red, right? That's simple, right? That's so there's a complex dynamics to the Earth system, right? But there's aspects about it which is simple, and like such as the surface of liquid at rest being flat and level.
It's not simple.
Simple. It is simple.
Gravity by itself is not simple.
It's just
generally what you regard as a complex system is just built off of very many small, simple systems initially. I mean,
Well,
take
you
a
say
computer,
that
for
you
example.
say
Everything you do and experience on a computer, all the connectivity of an internet, it just reduces to ones and zeros.
Okay, so will you say that the universe is simple too? If the Earth is simple,
No,
you
we
can
never
say.
said this. We never said this. This is your claim. We're not
Oh, sorry.
claiming sudden simplicity. We're
Oh,
just saying
that
the
I'm not
surface of
claiming
Earth
it.
is
I'm
not
not
curving.
I was not claiming it to you. I was claiming it to myself. I was sharing my point of the thing. I'm claiming it to myself, but not to you. So my whole idea was like, if there's complexity, why would we have the reflex to think about something that simple? Like when you say that Earth is flat because you look and you're actually seeing it flat. It feels like there's no more questionable things. I don't feel like this is actually clear. It's not clear for me.
well,
I
that's not
usually say
only just how you see it, bro.
yeah, I
Sorry, but
usually
it's not just how you observe it. It's how you also measure it and treat it.
measure it.
Yeah,
Did
you
you
measure
measure,
it that way, right?
did you measure
Yeah,
the Earth?
because in a measuring cup, right?
Did you
You know
measure
how
the
there's lines on the you know how there's lines on the side of a measuring cup that are horizontal, even though its container may have a curved surface, right? Like in a measuring jug or measuring cup might be it might have a cylindrical shape, but there's lines on the side which are horizontal, right? So you
yeah.
fill that up to that level and to get that volume of liquid within the measuring cup, and then that's equal to the surface flat, right?
Yeah, but you know that the cup is flat. You should know it because you've seen it from the outside. But here you don't see the Earth from the outside. You don't know the actual shape. I don't
No,
care
we're
if you
not
want to
claiming a
say
shape. We're not claiming a shape of the Earth. We're not claiming its shape. We're describing the surface
the
quality
surface. Yeah, the surface. Exactly.
of water.
Oh, because I heard
Flat.
flat when you were talking.
Yeah,
That's how.
flat's not a shape. Flat is
Yeah,
not a shape.
flat is not a
It's a
shape.
property
Yeah,
of a
exactly. It's
shape.
not
It can be a
a shape.
property of a shape, right?
Yeah, of course, but here we are more talking about how the shape of the Earth. It's flat.
That's not a shape.
Yeah,
Well,
Flat
flats
is
is
not
used
a
to
shape.
describe
well, if I
flats is
ask you
used
the
to describe
question,
a shape.
if I ask you the question of what's the shape of the Earth, how would you
So
answer that?
you're going to go through this whole thing that you were
Oh,
present for being explained again?
oops. Oh,
Yeah, flat's not a description of a shape, right? Flat's a description of a surface area. Okay, it could be
okay.
bumpy, it could be rigid, it could be smooth,
Yeah.
right? It could be coarse. Like these are just descriptive terms. It's not
Okay.
specific to a shape, right? We're not
I agree with
claiming to
you.
know. Yeah, we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Where the globe Earth is claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? And there's certain characteristics that would have to be present in reality if it were a globe.
Right.
Okay, and we've gone and tested that, and those characteristics are not present. So we're here to share that information with people, right, and try to give
So,
them a better understanding of where we're coming from.
so do you have, guys, a painting of an illustration of how the Earth is? We're not talking about the shape,
Well, you
like
can just
how
go
the Earth is.
outside. You can just go
No,
outside. That's
no,
what
I'm
we're
talking
talking
about.
about.
Oh, sorry. I'm talking about a vision from the outside. And if
Yeah,
it's
God's eye
Oh,
view.
where's that? There is no
Oh,
such thing, bro. There's no
the
such
outside
thing.
of, oops,
Yo,
the outside.
John, let me ask you a question. Can you give me a
Oh,
picture of the universe from outside the universe, please?
no, I said not the picture. I said the illustration,
No,
like something you made.
it's a ridiculous request on
I
my
said the
part. Would it
illustration.
not be?
Said the illustration, not the actual picture. Not
Yeah, give me.
actual.
Yeah, what's your illustration going to be?
Wait, no, I was saying like, what was how would you imagine Earth from the outside? That's my question.
People's imagination, right, is not the determiner for truth.
Well, if the probability is so big that you
Can
can
you
actually
hold it
How?
in your
Oh,
mind?
yeah.
Can
How do
you
you
hold it in your
quantify that?
mind the possibility
Mhm.
that the overall shape of the Earth is not known to human beings? Can you have that in your mind
Yeah, exactly. So,
and not
what's
constantly attempt to fill it in with some imagining?
Oh, not imagine, but something, some
I'm not
imaginary things
saying
maybe.
you can't go and imagine whatever the fuck you want, but like don't
Oh.
bring it as claim as fact that this is the shape of the Earth. Because what we're
Like,
trying to tell you is it's quite likely no human being knows
okay, my
the
friend,
true
but
shape if the Earth
it's
has one.
yeah, I'm sorry, but it's literally in your profile picture that I see the Earth right now. Is it
Yeah,
the Earth or?
that's a picture. It's a fucking picture.
Yeah, it's a picture of the Earth.
It's a cartoon. I mean,
It's
it's
an
not a
illustration,
photograph.
like I said. Well, I was
Conversation
looking for
starter.
No
something
human
like that,
being
you know.
took that.
I was
Okay,
asking
well there
for
you go.
something.
Take that. Run with that. If you want to imagine that's what the Earth looks like, go with that one.
Oh,
Right?
I was just yeah, I was asking, what's
There
your
you go.
imagination of it?
Be a lot of things. Maybe one day I feel like imagining it's potentially an infinite plane. Maybe other days it's terrarium. You know, it doesn't
Well,
matter what I imagine. We're
well,
only interested in what we can verify.
oh, you can verify. Well, you can imagine first, then verify. It's possible. Some
Yeah,
imagination,
we don't want
things.
to imagine. We don't
No,
want to
imagination
speculate.
doesn't come first.
Well, yeah. I mean, imagination boosts the way of thinking of the capacity of
Not
thinking of
regarding
the
the
human
objective.
body.
Not regarding the objective world. The objective world already is what it is, irrelevant of which side of the bed you wake up on.
Well, the bed I wake up on was created by a creative person who knew how to imagine things.
Yeah, a bed is not part of the natural world. It's got a creator. It was created by human beings, right?
Well,
Talking about the
it's
natural
part of
world. It was
how the
already. It
brain
was
actually
here.
works. If you want to
It was
explain
here
natural things
before
such
us.
as like that, you need to
Centuries.
use the brain, capacity of the brain at this
All
time.
right. Invent a new
You
color
seem
then.
like a
Imagine me a
waffler,
new color
can't you?
and post it in the side chat.
What do you say? Sorry.
Imagine a new color that nobody
Mhm.
has ever seen. Post it in the side chat for us. Invent it.
Well, how can I imagine see a color without the lights? And the diffraction of the lights is actually the
Okay,
colors that exist.
let's just cut to the chase, Jam. You believe you live on a sphere Earth?
I believe in the diffraction of the light. I cannot find another color after this diffraction. If yes, it's not a color anymore.
Okay,
Or you're bringing
no
up another
communication.
light.
Do you believe you live on a sphere Earth, spherical Earth, motion?
Well, I have some doubts, but I do not believe that it's flat, But I have doubts about if it's a
Okay, so if
flare or
it's
not.
not flat, what is it? What's the surface doing?
What?
If the surface is not flat, right? What's it doing? What is it then?
Oh, no, I'm talking about the shape right now. When you say sphere, sphere is a shape. I'm not
Do you know
say
what
no.
sphere is?
A sphere is a shape. 3D sphere, 3D circle.
Yeah. What's the most defining aspect of a sphere
What do you mean?
or characteristic?
Characteristics. It's like it has what's it called? A mass. It's a circle which
No,
is
that's the wrong
three
answer, and I'm starting to
dimensions.
think you're just here a waste of time.
Oh, 3 dimensions sphere.
Okay, right. I'm gonna put you on mute. You go away and
Oops.
figure out what the most defining characteristic of a spherical shape is, and you can come back and tell us
You cannot
when
explain
you've
it to me?
got the
You
answer.
I do not respect that.
What was that, G?
I said I don't respect that.
That's okay.
Don't respect going out and coming back in a few days?
No, I don't respect he's having a calm
Yeah,
conversation with you,
G,
but just
clearly
with a
what
bit of
you
a
respect
stronger
is
opinion.
people wasting your time and lying to your face, okay? Because I asked him a basic shape regarding basic geometric shape, a basic question regarding basic geometric shapes,
You
and he just
muted him
couldn't give me the
because you
answer
didn't
that
want to
a
answer.
5-year-old could give me. So, I mean, we can ask you what's the most defining characteristic of a sphere. Can you answer?
Yeah, but if I don't answer your question, you're going to mute me. Just like you did to him.
Why wouldn't you answer the question, though?
Because I don't think it's worth my time to try and hold that type of
Okay, so why is it
conversation or
worth
that
my
type of
time speaking to
argument.
you? Why is it worth my time speaking to you or
I'm not
anybody here?
asking you to speak to me. You don't have to speak to me.
Right, okay.
Wow, what'd you do to her? Why is she so angry with us?
She's just typical.
No, I just think it's
Kind of
wrong to mute
concern
someone
showing.
when he's
Oh
having
no,
a
somebody got muted.
conversation.
It's such an injustice. You should spend all day wasting your time speaking to these fools instead of just muting them.
I think we all have a choice to be here. No one's forcing you to speak to him. You could mute him if you wanted. Like sound
Yeah,
mute.
gee, maybe the conversations you enjoy in your day-to-day life are just waffling nonsense that gets nowhere, but that's not what we're here for. So we're
No,
not
that's
here
a
to
quite a
listen
flawed
to his
assumption.
philosophy and his ideas on complex systems and his inability to answer basic questions of geometry. That's not the point of this room. So he took a wrong turn somewhere. And it's not like I didn't give him a condition to come back. All he has to do is answer the question. He can do it in text. I'll unmute him. Pretty simple.
I mean, maybe his point of view is coming from a
But
different
instead
angle
of
to
doing that, he's
yours.
going to go into his feelings and be a whiny little bitch now in text.
Why do people get so whiny after they get muted?
Maybe you're not the one being muted.
Yeah, gee, we don't need your commentary, right? We've been running these channels and speaking to thousands upon thousands of Globers for years at this point. We know what they like to do. We know how they like to run around in circles, how they like to attempt to waste time or avoid having to make any claims of themselves, right? He's obviously a Glober, right? He obviously believes he lives on a sphere, but he couldn't even just make claim to that. Right.
I think I remember him
So
saying that he has
thank
his
you that you've
doubts.
just joined our channel in the last, hour, and suddenly you're an expert on how the decorum should work here. But, just keep it to yourself.
Yeah, he says he has a high master in mathematics. I mean, that question then should have just been a no-brainer for him then.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's
What I'm
two
trying to
two
say
people who
is
couldn't even answer it.
his
They want to
argument is
waffle
coming
about
from a
their
different
emotions and
side.
their feelings and how they think things should be instead of just answering the question.
But what I was saying is I think his argument is coming from a different side. Maybe from a different way that you're looking at it. So whenever we explain things, we might explain things from different points of views. So like when I was listening to DJ, he approached it from a completely different side to what I was thinking about. But I listened to it and try to understand it to the best of my ability because it's from a completely different side. But now, because this man didn't approach it from the same way that you wanted to approach it, it was seen as wrong in your eyes.
Well, we're attempting to approach this conversation from an empirical standpoint, right? What we can actually demonstrably prove about the objective world we live in. Talking about imagination and airy-fairy head in the cloud shit is not going to get us there. Again, there's plenty of other channels where they entertain all of that. You're welcome to go. You guys are welcome to go there. This is not one of them channels. If he did say at least it's not flat, and I asked him, then what is the surface? What is it doing? The nature of it. He didn't answer that.
I distinctly remember him saying that he does doubt some things, so maybe he doesn't have one point of view to look from.
There's only really two options in this conversation. Surface is curving, or it's not.
I didn't realize we could only have one opinion.
If I go and measure a table, right, and I measure it flat, is the table flat?
Yeah, but you could ask yourself different questions about that, not only that question.
So you obviously struggle with basic questions too, clearly.
It sounds like it, because I almost asked that same question. If something is not curving, what is it then?
It's like saying, is it a yes or no question? It's
If something is not
Right.
curving,
Right.
if something is not curving, what is it?
Maybe it's rigid.
Rigid is not a property in regards to its surface.
Rigid is a property to a surface. That's exactly what it is.
Gee, it's not a hard question. They're just asking if it's not.
But I answered their
curving.
question.
Is
I
is
said
it
it's
flat
rigid,
or-
It's a
maybe.
hypothetical. It's a hypothetical. A line, for example, if a line is not curving, that would be the meeting of 2 points, right? It's not
I
curved.
mean, a straight line is not curving
Right. So to be straight, be flat, right?
if it's a straight line.
Yeah,
So
but
if
it has
it's
no
not if it's not
curve.
curving, what is it? Is it straight or is it not, or is it curving?
Like I
If
said,
it's
it could be rigid.
if it's not curving, what is it? Is it straight? You can't even answer that.
I just did.
So,
But you didn't
G,
hear
if
my
there's a piece
answer.
of paper and it's kind of like curving because you're holding it by one end and it's curving, but what if that piece of paper isn't curving at all? How could you describe that piece of paper? How about a yes or no? Would it be flat or not flat?
Yeah, sure, it'll be flat. I'm not going to try and argue that.
Oh, they're asking. Something's not curving, it's flat. Simple.
But I'm saying if you're defining something's properties, it could be more than just one or the other answer. It's like if I'm going to compare it to something, if I say is God real, some people may say yes, some people may say no, some people may have in between opinions.
Wow. Why
So
are you
just
bringing God into this
so
conversation?
just like
Jesus
the
Christ.
whatever his name is said, he doesn't have one opinion only to the one side. Like he said, he questions
Have you ever
things.
measured anything in your life, G?
I'm sorry, I fear you're changing
Have
the
you
conversation. Like I said
maybe
to you, he
have you
has different
measured your foot,
opinions.
maybe? Oh,
Like you're
okay, right.
diverting
So
the conversation.
is there different opinions on the size of your foot?
All I'm saying is you don't have to look at something from one point of view.
Okay, what other point of view should we use to discern the size of your foot?
That's got nothing to do with it. He was speaking about his different points of views.
Like when you go in the shoe store, right, and they measure your foot for you, right? Once they take the measurement and then they relay it back to you, you're so and so size, do you then go, oh, did you take other potential angles of interpretation into account? And can you tell me them? Really not sure what you're attempting here.
I mean, some things don't have, more than two options. It's called a true dichotomy, right? You're either hungry or you're not. There is no other in between. There's nothing else. There's no other option. So a surface is either flat or it's not, right?
I mean, if you wanted to use it as an argument, you could always ask how hungry. Like, I'm not that hungry, I'm just peckish. It's not a yes or no question. Or a yes I am or no I'm not.
So you're not hungry. So you're either hungry or you're not, just like I said.
Well, I'm peckish.
So you
you
are hungry or you aren't.
I bet you couldn't tell me back.
No, I'm not
what
really
I told
hungry.
you in
It's
this
just I could
channel.
eat something. I could eat something.
Right. So you're not hungry.
Oh, I could eat something.
Yeah. So you're not hungry. So you chose one of the two options.
I'm not very hungry.
I could eat until I throw up, but
Yeah, but you would choose
still
not
doesn't
to.
mean I'm hungry.
No, but that would be like my body wants a little bit of food. I'm not really hungry. I could go without food.
So, does the size of your food change depending on how hungry you are?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
It does. Yeah, it does. Of course it does.
Okay. All right, you
The
can just
amounts
go
of
on
food I eat.
mute. Fucking idiot.
But it's not a gotcha. I mean, like a surface is either flat or it's not flat,
Oh
right?
my God, I walked away and she still can't answer it?
No, it was answered. Kind of. No, but look, so that's so, and all right. So when we say flat, we're not necessarily saying it's perfectly smooth, because like flat in its most idealistic form would be having no part higher or lower than another, or without indentation, or bumps. But of course, there's nothing in nature we can find that has that ideal property, right? But you'll find that for the most part, we can determine that the surface of liquid at rest is flat, level, and horizontal, so much so that it's used as a standard for establishing a horizontal plane of reference, right? It is a gauge by which you can use to determine changes in the elevation, right? And that's how they treat sea level. Sea level is used as a zero elevation change, right? And that would be horizontal, right? So when using sea level as a reference point, right, you would extend out a horizontal plane, right? So it's an orientation as well. It's an orientation. Now, you would determine surface elevation change with regard to that horizontal. If the Earth's surface is curving, right, naturally, like the surface of liquid, the oceans, lakes, right, then as was described to you before by DJ, I think, did DJ describe that to you earlier? Did you talk with DJ about observations across lakes? I think he did. So where we see shoreline to shoreline, over 20 miles, for example, necessarily if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, it would have to be at the end point, at 20 miles, a drop from horizontal of about 260 feet. And gone. So I was just windbagging for nothing. Thanks. Yeah.
Let's see. Jam, Nam, or whatever the fuck. Got that answer yet?
Down with your motherfuckers, man.
Defining characteristic of a sphere.
You are stupid as fuck, and I don't have time for people.
Yeah, okay. Back on mute, you fucking retard.
Just baby.
It's all right.
So-
you can cope more in text.
Jahan, instead of
he's gone, man.
Getting all he's gone. Nah, never mind then.
I'm sorry, but was I too tough on them guys?
Massively. Nah, so good, man. I mean, the mental gymnastics was coming out, wasn't it?
I don't even fucking know why. They weren't really being challenged yet.
Yo, I have a question if you don't mind.
Go ahead, man.
Okay. So why do I have a nose?
Wow. He doesn't even know the name of the channel.
Yeah, I want to know why do I have a nose on my body?
Who knows?
Why do I have a nose?
What's the point of this question?
Do I don't know?
Why do you think you have a nose?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking.
Because it was in your design to have one.
Ah, okay. Thank you.
Guess it'll help you navigate through reality safely, somewhat.
Oh, makes even more sense now. Okay, thank you. That was all.
Yeah, I got the sense that them two were like Jay and Jao were friends or something.
Oh, you think one called for the other? Come help me.
No, they didn't call for help, but both came in and white knighting for each other, and both as stupid as each other. It seemed.
Right, yeah. Maybe. I think he might be onto something there.
Yeah, but I've seen it before. I've seen women like that come in, man, and they do that. Just scatterbrained female nonsense, right? And it's just I've seen flat earth channels just entertain that shit for fucking 6 hours just because it's a woman. And I just thought, fucking nip that in the bud.
And just to answer the question from earlier, right? So, the defining feature of a sphere is that all points on its surface will be equidistant from the center, meaning that its surface will have curvature.
Thanks for that, T-Dub. I won't have to mute you.
Today is the day.
This is the
So, T-Dub, I think before them guys came in, you were talking about the whole what's it thing and TikTok and
Yeah, man. I just saw just the reaction to like to the more like firm arguments from people who are not used to that would even probably never even heard what like things that we talk about, like surface curvature, drop over distance, that sort of thing, horizons, gas pressure, all that, right? Like their mind hasn't been challenged on that level yet, right? And the reaction to it was positive. It was good, right? Like I just had this sense that there's a lot of people out there that would be that want it, like that don't realize they want it and need it, right? For when they're talking to people about flat Earth, right? They don't have anything beyond the bird brain TikTok videos stuff, right? That's all they have to talk about, and they'll get shot to pieces by a Glover. Like this is actually like that being on there, right? Is gonna like it's inspired a lot. Like people are asking, like, where is this guy now? So I told them, and I gave them his YouTube link, right? And hopefully they can explore, more deeply these arguments and arm themselves with something better than, well, look at this AE map. There's a nice wall, holds the border in. Like, you know what I mean? Like, maybe they'll even get led to here. Who knows? Like, I don't know. It's just and hopefully it inspires Witsit to get in touch with his roots, maybe,
Get in touch with
and come back, and come back. Because it was, it just made me think, oh yeah, keep it simple, stupid. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the fundamental problem for Witsit is he's made a business out of this. He's on that content clock, Things have got to be new, fresh, novel, moving forward. Even if they're not really, it just has to look like it is. Going over the same arguments and the same technical details day in, day out, it's just not going to make him money.
Yeah, plus, he's probably got stuff going on in his life, like that's a distraction, or, like not even a distraction, just like a responsibility,
Yeah, there's that too. I hear what you're saying, though, yeah. I'm sure, definitely the majority of people that have come across Flat Earth, just from TikTok level stuff, yeah, they're probably crying out for some actual proper arguments. Because that's what these guys on TikTok never actually put content out about, right? How did you actually get to Flat Earth in the first place, right? How did you actually disprove the globe in your mind so that was no longer a possibility in the first place? But they don't show any of that. They don't explain any of that. I probably, don't think it's much of a limb to go out on to say that they're probably in Flat Earth for all the wrong reasons themselves and couldn't actually explain it even if you asked them to. Oh yeah, I meant to say to you, DJ, about that video from Woodsett that you like the post but hate the thumbnail. You should just re-upload it with a different thumbnail.
It really does need a different thumbnail.
Yeah. So
I usually delete the thumbnail when I post it, if I play it on the bot. It's a shocker.
Yeah, certainly not the most flattering. But that's taboo conspiracy, man. Or no, I guess he ripped it straight from Witsett's channel. So I guess Witsett chose that thumbnail. Yeah, I'll say that. Witsett's definitely got a sharper look about him nowadays than when he was on that tour. But it
Big
was
time,
understandable,
yeah.
They were going day and night, man, all across America.
Yep. As good as that video is, it's still dated. There's still some really flawed arguments he makes in it.
Yeah, there was they were playing some music yesterday on the bot and played some older songs, and it was the same thing, It's like, oh, I remember this sounding better, but it sounds kind of shit now because it's filled with just garbage arguments.
Yeah. Dude, even just like the black swan argument, I just like, I mean, I never really presented it as that particular black swan argument, anything more than just calling it the black swan, just so people would know what I'm talking about. But like, it's a terrible argument in itself. I mean, like, 'cause every single swan is black, right? It's not like a rare observation. Like the black swan things, like you just need to find one black swan, right, amongst all of these white swans to prove, like, you know, that the not all swans are white. Whereas it's not a rare observation. It's like every single observation is a black swan, like every single one, right? The Globers would be the ones that would want to try to find the black swan because all swans are white, right? All swans don't match up with the globe. All horizons don't match up with the globe. And then it contradicts itself as well. It contradicts itself in the sense that we say flat Earth, like the definition of horizons, the apparent, like it's an apparent location, right? It changes, it shifts, right? You go back on a different day, the horizon will be miles different, okay? And you know how the argument says that the horizon would have to be at a certain distance. Hold on, I screwed myself up. Then it's like freaking
the
after
geometry.
midnight. Yeah, I had it in my brain a minute ago. I got a bit of a brain fuck going on. I'll remember in a second. Correct. Correct.
Because I think like that the proposal is that every horizon should be a white swan, right? So it's like, because I don't think it's necessarily saying. I don't think the intention was to say that. Well, you have all the these white swans in reality, right? That it's a proposal that there should be all these white swans in reality, right? Like, so every horizon distance measurement should be a white swan. There shouldn't be any black swans, right? I think maybe that's along the gist of it. Like it's just using that function, right? And it's saying, well, guess what? It's not. And even if you could show one, right, that you've got the black one to.
Yeah, but the
Even if there was only one white swan in existence, right?
Yeah.
You could say,
look, this is
yeah.
This is the problem. Like, even if it was a globe, right? Why would the horizon be at the exact distance that
I
it
think
should be anyway? It would
Jason
never.
is progressing rapidly. If you look at chat.
Right, yeah, because you get Globers saying that that's actually a straw man because it's like a single clause fallacy. We've got
Yeah. It came from Quantum Eraser, who completely denies refraction. Right, the whole thing's cherry picked. Right, he cherry picked a blurry image. He told me he did this. Right, it's on Livestream. Okay, he said he picked out the one that had distortion. He could have picked out really clear ones, but he picked out one that has distortion because he wants the Glober to say refraction, and then he can say this. It's not refraction because it's not Snell's law. Blah blah blah. Shut the conversation down. Mute the Glober and move on, or whatever happens after that. Right, just shut the conversation down there. But the actual argument itself, I mean, like related to the black swan, argument, it's like everyone once thought all swans were white because they only ever saw white swans. Right, that was the actual, like, everyone thought that all swans are white. But no one ever sees a white swan in relation to the horizon, ever. Not one exists, right? It's not like we all of a sudden we found this black one, which would be the one observation that isn't matching with the globe. Just the whole thing's just, it just needs to be like revised. I think that's all. I don't hear anyone really using the Modus Tollens or the actual black swan analogy when they present it these days anyway, which is good. It's just called the black swan, I guess.
Far too much time was spent on that one singular observation.
Yeah, you have to like adjust the contrast like crazy and stuff just to be able to see that horizon clearly. And then if you're not doing QE's Snell's law script, it's a terrible observation to pick because they're going to pick it apart because there's freaking like refracted cranes and shit happening in it. Like he's purposely picked one so they would say refraction. Well, it's not refraction because it's not Snell's law. That's ridiculous. Clearly, there's like a band of temperature at that height that's causing crazy distortion of the cranes. It happens
Right.
all the time at that location.
But that isn't, congruent with the idea that it's bending the surface beyond a geometric point upwards so that you can see it extending out to like beyond 9.6 miles.
Yeah, every observation destroys the globe. It still does that. Like every observation, even Matthew, I don't know if Matthew's still here, but Matthew even did an observation that's much even better than that one with his telescope.
Yeah, we just measured the angle to the sun on the solstice.
Oh no, I was talking about when you took the your telescope to the oil platforms at
Oh, got it. Yeah.
Santa Barbara. I think I have it. Where is it? Matthew learns Black Swan. Yeah, I got a folder here. Named that.
Well, obviously not good enough to convince him yet.
No, because the light only has to arc at 0. Was it 0.01 degrees? Is it, Matthew?
0.07 degrees per mile.
0.07 degrees per mile in order to achieve that observation.
Yeah. And different in every single observation, just enough, right, to make the Earth look flat in all of the observations. Yeah, exactly. So, but it always looks flat, right? So it's always bending it just the right amount to make it look flat.
No, I'm saying that if you have light bending at that minimum amount, then we can't distinguish between the two. Like in the one that DJ just posted, where you can't see the entire bottom of the oil rigs.
Yeah, that's because there's waves when you went there.
It looks like there's a wave in front of it quite clearly.
Yeah, there's waves.
It was higher than the waves.
Yeah, but perspective.
How do you know that?
These are only like 1 or 2
Wait,
feet.
Matthew doesn't understand perspective either. He's
None of them
a little
do,
bit.
man.
He's a little bit on the lower of the IQ scale for us.
Dude, no globers understand perspective, right? And how things.
If you're at an altitude of 6 feet, then no 2 feet wave will ever block your view.
That's a lie.
Really?
Well, it can. It can block your view of part of the surface, extending beyond it.
How tall should an island look from 20 miles away?
I mean, exactly how much of the oil rig is not visible? Can you quantify it?
Yeah, I don't know. It looks like maybe 10 or 20 feet.
No, it's not that much.
What?
Looks like 10 or 20 feet.
Dreaming, bro.
Okay, and how much of it is because of the wave that's clearly in front of it?
I don't think any of it.
None of that 10 or 20 feet is because of the water.
There's a buoy in between the two oil platforms that you can see in Matthew's observation. It's a pretty small little buoy, but it's like 8 miles away or something.
Oh, the SEAL platform. I think that's in between them. So you got that Jason guy in the chat thinks that I said, you think lights in the sky prove globe, and he said, yes, I do. So he's done. I don't know what you guys did to him, but he's very confused about everything in here.
He's in denial at the moment. Yeah. He goes through stages of denial, this guy.
No,
We had good conversations.
actually.
We had good conversations earlier in the day, but
Yeah. I was just thinking, and this guy started trolling me.
Yeah, trolling you
Oh my-
because I told you Mars is in a studio and you freaked out.
No. I just misspelled eyes with EGYS, and he started trolling me for no reason.
That's not what you're talking about.
Hey bro, bye. I'll come
You
tomorrow
came
and
in
talk.
with silly nonsense anyway, Jason.
Hmm? Do you know I've already agreed with DJ on his points, so I'm not sure why are you getting triggered by me. I've not even said to you.
You
This is
you
the problem.
started. Your first text was the world is going on Mars. Mars also a globe. The rover
So
is
why are
on
you
Mars,
getting
bro.
triggered on this?
The globe concept doesn't fail on Mars. Why does it fail on Earth? Right.
Yeah.
That's how you opened this
So
conversation.
was it
And you
wrong?
got trolled because that's just
No,
nonsense.
was it wrong to open like this? Like I had a genuine question, and you started trolling. Come on,
No, I
bro.
didn't see any question marks. Maybe there was. No question marks, just statements.
Hey, bro. Have any energy to debate with you, right?
What was your question?
It would seem to be the globe concept doesn't fail on Mars. Why does it fail on Earth?
What? You have to.
I want to
You
know
have to
why we
clarify
can
what that
only
means.
control rovers from on Mars from Earth, but we can't just set a rover down in NASA's parking lot and have it drive all over the United States.
Okay, bro. Do whatever you want. I'm not engaging with any debate right now. I'll come tomorrow and engage with DJ. He's the only good person over here who talks actually sense. Who makes sense.
DJ's here.
He's taken, man. He's married.
So what if DJ tells you there's no Mars and Mars is in a studio? Are you going to get mad at him too?
No, I'll not get at him because he'll give me logics. You not like you trolling me for this.
Well, you haven't. Can you tell us how you verified there's rovers on Mars, or there's even a place that's terra firma called Mars to begin with?
He probably thinks that in a couple of years he's going to be eligible to go to Mars. None of them thought about when they get on a spaceship and they have to be on there for 9 months or something. By the time they get there, they're going to be ripping each other's face off if they even still survive that far.
Oh, it's a one-way journey, by the way. You don't get to come back.
No, you don't come back. That's how you know they went there because they didn't come back. That's what the story's going to be in the future. They're going to take, 250 people at a time. Say you can't talk to anybody back on Earth, so take everybody with you, and then you go bye-bye.
Right. Or there'll be some sort of accident and they all perish, and then nobody will want to go. Nobody
No,
will want
they'll
to ever
go.
play
They'll
through
go.
that.
We'll just no. Everything will seem okay. The spacecraft will be reporting everything just fine. They just lose contact with them, like the radio won't work. So that's all. And then in a few years, AI will have their voices all figured out for them, and they'll make brief messages back, and people will be all excited.
Right. They'll have some really choppy, laggy video of them eating potatoes that they grew.
In their Mars bubbles.
fertilized by their own poop.
If any of this nonsense was actually possible, I reckon, yeah, we'd be in massive wars to control the moon itself. It'd already be done, you know?
There was something on, I don't know where I saw it. Might have been on the news that we're going to be running out of room on the moon soon.
Oh yeah, they've sold all the fake plots of land, haven't they?
Mate, there's a population crisis on the moon.
Well, the astronauts left 100 bags of shit on the moon, and then the Indians went to the moon. So I'm not going to go any further than that, but
Not gonna make a trash joke about the Indians.
nope.
No, I mean, so Globers buy the excuse for why all the nations are friendly with each other regarding Antarctica, right? We have to protect that environment and poor penguins. Right? But why are they
I
all
ruined
friendly
that.
with each other about the moon? You know what I mean?
I ruined that
There's no
Glober,
penguins there.
Jason. Did you read that? He was going to be a flat earther, but I ruined it for him by telling
well.
him Mars is in a studio. That ruined flat Earth for him.
What do you think about that, Matthew?
Well, the robot population of Mars is higher than the human population of Mars currently.
No, but I meant like that the moon's just being overshadowed, and now everything's focused on Mars, which is objectively a massively more difficult task.
I think it's fine to focus on both. But you're right, Mars would be way harder.
More than just a bit.
Yeah, like 100 times harder.
I was fascinated with like the Mars rover stuff. going back in the day, especially when people started sifting through all the imagery that was being posted by NASA, and they were finding anomalies, right? They started calling them UPARTs, right, which stands for out of place artifacts. There's out of place artifacts that they find on Earth which don't, really jive with the whole narrative of, a civilization being only like a few thousand years old, right? Like, metal pots and things being found in coal deposits and things like that, right? So, they're finding these anomalies and new parts in the photography that was claimed to have been taken on the surface of Mars. And I was fascinated by all that. There's one man called JP Skipper. I'm not exactly sure. I can't remember his exact credentials, but he was analysing aerial photography and ground photography claimed to be taken on or above Mars, right? And he was comparing it to things on Earth, right? Especially like the aerial photography, which very closely resembled aerial photography taken of Earth, right? Showing outlines of lakes, patterns of forests, things like that. He died thinking that he'd exposed NASA, right, of basically trying to misinform the people about the surface of Mars, right, that it does have these features, like lakes and forests, etc. But I think really what he did was just potentially expose them as having taken that photography above the Earth. And all the ground photography being taken on Earth as well. I mean, you can't explain rocks being their one sol and then not on another sol and then back again on another sol yet again, right? Like things like this, gerbils, like all the Arctic lemmings as they call them, and just like things like that, right? Professor Triangle showed me the one of the juice box, right? That's a classic. It's like, well, how did that get there? Oh, it's just pareidolia, right? It's a rock that just happens to resemble the shape of a juice box
with the minions on it.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I think they were serving that one at the canteen that week on Devon Island, right?
What that is that's just a normal juice box on Mars with pictures of the kids, and the kids on Mars look like minions.
Right. And what's funny though was when I was looking into it back in the day, not once did I ever see the argument by anybody in any comment section or any video content made that, hey guys, what if this isn't on Mars? What if this is just somewhere on Earth in a remote location, right? Like, not once. I mean, there is not one thing that the average person can do, right, to say with any definity that that footage is definitely taken on the surface of Mars. There is absolutely nothing that you can do except put your faith, complete faith and trust in the people that are presenting it to you and telling you the story that accompanies that imagery. And that is all you can do. It wouldn't even matter if the Earth is a globe, and it wouldn't even matter if it is a planet, and Mars is also a planet and terra firma, right? It has dirt and soil and rocks and ice caps. It wouldn't even matter if that was true. You still can't do that with that imagery. You can't verify it.
Same with all the pictures from the top of Mount Everest. Unless you've been there yourself, you just have to trust the people that say they went.
Yeah, but that's not outside the scope of reasonable possibility. You know what I mean?
That's true. Yeah, that's true. I know what you mean.
I could at least attempt to do that. I couldn't even begin to attempt to try and, send something to Mars and take photos.
And yeah, now you understand why we think it's real, because it's not out of the realm of possibility in my mind that they sent rovers to Mars.
Yeah, it's an extraordinary claim. Yeah, that's right.
I wouldn't expect you to believe it. I'm just saying, I'm explaining why I believe it.
Yeah, it's a faith and trust that you have in these people. Like, really, I was deluded when I used to include myself in the, under the flag of humanity as, oh, look what we have achieved. Right? I was deluded, absolutely delusional, to think that I could do that. Like, no. In reality, someone was presenting some imagery to me, uh, giving it a story, making claims about it, and I was just simply accepting it as true and being in awe of it. Wow, we're amazing. Maybe Julian Lennon's song is actually a mockery. Maybe it's like it's sarcasm. You could take it as that. I mean, he's talking in that song about all these great achievements. We can take photographs from Mars. We're so ingenious. We can walk on the moon, right? Like, meanwhile, look at all these poor starving children. That's the essence of the song. If you're so great that you can, NASA, that you can put men on the moon and take photographs from Mars, what efforts are you making to end poverty, hunger, homelessness, abuse, child abuse? You think that 60 million a day or whatever it is couldn't be spent on more worthy, more noble efforts to improve humanity? No. We need to understand the soil composition of a planet we're never going to go to for, they tell us another 60 years, which will turn into another 120, which will turn into another 1,000.
Which John Lennon song you talking about? Imagine.
No, Julian Lennon, his son.
Oh, his son made a song. Okay.
Tears in My Eyes.
I haven't heard that one. Doesn't sound like something I'd want to listen to though.
Oh, we're on a rock revolving around a golden sun. You know that one?
Never heard that
It
one.
started the first line of the lyrics. Now, is he being sarcastic or is he expressing the beauty of his imagination of what he thinks the Earth is?
I know the other song that you're referring to with Imagine. I don't like that song at all.
Yeah, I don't either. It's kind of it's like supposed to be a hopeful song, but when you really look at the lyrics, it's more like just kind of like saying, well, I don't know, kind of like an atheistic point of view, or just like, there's no
It's
heaven.
straight up paganism.
Yeah, is that it?
Eastern paganism. Yep. Just look at the lyrics.
Well, I think he's saying we're capable of all these great feats. Meanwhile, there's suffering.
Yeah, I agree with you there, T-Dub. I think maybe if we have people just kind of like passed out on the street from drug use and all these, everybody's making a big deal about it, and then you got all the sex trafficking and all these people being abused. It's like, well, maybe we can put a hold on the whole, Mars missions or moon missions. Maybe we could fix things a little bit better here first.
Yeah. Ultimately, he's saying like, for as much as there is for us to be proud of, there is as much equal that we should be ashamed of. Like, you know, I don't think money is the issue. I don't think money's the problem. It is a problem. I don't think it's ultimately the only problem. And how it's spent, it's not it.
Yeah, money can't really be the problem because money's just a representation of resources, and there's definitely more than enough resources for everybody on Earth. It's the allocation of those resources. Like, why is that not? Why isn't it being allocated correctly? What's going on with that?
Right, and a societal structure where you have to realize that you have to put effort in for some of that to be allocated to you, because why should you just get it for nothing while others have to labor, right?
Yeah, that's a fair point. That's a good point.
I've said before too that, like, if nobody wanted more than they need, everybody would have more than they need. I mean, the cost of eating a piece of fruit should be just walking up to the tree, reaching your hand above your head, and picking it off. You know, they banned, like, so there used to be, like, you know, it used to be that they'd grow fruit trees just along streets, you know, on footpath, like, you know, on the grass, like in streets, on the side of the road. And if you wanted to, you could go pick a piece of fruit and eat it. They stopped that. It's like kind of against the law now because they don't want someone getting sick, right, and suing the council, your local municipality, right? You don't want to. They don't want to get into trouble for having supplied a citizen with something that made them sick, or even resulted in their death. You know. Moo. I'm assuming we don't have anybody here that thinks they live on a big spinning ball.
Well, I apologize for booting out the last two doofuses.
That's all good. I had a feeling that that conversation was actually going to lead down the path of, well, I am not even sure if I have hands. I might be a brain in a jar.
Yeah, I think it was going that way. Certainly with the guy. I think the girl was going to be more of a slow burn, but get there eventually. Remember, I eventually kicked her out because I asked her if her food size changes based on whether she's hungry or not, and she said yes.
How does that work? I don't know. That's crazy.
I don't know. Maybe she was going to follow up with like water retention or something.
Right. Or like eventual weight gain or something. Or weight loss.
I was more pissed off at her with their fucking concern trolling though. I really can't stand them folks that come in here. Like they're brand new in here. And they think they have a say in how the moderation works. It's like the height of fucking arrogance on you, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's like, I don't agree with that decision. We don't care.
She initially joined and asked, "Oh, do you guys mute people if they have a different opinion or belief?" And I told her, "Nope. We only mute people if they're disrespectful and wasting our time and not attempting to progress the conversation."
Yeah, trying to reduce it to absurdity by, like introducing, irrelevant terms like rich. Well, it might be rigid. Oh my god. Man.
I think she was a troll, honestly. It's a shame Dandelion wasn't about or something. She would have had an absolute field day with her. She probably would have muted her quicker than any of us.
Hello and welcome. Yes, we are alive. And live. Oh my goodness, what is with the joiners and leavers?
Don't like the spotlight.
Who we got now? Who just joined? The Shaggy. Welcome back, mate.
So, can you guys think of any test that could be performed that would even go like above and beyond like a laser transit test? Something that would essentially beat out FE core in, just being okay. That's absolute. And of course, there's the force the line experiment, but massively infeasible. No, like,
I'm sure if
what's the
AI.
next step how we could potentially go to? That we have to, but
AI Overlord
wouldn't hurt
has
if we
one.
did. No, I haven't heard him explain it.
Yeah, I'd have to. I'd butcher it. I can't even remember it properly. He's proposed something recently. What was it to do with? What was it to do with? Now I can't even. I've just drawn a blank on it. He's probably listening. And he's probably like, "You smart." I don't know. The ultimate, eh? Oh, that's right. Yeah, he had. He wants a series of gyroscopes. I couldn't tell you how he wants to like perform it though. But
I'll ask him when he comes in.
yeah, ask him because I'm pretty sure he says that it would result in either side having to concede to a point. Yeah.
Oh, it's that
'Cause
definitive, is it?
Yeah, you couldn't have any other
There's just no
outcome.
recourse whatsoever. Yeah. Well, that's the type of thing I'm thinking of, trying to think of. I mean, it's just completely definitive, no recourse. Earth is this or it's that,
I had an idea of a light or a laser, right? That's angled in such a way that as it travels away from you, right? So it's like it's on a boat. You'd want to have a really calm, still body of water, though. So it's fixed on a boat, and the boat's traveling away from you. You're not going to be able to see it because it's what you've got above the laser is like a board or something, right? That's preventing any sort of like ambient sort of light reaching your eye, so that as it travels out over a distance, if the Earth's surface is curving, then it will naturally reorient itself with the curvature of the Earth, so that eventually it's pointing directly at you at a certain distance. So the angle, given the curvature rate and all
So
that, I couldn't tell you.
approaches you.
No, so like if it was on a boat and it was facing you, but it had an obstruction, right? It's angled down, like angled towards the surface, but there's an obstruction in the way. Right, so you might see the. I guess you, if it was a light, just a light,
I
not a
understand what you're
laser.
saying.
Yeah,
So you begin with the laser angled downwards, and it should correct to your eye level based on some distance, yada yada yada. Eventually.
Well, yeah, because eventually, because the obstruction, as well as the obstruction would be angled at this the same, but preventing it being able to directly reach your eye. You might see it's it's shine on the water or whatever. Yeah, but eventually that both the laser and the obstruction would orient themselves in a way that would be pointing directly at you. And I guess you'd have to have it high enough too that but I guess if you never saw it, right? I see. This is the thing, right? If it didn't, and you never saw it directly reach the target, like a camera or your eyeballs, right? Could you conclude from that it never went over a curve? That's what I mean too. You want to have a nice still body of water, because it could rock, and the boat could rock and wave,
Yeah. I'm just wondering how you could best minimize diffraction, There's always going to be some amount. Yeah, I mean, I get it in principle. I just, I think that would still be a field day for either side claiming all sorts, with the light doing this or that. Definitely an interesting one though, T-Dub.
Right, yeah, and so based on the light strength and whatever, and the angle and the obstruction's length and everything, then with the supposed curvature of the Earth, you could make a prediction at what distance away, like you should basically the light should be revealed to you, your eyes or a camera. To
So we're saying, right, if we're on a flyer, you'll never see that laser.
Right. Or you could even just have an intense bright light. I mean, like that would, you know, that you could say with certainty that that is pointing straight at me. You know what I mean? Like, yeah.
Yeah, but that would be the fly ash result, that you never detected it.
Right. Yep. Yeah, its angle there would remain constant. Yeah.
It is tricky, it being on a moving platform.
Yeah, maybe you could set up some sort of like gyroscopic thing, you know, like to keep, you know, have it remain. What's the term? What do I say? Inertial, I guess. Whatever. Like, yeah, just so that it, like a chicken's head, just would never move. You know. So that, yeah, rocking of the boat and all that is mitigated. You could even do it with a drone, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine your laser apparatus would be something akin to FE-core, right? You'd be aiming for that. Strapping that to a drone might be a bit difficult.
Yeah. Want to be a pretty big drone. Yeah. You just have to program it to maintain an elevation, right? Make sure it doesn't change elevation. If it's following the contour of Earth as a sphere, then relative to your eye line, or a camera's eye line.
Now wait a second.
Eye level. Yeah, eventually.
What's
it
the
would expose the
supposed
light.
tilt rate? Is it's like 1 degree to 60 miles? This would
60
have to-
nautical
this-
miles, isn't it?
This test would have to be done over a massive distance.
But that's the thing, right? Because they say that, like, even after a short distance, you know, we can zoom in with the camera and we can see that, like, you know, 10 feet of a boat is missing, right? That, for an amount, you know, for that amount of the boat to be missing, its angle, like, even though it doesn't appear to be to you, right? Angled down, it just still seems vertical, right? In the photography that we see, we don't see like an obvious tilt to these things, right? In these photographs that are supposedly show, you know, the curvature of the Earth blocking the bottom of a ship, right? It would have to be significantly angled away from you, and it's definitely not 60 nautical miles away that they say it has to reach before you can't see a significant portion of the bottom of a ship. So how can they simultaneously say that, oh, you're going to, and then you know, say you know, you're going to have this much of the bottom of a boat missing, but its tilt relative to you and your distance isn't going to be significant enough to notice, or, you know, be enough to, like, warrant using my idea. I mean, surely if there's that much drop over that short of a distance, then the tilt's going to be significant enough to perform my test too. You just have to have it angled enough. I don't know the math. I'm hopeless with it. Like, but surely you could set up some sort of system.
Out, you know?
The cherry-picked observations of a boat looking like it's disappeared bottom up are just junk observations from the Globers. Like absolute trash. They don't have any of the details. Right? They never have any of the details. They're just cherry-picked. They're just like ocean swells, right, that haven't been accounted for. No idea what the observer height is. No idea what the location is. No idea what the distance to the boat is. No idea what's going on with the refraction. Just pure, just trash observations that can just be dismissed because they're so trash.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, and the key part never replicated.
I've never seen a single observation by any of the Globers that isn't just pure trash. It doesn't like compare to the stuff that we're presenting at all. Not even close. They want to nitpick our stuff, but then they don't hold themselves to the same standard. Not even close.
Yeah, I mean, it never has been, DJ.
Yeah,
There's always
even
just been this massive skew, you know, in that
Yeah.
regard.
Yeah, like the Rainy Lake. That's like their golden goose, right? Their Rainy Lake test, and then you look into it, and they just like accounted for refraction using a computer model. They didn't even know what's going on with the refraction. Right? They just put it into a computer simulator and said, "Oh, the computer says there was this much refraction. Oh, it matches up with the globe." And then you look at the time lapse footage, and it's just like it's like Skunk Bay, even worse than Skunk Bay. It's just everything's warping all over the place.
You ever notice in your movies, right, like your sailing ship movies, your pirate movies, right? So you got a guy up in the crow's nest, and he's like, "Land ahoy!" right? And then the captain's down on the deck, and he'll go, "Huh?" And he'll whip out his telescope, his little, like retractable telescope. And he just, gets it out and he goes, "Oh, yes!" Right? Why is he doing that? If the guy in the crow's nest, right, is like up there, right, because he can see further over the curvature of the Earth, and people on the deck can't see it because they're not high enough to see past that curvature. Why is the captain even bothering to get out his telescope? If it's behind the curve for him, the telescope's not going to help him see it. I know. I was just thinking. I know it's stupid. I know. I was just thinking that, but like, I wonder if that actually happened back in the day. Like the guy in the crow's nest yelling, "Land ahoy!" Captain turns around and he's looking. He can't see it, but he gets out his telescope and then he can see it. What the guy in the crow's nest is talking about.
He's just zooming through the curve, bro.
Yeah, but it's funny how many people actually come in and try and put that forward as a possibility, right? Oh well, that camera can obviously like they're not thinking about it at the time. I don't think they're not thinking about the geometric implications, right? clearly.
I always say the only way to be a Glober is you haven't thought about it.
What the heck kind of username is that? V minus 4 equals Hong in world. Quotation marks.
Must have been a Fiverr job.
What? A fiber job?
Fiverr, you know that site, you know. Give me $2, I'll come up with a username for you.
Right. I'm not aware of it. Wait, people are actually outsourcing username. Oh my god, for money.
I mean, fucking maybe. Nah, it's usually stuff like, I'll proofread your document for $5, you know. Oh, odd jobs and stuff that you can do on a computer.
Okay.
What I try to say though is it's usually, you know, unskilled people doing all these little jobs, so it's an unskilled username. Mobus, sorry. How's it going? Welcome to the channel. Can't hear you if you're trying to speak, but if you have any questions for us, just fire away.
Hi. Hello. Hi, my friend.
Hey friend, yeah, you're coming through a bit choppy.
So here's an observation in the side chat that was presented today out of a Mr. Sensible video. I think it was Mr. Sensible. And a bunch of anti-flat earthers used this footage. Right, so we got 3 boats, and we got the boat on the left, apparently at 7.7 nautical miles away. And then the boat on the far right is 9.9. Okay, so that would be a 2.2 mile difference. Okay, so over 2 miles there would be 3 foot of curve. So yeah, this doesn't work on a globe either. So obviously there's something else at play here.
Yeah, they always fucking do this. Oh, look, 2 boats. One looks more obscured than the other, but they never give details. How much more is obscured? How much more should be obscured?
Yep. 3.2 foot. One should be 3.2 foot more hidden than the other one.
Yeah, but by their logic, it looks like, what, 30 feet is lost?
Yeah. Yeah, like obviously they're massive ships, right? So obviously there's way more than 3.2 foot difference between the left and the right ship.
Yeah, they know who their audience is, man. They, oh, look, obscured. It's a globe.
Yeah.
That's as far as they gotta go. What an easy life, eh? Oh well, prepare to get bombarded with this bullshit for the next couple of weeks. Does it address that at all in the video?
No, it's a video trying to debunk the claim of atmospheric lensing or something like that.
I mean, have any of these people even been in the ocean? Like swimming? And your head's sticking up out of the water, and like it's like moving around, right? 1 minute you'll see everything, and next minute you can't even see the shore. You know what I mean? Like they think that stops happening with this like great distance, further distance.
Yeah, and it's always like these choppy conditions like this, right? And we don't know the observer height or anything like that. We don't even know if those ships are really that distance out.
That's something I've
Right.
always noticed in every observation like this that's come from a glober. There's always these spatterings of white, you know, the foam from the waves, in all of their fucking observations. Always. And you never see that in what flat earthers present.
Yeah, and then they never give the observer height. Or show us what it looks like when you're fully zoomed out.
Yeah, so it's a 3.4 nautical mile difference, which is actually 3.9 miles. And that's another thing they do. Just a little thing, right? Using nautical miles instead of just miles, right? They don't attempt to simplify it in any way for their audience, right? Use miles which they're familiar with. And I mean, yeah, nautical miles are not anything complex, but it like they like attempt to prop up their shitty observations as being more technical because they're using nautical miles and not just miles, you know?
It says here that 2.2 nautical miles is 2.5 regular miles.
Well, from the center and the right one, it's a 3.4.
Oh, okay, yeah.
difference.
No, I was talking left to right.
Oh, okay, right, yeah.
Just
Did you
'cause we see-
calculate for the center and left? Yeah.
Left and right. Far left and far right.
Okay, the back too. Okay.
Yeah, the back too. Just because I noticed like the most drastic difference between those two, and a pretty short distance. So 2.5 miles. All right, I'll change it from 2.2 to 2.5. 4 foot. 4 foot difference between the two ships. Or even the distance between the first ship and the second ship. What's that? 1.2 nautical miles different.
And they didn't give an observation height.
Nope. Or a location or anything. Or ocean swells,
So
right? That's the
what have you put in
the
for
many
observation height?
Oh, nothing, because it's just the geometry. It's got just the distance between the two ships would, like, the observation height doesn't make a difference for that particular. You want to put in 0, like, observation height, because it's just the pure geometry in this particular. If it's just the distance between the two ships, it's just like 0
Yeah, no, that's
observation
fine.
height. Yeah.
And they can have a 1 foot observation height, 6 foot. There's no horizon at 1.2 or 3.4 miles.
Well, I'm gonna see if I can find the height of one of these ships, because we got the names of the ships. We'll check.
Mm.
Also, what's the horizon distance in that image? Because at 6 foot, it'd be 3 miles, and that boat is 7 miles, 7.5 miles away, and it would need. It doesn't look like there's anything obscured.
Yeah, good point. I'll see if I can find another picture of it.
It's the one I just posted in the chat, and it's huge.
Right, so we can basically see the whole thing based off the photos you just posted.
And not to mention that there's not an observer height for this image, so it's kind of like Globe is just wasting time.
Yep. Yep, absolute trash. So the bottom 11 meters of the boat should be hidden behind the horizon there.
Well, at 6 foot observation height, I get 13 feet obscured it. Off the first boat, the closest boat.
Based off 6 foot height? Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Oh, well, I guess it's too hard to tell when we don't have any of the details.
And the furthest one is 46 feet obscured. But I mean, they just fucking black swan themselves again, as always, because the horizon's only I mean, going off 6-foot observation height. It's only a 3-mile horizon.
The reason these observations they cherry pick are so junk is because when we go out and we actually stay in the location like this person did, we see how much things change as the weather conditions change, the temperatures change.
Yeah.
Like, look at this last picture that I just posted, and then this is the same ship, right? It's an anchored ship. This is just 3 hours later. We can see the whole ship.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And look at the conditions of the ocean in that observation. I would say that in what Sensible is posted, like, there's a huge fucking swell in front of the observer.
Yep. And if it was taken by an anti-flat earther, they probably got down as low as they could, within reason. And then they've zoomed in a lot. So we can't see any of the the shoaling.
I can't even make an argument that they couldn't even make an argument that any of that closest boat is obscured at all, besides from the choppy waves, the choppy water. Wonders why these, the anti-flats seem to, conveniently never post anything like from Sky Free's channel, with all them little demonstrations on small scales. But they're just little echo, the anti-flats, they're just echo chambers, man.
If you have a look at this picture, for example, like look how flat it looks out in the ocean. If this person was to zoom in and just show like beyond these waves, right? Clearly there's like giant, at least 8-foot, 6 to 8-foot waves or something like that rolling in. And if they were to just zoom out past those waves, it would just look like it's flat out there.
Yeah, well, you know how globers are.
This used to trick me when I would take my little boat out into the ocean. I would think it looks like nice and flat out there. I only did it a couple of times, right? And then you actually get out there, and there's freaking giant ocean swells out there. You're going up and down these giant long mounds of freaking water.
That's what I said. It's just a telltale sign. They always have observations where the waters are choppy as hell. Why is that? It should be obvious to their viewers, They're just cherry picking. The whole fucking
and you shall
aim is to
see.
try and reduce
See,
as
and you
many
shall know.
is to reduce as many variables as possible, but they go out on days where the variables are maximized and then present an observation from it. It's just retarded.
Yeah, windy days are usually the worst days to take photographs over water.
Exactly.
Yeah, but they, moths to a flame, and they want to call themselves scientifically minded.
Hold on, obvious. Can I send you a picture that completely annihilates what you're saying.
Is it your drawing from last night?
I didn't manage to draw it. Got
Didn't
kicked
manage
out.
to draw your flat Earth with no horizon.
It's because it would have required more than I can perform on Microsoft Paint.
I'm sure.
But yeah. Let me send you an image that's should at least spark some interest.
All right, send it.
Yeah, you would just have to draw like a line where the sky and the ground meet, right? But without the line. Doesn't make sense, does it?
Well, I mean, what I imagine it to be is that there shouldn't be a rigid horizon if the Earth's flat. It should sort of just fade into the distance.
What? Why do you imagine that?
Yeah.
It's not really that I'm imagining it. It's just like physics of a flat plane.
You know how, like what a vanishing point is, though, right? Just like due to perspective.
So
you know the ground ramps up.
Obviously, I tried to send you the picture. By the way, it said, "Yeah, I'm not friends with you." So yeah. I get the whole perspective thing. The horizon is the apparent, where the sky meets the ground. I get that, but
yeah,
things shouldn't go over the horizon if it is purely just.
No, things don't go over the horizon, right? Things just aren't accounted for in the observations where it looks like things can go over a horizon. Like I can show you things appearing to go over a horizon on a flat floor.
No, you can't.
Yeah, I'll do it right now.
No, you can't.
1 second.
Well, let
Yeah,
me
well,
send
I'll
you
do.
this
I said
picture.
I'll do it right now. So I'll just show you what
I
I'm
look
talking
forward
about.
to it.
All right, get excited.
Let me send you this picture because.
Pretty sure I don't have the French thing turned on. So
Yeah, no,
why
that's
can't I just
his
post it to me?
his own problem. I think apparently that's their problem.
it's
Like
his
that's
thing.
their setting that needs to be changed. Yeah.
Oh, is this on my half? Is it? Says your message
so,
could
yeah.
not be delivered. Is anyone tech savvy?
All right,
Tell
here
me
we
how to
go.
correct that.
I don't know how. Okay, so this observation we can see over a flat floor. He lays blocks and then he puts like a little red light also on the other side of the floor.
I can't see
Okay,
what
and
he is. He's sharing something.
can't see it. It's just in the side chat.
How long does it take to post an
right.
image, man?
Oh, this.
Yeah. So it's a flat floor, right? And you can see all of the top of the yellow blocks, right? And you can see the red light. And then all they do is adjust the temperature in the room, right? And it looks like all of a sudden the yellow blocks start to bend and hide behind the curvature of the flat floor. And also the red light becomes completely obstructed behind the curvature of the flat floor. The same thing happens with Lake Pontchartrain. The same thing happens over. Why? Because you can't. Because it completely it destroys your claim of things disappearing over a physical horizon.
Yeah. So it's basically that camera is eye level with the level of the table. Am I right?
Or you can see all of
Not a
the
table.
blocks. You can that. Okay, so it's not a table; it's a floor. I said floor like 20 times then, by the way. Okay, also, the camera doesn't move, and we can see the red light, and we can see all of the blocks. Okay, then he just adjusts the temperature, and the red light appears to sink. Yeah, it appears to sink.
Here's the issue. Now, that would be the equivalent of me standing on a beach, digging a hole, and lining my eye level with sea level. If that makes any sense. So if
Do you know how to lie on your belly?
Oh, hold on. Oh, well, yeah, but even then, it would still be a fraction above sea level. Now, this example.
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't, because the Earth is so big, and you're only.
No, because you're a fucking idiot. You're 6 feet off the surface of the earth. So yes, your eyes are close to the surface. You're disingenuous.
This guy, shut the fuck up, bro.
Just because we disagree doesn't make me disingenuous.
This guy, he's argue. He thinks you're arguing for flat Earth. He's just a retard. Don't worry
Oh,
about
is he one of Johnny, mate? We're supposed to be on the same side, brother.
It's one of your guys.
Yeah. So if, for example, I've seen the video of the coin on the table, and the reason I said
But
table
this
is
is
'cause I
that's
was,
not analogous. That's not analogous
yeah,
to
no,
this.
but just let me finish the sentence because
See
I'm
how
trying
you
to.
no because hold on a second, you're trying to like be fallacious here, right? So what we see is a red light, okay, and then the red light disappears. The camera doesn't change, just the red light disappears.
Okay, right, got you. Now hear me out. Just give me 30 seconds. That's all it'll take. Now,
Right,
instead
talk
of
about the
lying,
coin though.
okay, yeah, got you. Instead of lying on the floor, let's stand on the floor. Now, let's have a light that moves across the floor. If you're standing on the floor 6 feet above, how far can you move that light before it appears to descend below your
Depend on the conditions.
No, it's so I'll help you out. There's no law of perspective that dictates that something will descend below your eye level unless it's
This isn't
physically
perspective.
below
This
your eye
isn't
level.
perspective. This is to
No,
do with the refractive
but DJ,
index gradient.
I'm asking you to
You're
envision.
strawmanning us. I'm not saying it's because of perspective.
Well, what's it
This
because
is
of?
demonstrating a principle of optics, so
Yeah, so
like how
obviously
far
this
you
isn't
think
to
the
do.
camera's off the ground there, and how far you think your eyes would be off in a
Yeah, but
equivalent
can you not
observation
envision
at the beach
the? I
is
wish I could
irrelevant.
share the screen because I'd be able
Dude,
to demonstrate this in Paint.
the only thing that is manipulated is the temperature in the room, and then then all of a sudden it looks like the line of blocks is curving down, and the light disappears behind the flat
Yeah,
floor.
yeah,
The
got it.
only thing that's manipulated is the temperature. What's the
Right,
temperature
hear me out.
control?
Hear me out.
What's the temperature control?
Just ask. Riddle me this. Why is he lying on the floor?
He's put the camera on the floor, right, to show that when he changes the temperature, right, and makes it cooler above and warmer below, it causes the light to disappear behind a horizon over a flat
That's not
floor.
answering my question. Why is he lying on the floor? Why can't he replicate this as we do on a beach in which we're standing 6 feet above?
Yeah, we can replicate this on a beach.
The reason he's not standing 6 feet above is because you wouldn't be able to get the same result. The reason he's put the camera on the floor.
No fucking shit, man.
Well, yeah, so that
Yeah,
sort
so
of
this is
annihilates your whole argument, does it not?
No, it doesn't. Okay, so why is the light visible and then the light disappears? Why does that happen?
So I'd say when you put the camera literally on the floor, of course, the focus of the camera is.
He doesn't change the focus. Okay, the camera's just sitting
I
there.
didn't
The
say he
focus.
changed it.
Okay, so the camera's sitting there. It doesn't move. He's not touching the camera. Okay, we can see a red light. Then he manipulates the temperature in the room.
But you
and then
haven't
all
answered
of
my
a sudden,
question.
no, you need to listen, bro.